just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important, and no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other.
I can hear whispers too far away. I can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. I can hear whispers too far away. I can't hide, but I'll try. I see the walls are caving in. If I were to stay in here can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. I've been walking that walk. What I hear is all Tokyo. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top. Yeah, that show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on. Take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the wheel of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo, flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, mojo, I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other.
Hearty laughs await everyone in this game show. To serve as our game master, she is ready to make your day even brighter. Let us all welcome Mika Fabs.
We're WCS FInals coming right up.
Yep. No, we're back.
Are you
We're
excited
back.
about that, right?
Thanks.
Very excited about that and all. And Miss Fortune is here, but she's gonna answer a little bit later. My contestants are here. Contestants, let's go to contestant number 1 right here from WCS. We have Mikos over here. How are you doing? Welcome to the Wheel of Misfortune. I like to ask everybody who goes on the show, you were asked to prepare a bunch of weird things. So what is the weirdest thing you had to prepare today?
Weirdest thing, I think this thing.
That? What is that? What?
Unfortunately, I don't have a tweezer, so I have to use this because I'm a big guy.
Thank you for that, Migos. And contestant number 2, we have Mira, never won draws. Hi. All right, Mira, what is the weirdest thing that you had to prepare for today?
I know I was supposed to prepare mayo, but I don't really have mayo, but I have wakame.
Oh, seaweed. Okay. All right. Let's roll with it. Let's see where this takes us. And we have our third contestant for the day. Let's bring up El Lemonade to our Wheel of Misfortune. Hi, El Lemonade.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey. All right. So what is the weirdest thing that you had to prepare for today?
Well, going through the list, I saw raw egg, and when a raw egg is involved, it's never a good sign. So this is the weirdest thing I'm saying, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Okay, all right. If you check out your screens, you're going to see a bunch of rules that actually don't even really matter because sure, you're going to see points and stuff there, but really the only rule that matters is to impress and win over our very own Misfortune, cosplayed by Fox Rots.
Hello, everybody! I am Fox, and I will be dressed as your Misfortune today. What's up? What's up, contestants? Are you ready to impress me?
First up, we have our first challenge of this episode.
Our first challenge of the episode is called Inner Wisdom, where I ask the contestants a little question that'll really make the gears in your heads grind. What is the meaning of life?
You know, Mikos, I do have to tell you, unfortunately, you are the spot over here. This spot is cursed, my friend, because you usually go first. What is the meaning of life? Go.
One word, I came here. I came here and I see in the game show, I see Miss Foxtrot. I'm already happy in my life. I'm already happy. Boo! Oh, come on, come on!
All right, Mikos. How do you like that answer, Miss Fortune?
Mikos, I just want to say nobody likes a sucker.
Oh my gosh. That can't be good. That cannot be good, Mikos. Nice try, though. Nice try. Let's try Mira this time. Mira, what is the meaning of life? Go.
The meaning of life begins when you wake up in the morning and then you come here and you see Miss Fortune, where she's my main in Wild Rift. That's the meaning of life. Seeing Miss Fortune. Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay, all right. So, Miss Fortune, what did you think of Mira's answer to that question?
You know, I know that I said with Mikos that nobody likes a suck up, but for some reason when Mira did it, it spoke to me.
I know, yeah. Okay, yeah, there's something about that. I see it. Okay, Miko's getting a little bit competitive there, but we still have Lemonade. Lemonade, what is the meaning of life? Go.
With the existence of misfortune, the meaning of life is actually the other way around. It's the fortunes that you have in life. Because when you go through your life, it's about experiencing it. It's about cherishing these moments, every little bit of it, being on the stage, be with my friends, just fighting it out. That is the meaning of life. That is all that is to be cherished. The fortunes that you're gonna be in. That is the meaning of life.
That was so beautiful.
All right.
Okay.
This is a little tricky. They each have their own charms in a way and personalities too. But our Misfortune, what's your decision?
You know, there's something about the answers that really catered to me that I liked. The winner is actually Miko.
Twist! All right. But who is the loser for this challenge?
The loser who gets the wheel is gonna be Lemonade. Come on, you have to try harder than that. Come on.
All right, Lemonade. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you.
Wrap yourself with toilet paper. Oh no.
Oh, it's a little eerie. Yeah.
Okay. That's scary.
All right. Wow, that's good job, actually.
That's
Whoa.
good. That's good.
Thank you, Lemonade. But we are not done yet. We still have another challenge. What are they going to do for round number 2?
Impress me. Where you basically have to do what I say and impress me as well as you can. This round is about rapping. I want you guys to spit some bars and make a rap about me.
Let's actually start from the reverse. Let's start with a Lemonade first, giving her Misfortune rap. A Lemonade, go.
What's up, guys? I'm rapping like a mummy. It's kind of really odd and kind of funny, but I'm here with Misfortune. She is my mommy. She is the one on top and the one that's going to be giving me punishments if I need it. So she's going to make it rain. I can't speak. It's blocking my mouth right now. It's kind of painful. I can't see. I have no idea what's happening. I have nothing to say. I'm unprepared. Okay, that's the end of the day.
Woo! Oh my God!
That was actually
Good
so
job!
good.
Up next, we have Mira. Mira, your rap dedicated to Misfortune. Go.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the most famous of them all? If you look at the screen right now, you can see this Misfortune. Yo.
All right. Good job,
Valiant
Mira.
effort. I think it was hard to go after a Mumunade over here.
Yeah, but we have one more contestant to go. We have Mikas wrapping it up. So Mikas, you have the floor. Go.
Alright, now we see here in the WCS Championship game show, but now we don't have to see what we are going to borrow. But now, loving my Foxtrot is not a crime because we know his ultimate is the bullet time. But now I love her so much, but we know it doesn't have a little bit of love tap because I'm so lonely because L is sad. It is a sad mom.
Okay, all right.
Not bad, not bad.
Hey, good job, everybody. Hey, good job.
You know, it would be an absolute crime to not award the crown, the rap crown, to Lemonade because that was just, she spit straight fire.
That was really good.
But there also can only be one loser. So, the person that gets the Wheel of Misfortune will have to be Miko!
Oh, Mikos! All right. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you this time.
Show, come on.
Yeah, that doesn't work. That never works.
That
Don't
never
ever
works.
try that in the Rift. Hey! When we do go to the next challenge and you have to like explain yourself or something, you have to keep the Macarena on going, all right? All right, that fits in. Okay, so we have one more challenge to go, don't we, our Misfortune?
Just like hidden treasure, as I've said before, people have hidden secrets and hidden talents inside of them. And I want you guys to tell me your hidden talent and why it's hidden.
Let's have Mira go first.
Well, basically, if back in high school, I was actually involved in shuffling, which I don't really do now. What? Nowadays, yeah, shuffling. Like
The cards or like,
no, like the shuffle dance.
oh, the dance.
Yeah.
Oh,
I used to shuffle.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Can we see you shuffle right now? Can we
I don't know.
try?
I'm not so sure if the background is gonna allow me though. But
yeah.
it's okay. I can just do a little wave for you.
Oh,
That was amazing.
Okay, let's have Miko's next. Actually,
Okay.
What is your hidden talent? You should be dancing Macarena, by the way.
Basically that I always like 2 years from now that I take like a voice background kind of video type.
You mean like voice acting?
Yeah, voice acting. Yeah.
All right, Lemonade. What about you? What is your hidden talent?
I'm gonna put out a very hidden and useless talent that I have, and I can say the numbers really, really fast, as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So just say stop whenever, okay?
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38,
Stop!
Too much. Oh my gosh! Wow, that was amazing. A lemonade, you're pretty awesome. So, our Misfortune, what did you think?
So the winner of this, just because I was so entertained, has to be Mikos with his little Macarena dance. That was so funny. And the person who will be spinning the Wheel of Misfortune, I'm so sorry, is gonna have to be Mira because we didn't get to see the shuffle. Come on, I wanted to see the shuffle.
Aww.
That was cool and all, but you know, I
Yeah.
wanted to see a shuffle.
All right, Mira, I hope you're ready. We are going to spin the Wheel of Misfortune. Oh, okay. That's pretty tame, pretty safe one.
That's a pretty safe one, and
You-
we're about to end.
All you have to do is thumbs up for the rest of the game, which actually isn't really that long since we're about to end. Should we spin one more, maybe?
Yeah, I think we should
One more,
spin
one
one more, and because it's a tie,
Yeah.
Mika, I want you to decide who the
Ooh.
ultimate loser who gets the fourth spin is.
Okay. Who will get the fourth spin? You know what? I'm looking at Mira and she's already doing this, and I'm looking at Lemonade and she has this ongoing. Mika's is stuck in an eternal time dance warp thing. I think Miko should have another go at the wheel. It seems to be like a mistake right
Let's go, Lamiko! Let's go!
now.
Okay.
All right.
Do you guys know what a shui is?
Absolutely
No.
no.
Okay.
Mika,
Well,
please do the honors.
well, if you check out our brothers and sisters over at the LEC, League of Legends, all the way in the EU region, you would have seen my queen, my idol, Shox, by the way, do this on the panel desk. She got a shoe. She filled it with a drink. And then she drank it. So we're bringing that over to Southeast Asia. And Migos, you're gonna be the first one. I hope your shoes are clean.
Go get a shoe.
Unfortunately for me, because I'm fasting right now, because I cannot drink anything.
Oh my!
You.
Oh, okay.
I can throw it to my face though.
Yeah,
I don't hate that. Can you put it in
I
your
like
shoe?
Okay, so we can get like maybe even water. Water
Yeah,
is
just
okay.
water.
On your shoe, and then you just put it on your face without your headset. I think this is the first shoey in Southeast Asia.
Southeast
God.
Asian shui for the
This is the
win.
first Southeast Asian shoey. I'm so excited. Shox, we're doing you proud. We're doing you proud, my queen. All right.
For all.
Oh!
Excellent. The very first Southeast Asian shui
You're
recorded
amazing!
in
Oh my
history.
gosh! Yeah! That one's for you, Shox. That's for everybody at the LEC. Thank you so much. Let's give our contestants from WCS NYSG a round of applause, everybody in the crew. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We've got more episodes in store for you, and of course the WCS Finals. But for now, that is it. That is this episode of Wheel of Misfortune.
Condition demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there. It's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's only
vào. Công ty có quá nhiều năng lượng nữa. PPGL là rất khỏe ở tình huống này. Kill that freaking flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill. Sabiro nakalaban na triple kill. Ginagawa lang yung mga quadra. Yes, semua response. Cakep banget, lengkap lagi. Không, nhà biết rồi, nhưng mục tiêu lực lượng của đội đẹp lại là Harry.
Welcome back, folks, to the WCS Finals as we are in playoffs. Day number 5. Action is heating up with only 2 slots left. The Icons Global Championship. This broadcast is brought to you guys by friends over at Riot Games. By friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. I'm your host for today, Grandin. With me, I have our resident analyst and panelists here. We have Autoluz and Riku.
Just fitting that we are here.
I know.
This would be like what, the 3rd episode, the season number 3 of a very heated duel between FLA and RQ. But not just that, right? This is going to be the last day, and we'll find out who will be joining our big 2 to really complete the 4 teams that we'll be sending over to the Icons Club.
And friends, I have to start this one off. You guys have a lot of answers to questions. I will have a question that wants to be answered, and it was kind of highlighted in the Wheel of Misfortune. What is the meaning of life?
Who goes first? Oh, wait. Hakuna Matata?
Hakuna Matata!
Yeah.
Okay, for me, it's to live is to suffer.
Wait, wait. Riku just.
What?
Oh my goodness.
We didn't switch bodies. Don't worry. Don't worry.
This is
Really?
that sounds like a Riku answer. That sounds like a my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised here. That sounded like an Autoluz answer. That sounded like a Riku answer. What's
Yeah,
happened
he's wearing
here?
the all
you guys,
black,
You guys
yeah.
just switched bodies or something.
Hakuna Matata.
That's a very wonderful phrase, by the way.
I don't know the meaning. I just know it.
It means no worries, Autoluz.
Oh, thank you. Now I know.
I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. I watched that movie as a kid, but it's been so long. I actually don't remember very much anymore.
Wait.
That is a bit of an
So what
age
do
gap.
you remember?
Like, actual Disney movies that I do remember are like Hercules, but it's like a bit out of chronological order, right? Because like the Hercules was like pretty early on too, right?
Yeah.
Like
think
I guess
so?
like most distinct is like stuff like Mulan.
There's a remastered
Ooh,
movie
Mulan.
already of The Lion King.
Yeah, that's true. The live
I
action, right?
haven't watched that yet.
Rawr.
Meow.
I don't know. Is this good fairy? We always do weird sounds.
I know, it's our
on the
thing.
panel.
It's definitely our thing
Yeah.
here.
Let's start the day off strong. Let's first figure out where the competition is going with a tournament video, a tournament format video to kind of highlight the things that are going to be happening in the rest of the competition.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first-place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
Two spots already secured in the Icons Global Championship. And it's looking pretty intense for the next 4 teams today, again playing elimination matches to determine who gets to continue and who does not. In the WCS Finals, well, competition is stiff here in one of the best regions in the world, all lose Riku. First matchup of the day, and we already get a bit of a bloodbath, don't we?
We're doing it again.
I mean, the face says it all, right? But yeah, on the flip side though, on the positive note, this is a time for us to celebrate as Filipino fans because we're sending one representative, and I think that's enough for us to really show our prowess. Wishful thinking could have been 2, but we know what happened yesterday. Now we are down to 1. Who do you think will that be? Maybe later?
Yeah, we'll definitely share you that little secret later. But that's the thing, right? It's so crazy that we get to relive the grand finals of WCS PH over here in a very high-stakes match. Just as we mentioned, it's just 2 slots left to join the Big Four for Icons.
And it all starts with the matches yesterday, right? We had the matches with RRQ and Flash Wolves. RRQ and Flash Wolves managed to pull back 5-game series again, time in, time out. Flash Wolves love to go to game number 5, not just play for the late game, they like to play for the late series. It's game 5 where they're able to really demonstrate their full form. And RRQ, they look strong, but unfortunately, it will not be enough.
What's with that face, Otto?
Well, it's a long day, but it was an action-packed series. It's not just series number 1, but also series number 2. Was a very eventful day. Was a very good showing of how strong really Southeast Asia as a region is. And it will still continue to today. My predictions is that we will have another long day because the stakes is just too much for me to handle, for you to handle, and I believe for the teams to handle as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least what you mentioned, Autolus, we're still a winner. You know, the PH region's still a winner. We still get to send one team, whoever wins the RRQ versus FLA match.
And it's nice that you've alluded to that, Riku, here, and demonstrated that, because RRQ FLA, our first series of the day to start the day off, and following that, it is going to be Buriram United versus Cerberus Esports, another highly contested matchup. We've seen how these teams have looked in the past. Yeah, it's looking to be an interesting one.
Definitely the storyline behind BRU. Will they be finally able to overcome that curse that has haunted them since last year? The back-to-back, reverse sweeps that really did happen against them. We'll see if they can finally complete the task today.
But at the same time, we have to think about what happened here with BRU and Cerberus Esports, right? BRU in their 5-game series against the undefeated, up until that point, Team Flash, are looking pretty good for themselves. BRU were able to take 2 games off, were this close to finally adding that blemish to the record against Team Flash, and we'll have to see if peak form BRU gets to come in today against the 2nd seed representatives for the Vietnamese region.
You know, that's the thing. When we looked at Team Flash versus FENNEL Adversity, I felt like Team Flash was the team to beat. I felt like they're going to 3-0 everybody, but I'm so happy yesterday we saw Buriram United took them to 5 games, but unfortunately fell short. Now they're in the lower bracket. There's no lower bracket anymore. This is the time where they have to win and get into Icons.
And there is that chance that we get to see one team from 4 different sub-regions, right? Sub-regions within the WCS. If we see, well, one of the teams from the Philippines regions definitely gets through between RQ and FLA. But if BRU beat Cerberus Esports, then we get to have the Thailand region representing in the Icons Global Championship from the WCS as well.
And I think for me, that's the best case scenario because we get representations from different sub-regions. Not only that, I just know that they will play differently. I know that we, scream each other and all that. But the preparations that will come into Icons Global from these 4 different teams will be very much different to a point that whatever comes our way, we'll be prepared.
I like how you mentioned that because it feels like we have all the cards in the table, right? If we want a team that can survive BO5s, we got Flash Wolves already. If we want mech checks, we already have Team Flash. And, the 2 remaining will define what regional specialty they're going to bring into Icons.
Nice.
So far, everything has been defined here at the WCS Finals.
And let's start things off by talking about our first matchup of the day, RQ versus FLA. And I think both of you guys are feeling strongly about this matchup. Let's begin by talking about these two teams. Otto, why don't we start with you?
RQ versus FLA, just a very brief history on RQ's overall roster. Okay, so they came in WCS Philippines with a roster of having the top laner Helios, jungle of Chaz, mid lane of Exocen. We have an AD of Marky, and the support was Maze at that time. When they battled FENNEL adversity, that was the time that they brought out Exocen as their support, Devil J as their Baron laner. So it kind of, is fitting that we are now here at this stage, and the stakes are too high with them being, or with us being reminded that it was actually FENNEL adversity that forced RRQ to make some huge changes onto their roster.
And it's not as if FLA hasn't made changes of their own here, right, Riku?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They've made a couple of changes versus play-ins last year at the the C Championships versus now. They've made changes mid lane, they've made changes top, but the core of this entire squad remains the same. What I love about FENNEL adversity though is that they have a upwards trajectory, right? They were at the play-ins last year. They couldn't proceed as Flash Wolves took them down. And now they've overcome Masters region by facing one team in the BO5, and look at them now.
And the Philippines region has had quite the splash in the international competition, right? They've gone into the Horizon Cup, they've done well themselves.
Top 3, by the way.
Top 3, right? Well, technically third, right? So
okay,
technically
okay,
still
fine.
top 3, it counts. And I have to ask, what makes the Filipino region so good? Why are they able to go into the international competition and do as well as they have?
Passion. We are crazy about our Wild Rift. And it's not just that, right? We come in with a different set of read in the meta. I believe we are the first ones to really combine the veterans with the young bloods. We know that Philippines as a region or as a sub-region is very big on mobile MOBA. Okay?
Right.
So now we have League of Legends PC players that has the experience, combine them with mechanically gifted mobile MOBA players, formula for success.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. We have a lot of players that came from League PC, years of experience, and the combined new blood where, they've got a lot of talent when it comes to mechanics. And how do you hone that? You have your senpais in the team. And I think that's the perfect combination to make a super team.
I'm a little disappointed in you guys. That wasn't the answer I was expecting to hear.
Oh, come on, what's your answer?
I was hoping for Balagbagan.
Oh my god, the Balagbagan.
Yeah.
Right, I think that...
Okay, Balagbagan is the end game. What we said was like basically the ingredients to it, but the end formula or the end recipe is how to make a Balagbagan team.
Hashtag Balagbagan. Let's go.
Supporting the teams, taking a look at what they have in store for us. Let's first start by taking a look at our teams joining us in the first series with Team RRQ first. And here on your screens, you have RRQ, one of 4 teams still competing for the last 2 spots in the Icons Global Championship. You have Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exocen.
Yeah, this team is incredible, right? This team has been dubbed the all-star team as every single lane has all the mechanical prowess to outplay you in a balagbagan fight. And we're looking at, RQ at their history. They seem to start with amazing group stages, but would always fall short during the playoffs. Now come WCS PH, they've overcome that curse and even getting the championship title for the WCS PH. For the members, we've got Helios and Chaz, no introduction needed, but I'm gonna say we've got the best jungler from the Philippines and the best mid laner here in this one single team. And we also want to talk about the senpais, the veterans, which is Marky and Exocen, who has a lot of accolades when it comes to League PC. And again, that experience definitely helped where RQ is today.
For me, just would love to highlight a player that I believe has been the talk of the town. Not just not
I think I
just
know
in
where
the
this is going. I
Philippines.
think I know where this is going.
Yeah, not just in the Philippines, but the whole of Southeast Asia was just flabbergasted by the performance of Chaz. That was the Chaz experience for you guys.
Yes,
Love
it was
it?
phenomenal. I loved it.
The fact that Chaz came in here, still a relatively young player, new player, a rookie, going into competition against some of the top dogs in the WCS, and he has been able to not just do well, exceed those expectations, and reach the top of the pack. His performance in his matches so far have been phenomenal. The fact that he was able to steal away a number of objectives from his counterparts, this really sets up for an amazing series against another incredibly strong jungler from the Filipino region, Doming.
That's true. Well, I'm feeling scared for Doming, to be honest. Because with how Chaz performed, otherworldly, right?
Yeah.
He was on a different level. Oh my.
He really was. I felt like Chaz yesterday broke the rules of Wild Rift. Like, it's definitely not on what we usually see where, okay, on paper, once the enemy team has Elder Dragon, that's it. That's the win condition. The game is over. And yet, they're the team. Chaz is able to steal that Baron and lead the team into that victory for Game 3 against Flash Wolves last time.
And they were able to really build up tempo, right? They
Yes.
managed to play around Chaz. You know, they came into the game and they said, well, what do we need to do? We need to make sure we get tempo against an opponent that wants to go to the late game. So how do we get there? We let Chaz do his thing, and he did an amazing job of that. We've seen some incredible drafting out from RQ as well as they've adapted to the regional meta.
Exactly. I mean, talking about Chaz Express, yeah? Talking about tempo, Chaz, all the way. Multiple bans against this player. And again, it's... You said it best, right? It's the heart of RQ that really, for me, sets them apart from competition, at least in the Philippines, because there were 2 games that they were 7K goal behind that they were still able to overcome, and we saw a glimpse of that yesterday. Oh my God.
Yeah,
this is
it's
just
crazy.
a roller coaster ride, and not good for your heart if you're an RQ fan.
Not good for your heart, but at least now we're seeing 2 Filipino teams like duke it out, right? So I want to add into your Chaz
Go
points,
ahead.
because I feel like in the draft completely changes. The bans change. It's like, instead of banning meta champions, you have to ban Chaz instead. So I think it's going to really evolve how the game is going to go.
I have to ask you guys, what are you guys feeding your junglers? How are they so good? What is in their diet that makes rice? we eat rice too.
That's true.
Adobo, let's go!
Oh my God, lechon paksi was my favorite. I bet, yeah. That's what we get.
Is that what you get? Is that the daily meal? Or is that what you guys get when you win?
What do we eat when we... Lechon, I think, is the best, like... I saw you cringe there. Do you not like lechon?
No.
I like lechon.
It's more
Do
of
you not like lechon?
Oh my God.
It's not readily available. Okay,
Oh,
that's what I
true.
would say.
Sure,
That's
okay.
So
true.
if you actually want to celebrate as a team, you go for some cube. That's it.
Okay,
trend right
samgyeopsal,
now.
okay.
That's a trend right now.
That's true, that's true.
Barbecue is the way of life.
Samgyup with your friends, that's true.
Well, a really nice look into Team RRQ. We have the opponents coming up. It is FENNEL Adversity. On your screens now, you have FENNEL Adversity, a team that narrowly lost the first seed out from the WCS Philippines region. And with a calm, cool, and collected roster, you have Calm, Doming, Arise, Danny, and Arisen to round off this team.
Ooh, okay. Right away, we are seeing a shake-up from what we saw during the grand finals, and we are seeing Arisen being the one, or being playing the support here. It's like, you know, returning the favor. Okay, so RQ basically placed Exosen as the support in place of Maze during their series against FENNEL Adversity. And now FENNEL Adversity, what they're saying is that we can do you better. We'll put Arisen on the support. But anyway, let's go back for a bit. Just got excited there. FENNEL Adversity as a team has been about progression. From Japan, the org is, right? So it's all about that training arc. Now that the training arc has already been completed, it's time for them to take what's theirs. And that's a seat in the international stage, the Icons Global. We have Calm in the top lane, Domeng, Arise, Danny, and of course now, an X Factor that will play a very big role against RQ and Arisen in the support.
I can see Riku when you said the training arc. Riku was about to like correct this, like, well, I mean, they did the training arc, but they had like 2 seasons of filler. I mean, what's happening here? What's happening here with FLA?
He's totally right. Like, he's on the right track with his training arc because, you know, all the shonen anime have their main characters start from the bottom, which is true. They started at 8th place last year, and then 2nd place, and then failing at play-ins, and now succeeding at play-ins. So it's really an upwards trajectory for this team. And you know how main characters are? Do they lose at the big tournament and then come back stronger, or is this finally the time for them to proceed to the big stage, which is Icons?
Love me some sports anime. But
that's the difference. That's the difference. You're looking at the sports anime. I'm looking at like the pure shonen. I'm looking at like hyperbolic time chamber, Dragon Ball Z. You know, I'm looking at the Naruto Jiraiya training arc. You're looking at sports.
The Dragon Ball's like Haikyuu for you.
You've gone off and like they're playing baseball and they're like swinging their bats for like 10 hours a day. I don't know.
I'm more into basketball, so Generation of Miracles. You know, 3-point shot from a mile away. Let's go.
Or a 3-point shot and it takes a whole episode because you have to do a monologue.
Yeah, 7 episodes, right?
Let's hope that doesn't happen here for FLA. Yeah. Hopefully FLA get to keep things speedy, get that tempo going against RRQ because that's one of the things that needs to happen.
They need it against Chaz Express. They need the tempo. They need to up their ante. And I believe that's where Arisen really comes in, right? Just to mix it up. Have something new for RRQ to really think about.
Yeah, I want to chime in a little bit because we talked about slow and how FENNEL Adversity has to keep up with RQ's speed. Because when we look back at the BO2s that they faced in the WCS group stages, RQ, when they won against FENNEL Adversity, it was 15-minute games. When FENNEL Adversity 2-0'd RQ, on the other hand, they had 20-minute games. So you can see the contrast and their win condition, but we saw the change from FENNEL Adversity that they can also keep up in these fast teams.
Which is nice, super nice to have.
I mean, we look at these two teams here. It's the same matchup again, some changes here and there. Let's start talking about differences. What's changed since their Grand Finals match coming into the WCS Finals? What's looking different here, Otto?
Okay, let me have this moment. Senna has been the favorite champion of Danny, but there is a glaring hole with Brave's ability to play more, you know, the supports that gets more resources. He's more of the reserve type of support. But with Arisen, you give him the resources that he needs, he will just accelerate the game into your favor. We saw his heroic efforts, game number 4, a couple of series ago, right? That was the support that had more gold than the carries. So yeah, Arisen for me is the very big X factor in this game.
For me, it's going to be the difference in confidence now, because before, when FENNEL Adversity faced off against RQ, they threw in the gauntlet for the mech check. They decided they're going to play tanks, Garen and Darius, and they're not going to fight mech check versus mech check. They're just going to play these ease of execution compositions. But what we saw back in the one-team best of 5, they were playing Akali. They were playing champions that require a lot of finesse, a lot of mechanics. So I think this is the time where they can bring it out against RQ.
And when I look at FLA here, they have played in from the play-ins, right? They've gone and played, I think, the most number of matches out of any team so far in the WCS Finals, right? They've gone multiple 5-game series. I mean, this is as much training as you can possibly get, like real live training. Going into the match, like what's better than real match experience, right?
Training arc part 2. Eh? But yes, definitely. And that's where Riku's point comes in. The confidence is now just on a different level for FENNEL Adversity. We're looking at RRQ. They're coming off a heartbreaking loss, right, against Flash Woos. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have FENNEL Adversity coming off a very impressive win against Sem9. So things could go different this time, eh, Riku?
Oh yeah, it still could go differently. We talked about the changes in confidence and how they have different weapons now, aside from just playing it slow, aside from playing tanks versus assassins. You know, I think they they have the confidence to actually try to 1v1. But I think the biggest question would be, can they match the mechanics of RRQ? Because remember, I mentioned the Team Flash versus FENNEL is going to be a mech check. If you don't check that, you're going to lose. It's going to be the same. This series is going to be very similar.
All right. A lot's been said for these two teams, RQ and FLA, so I need to start getting your thoughts on how this match is going to go. Let's start here with Riku. Predictions for this first match.
Okay, my predictions.
Do it.
Let's see, it's going to be 3-1 RQ.
You can't lose to that, Otto. You can't lose.
Yeah, well, I have to do it this way, huh?
Oh.
Again, the back part.
Let's go.
Let's go, FENNEL 3-2.
Woo!
Well, my
do it
mind is
quickly.
telling me RQ, but FENNEL have won my heart, so I'm going to go with FENNEL 3-2.
Oh, wow. Okay,
I don't
the
have the
only
shirt to
RQ.
rep them. I don't have the shirt to rep them, but I still feel that way.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'm the lone RQ supporter over here in the panel. It's fine. It's going to be a 3-1.
You know what? I think I have given my golden pour moment to RQ already, so I think it's time for me to give my vote to FLA. Give them the ticket to Icons Global. I think it's fair.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You look at our scores, our predictions, 3-2, 3-2, 3-1. We all know how close of a series this is going to be. Even if FLA are able to beat RQ, it's going to be a hard-fought battle. It's not going to be for free. They're not going to get to walk over their opponents. That's the difference here. If FLA want to win, it's going to be through that 5-game series. And if you think that RQ are going to win, RQ, well, it's an easier opponent, right? They beat them before.
Yeah.
Now it's about doing it again.
Yeah, it was a 4-1 back in the grand finals, and it looked very convincing from that series. They looked really strong. They looked really solid. It felt like FLA didn't have an answer. But I guess the difference now is that they had more time to find an answer, especially they've witnessed RRQ's match yesterday.
Where we saw a glaring weakness, at least in that series alone. We're not accustomed in seeing this, but Devil J, we have to touch on this topic.
Absolutely.
Right? Because Devil J got absolutely outperformed by Ysera.
You got gapped.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's true. That's how you say it in League of Legends terms. Right? Top gap. That's it. And then for me, Calm has been a more steady presence, at least in this tournament. He have had the experience going at it with Shy. He was able to solo kill Shy. He was able to win lanes against Shy. So against Devil J, I'm thinking that Calm is just smirking in the background. Hey, I can do that too.
And for a lane that has probably the lowest variety in champion picks, right? We see the biggest diversity in performance with Baron laners.
Yeah, so do you throw in the gauntlet? Do you want to fight fire with fire by playing an assassin versus assassin, or do you want to neutralize the lane by picking up a Garen to make sure that you're safe? So either or, does Devil J have the confidence to go assassin again after yesterday? Because so far when it comes to performance, we saw how Calm is able to, just as you mentioned, 1v1 Shy. And unfortunately, Devil J struggled against Ysera yesterday. So it's one of those things, you just play tank and then call it a day and find you're not going to kill
Rico,
me.
I don't know if Ysera's Garen is considered a tank. That he was assassin Garen. The guy's diving in there. He hits 2 spells, uses his first spell, uses his ultimate, and then boom, the carry's gone.
I mean, that champion is still too strong even after all the changes to him. And again, when we look back at the changes on the Garen, they buffed the AD aspect of this champion. If you build more damage, the more effective you will be when it comes to dishing out damage. But less tanky this time, right? So I think that's where Ysera just said that, you know what, no one's able to kill me, so let me be more effective and go for the AD Garen.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction now. I feel like Garen's going to permanently be removed in the entire series just because RQ just wants to play assassins, and because Garen is the biggest neutralizer. You dash in, you're going to get silenced, you're just going to die. So Garen out of the equation, out of Wild Rift in this series. Forget about Garen.
I've seen Sorelda's grudge Garen at this point. that will forever remain in my mind. Like in my dreams, I see Sorelda's grudge Garen running down my team. Everyone gets slowed, and then my team just loses.
At one point in League of Legends PC, I built Rylas for my Garen just for that slow. That is a very quick reminder by Professor Riku.
Yeah, Garen is in the center of everything, but this is the rock, paper, scissors that I'm looking forward to in the mid lane. How does Arise put Helios on a tight leash? Because this is Assassin's Zed representing is the scissors, and then Of course, squishies, assassins beat the squishies, which is paper. Paper beats the melee bruisers because of the, the range into a melee matchup. Of course, you get priority, so that's the rock. But rock defeats assassins just because you can't kill them because they're tanky. So, but Garen is the center of everything. Remember that, everybody.
The typhoon. If things go haywire, you're rock, paper, and scissors, and you really want to win, invent things. That works.
Jack and
Typhoon!
Typhoon!
Is that a thing? Is that like a DLC to Rock, Paper, Scissors?
Yeah, in the Philippines we do that.
The hidden character.
If we don't want to lose, we'll just do
Make something
Jack and Kamehame wave.
Anything not to lose here. And I think that's how these two teams feel. You kind of touched a little bit on what we saw in the mid lane. Oh, we actually have a couple
This is actually a throwback to game number 2 in where Chaz was able to steal the Elder objective, or Elder Dragon objective from Doming. And this is when it went from good to bad for FENNEL University. Remembering back, FENNEL University had a lead 1-0. Had they secured that, it could have been an easy 2-0 and we could have a different champion for Philippines altogether.
Here's the thing, Otto. What doesn't Chaz steal? Like, he's stealing major objectives left, right, center.
Still you go.
Like, and to ask more from the guy, like, that's kind of greedy, no? He's already stealing your Elder Drakes, your Barons. You know, he's carrying your games, he's equalizing things. How much more can you really ask from Chaz? Who else needs to step up here?
For RQ,
it has to be a Rise. It has to be a Rise to keep Helios in check. Because I feel like the Chaz and Helios duo, the mid and jungle duo, is just so... They're both very mechanically amazing on champions like Akali, Aurelia, Riven. So my biggest worry is that does a Rise fight it with fire, or how do you keep it with a tight leash?
And I think I have something prepared here. The auto win conditions for FENNEL University, no less. Okay, don't get me wrong. We still have the favorites, RRQ, to win this thing. But for FENNEL University, there are some conditions that I have written down. Number 1, go big. Calm. Okay, we saw what happened to Devil J yesterday, and I'm thinking that Calm is smacking his lips right now, saying that, you know what? Doable. Number 2, play around, domain phobia. As much as possible, prevent the 50-50, because Chaz is just so good in that smite fights. And number 3, attack on the Titan, Helios. We really think that he's the best mid laner from the Philippines. Wasn't able, well, he showed glimpses yesterday of how good he was mechanically, but really what shined the best, or who really shined the best yesterday, was Chaz, and for good reasons.
I keep hearing about Helios here. Helios, you mentioned here in your auto lose, auto win conditions. Riku mentioned earlier on this mid lane matchup. What's going on here with Helios?
He's just so good. He can outplay you. It's just one of those things where you watch him fight, and your reaction is like, and he wins, and we're gonna react like, what just happened? What did he just do?
I think that's a recurring trend when I watch these matches.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to see how this one's going to play out. Let's take a look at our first match, RRQ versus FOA. A rematch of the regional finals here with RRQ versus FLA once again in this best of 5 game series. Teams playing for elimination and the icon spot. I could not see a bigger duality. Go big or go home.
Stakes are higher. Greatness by choice here, Riku. FENNEL University goes for the blue side. Now RQ goes for the red side. Right away, respect the chance.
Just as we mentioned earlier, right? The drafts are going to be very different. The bans are going to be very, very different. It's going to depend on what RQ can play and can play beautifully. I am guessing Riven is going to be a huge ban as well on the side of FLA.
I mean, we start this one off talking about the Aurelia ban, right? Yep. We were surprised to see, maybe not so surprised, we had some idea that Aurelia jungle was going to be a thing. But I think RQ show how well Chaz is able to execute with it.
Exactly, I mean, mechanics. Just his usage of the equilibrium strike that Oma was suggesting that it's so hard to pull off. He's doing it with ease, my friend, and also the Vanguard's edge. Oh, Riven!
Yeah,
wow,
right, just removing Chaz out of the equation with his champions. But remember, he's the best jungler in the Philippines. He has a very deep pool. He can play Graves jungle, he can play Jace, he can play anything.
But Riku, here with them banning away Chaz's champions, they open up the rest of the pool for RRQ, like for Helios.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We'll have to see if RRQ bans the Garen, because I feel like that's incredibly important in this matchup. Unless, you know, they're brave, they're like, hey, that's fine, play the Garen, we're gonna out-mech you anyways later. And I have a feeling, you know, set is open as well. That's going to be incredibly important for the side of FLA.
A staple ban for RRQ side is the Karma. It's been removed from a lot of play. They don't want to deal with this.
Definitely not. I mean, Karma just unlocks all junglers that we saw from yesterday. And one jungler that really has shown very big relevance yesterday was the Kha'Zix, right?
Yeah.
Olaf, not so much, right? There were games that he was left out. If Olaf will be left open here for FLA, I'm thinking that it's time for them to pick it right away.
Okay, so if Olaf is open, that means they can pick Yuumi Olaf, which has been the easiest thing to execute because the cat just tags along, you press Ragnarok, and then you have the final chapter lock everyone down.
Do they? Do they?
First pick Yuumi?
Go for it. Go for
Yuumi?
it. Because if you go for the Yuumi here, you could still have an option to go for the Rengar, but that eliminates your flexibility in the draft, in where you want to be. Oh, okay. Never mind. They go for the Olaf.
I mean, it's the other half of Yuumi Olaf, right? You don't go for the Yuumi first, but you get the Olaf. This is surprising a little bit because Senna has been such high priority for some other teams. Olaf first pick for FOA.
They can still go for the Lulu route, the very classic Enchanter route, or pair the Olaf with the Shen. It's so easy to lock down targets with Stand United after the Olaf rushing forward, and then you just taunt them after.
Surprisingly, Lulu has really dipped in terms of relevance, and I think her win rate is kind of low right now, and this actually makes more sense for me. They know that Arisen is the one playing, so take away that Senna plus, you know, a hungry support to really make plays. That's like a very good answer from RRQ.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, what will your response be? Because remember, RRQ, especially Exosen, is super good in these engaged champions. Gragas is half engaged, half disengaged. So with a disengage, this means 1-3-1.
Definitely, but for me, for FLA, you gotta pick Yuumi here.
I don't think RRQ is gonna pick Yuumi. I feel like
you already have the Senna Gragas, unless they are willing to pick Yuumi for solo.
We've seen Rakan as a potential response for FLA side. You know, when you have the Olaf, the Rakan gives you some engage, gives you some
there it is.
shielding and healing.
This is obvious. Garen, you pair it with Yuumi, yeah?
Yeah, you can pair it with Yuumi, you can flex it either mid or top. You can see what matchup is going to be. Either way, we saw the rock, paper, scissors. Garen is in the middle. It doesn't matter.
How many cats do you have?
Meow? 15?
15, yes.
You have 15? That's a big jump.
Just a random trivia out of the way. Oh, going for the Ziggs.
Wow, an interesting choice, giving them some wave clear, giving them that late game scaling option, but it's surprising FLA prioritized Ziggs over Yuumi here.
Definitely surprising, because if I was RRQ, I would just ban straight out.
We'll have to see, because I feel like RRQ is so confident and sees this coming, so might as well. The reason why Yumi's weakness is you can easily bait the final chapter. If you kill one, you get two, you get the cat as well.
It's interesting that both teams here, FLA and RRQ, are not going for the junglers early. That being said, there we go, the Kha'Zix. If FLA having the Olaf first pick, it gives them, we need to see a response from RRQ, otherwise the bans come through and that removes too much of their pool.
And yesterday we saw Kha'Zix got banned, got respected by Flash World. So we will see if that will be the biggest impactful pick here for RRQ, because for me, I'm still liking the draft of FLA.
And as you mentioned here, the Yuumi banned by RRQ, don't want to give that over to FENNEL Adversity.
Yeah, it's just too risky, right? Because it's so easy to execute. Now, what are your choices? Lulu hasn't been exactly popular. Is this a time where Danny... Actually, this is going to be a Ziggs bottom lane now, so that means wave clear. That means Arisen can roam with the space that he can get from the Ziggs.
And we've seen FENNEL Adversity default back to a Danny hyper carry composition when the pressure is on them, when their backs against the wall.
Exactly. And for me, this could be a very early showing of Akshan for FLA, because the last time that they won with Akshan, it was paired with Danny Ziggs. You have an AD, you have an AP, perfect. So we will see if this will be a Yuumi. Sorry, not Yuumi, but something for RRQ.
I wonder if it's going to be the Zed, right? We talked about double assassins. Helios is so proficient in that, and you mentioned the Akshan, but how can FLA know? Because RRQ is going to save the last pick on red side for him.
I mean, if you pick Zed here, you basically put arise on the Garen duty, yeah?
Yeah, you can either... Yeah, I love this from RRQ because FLA, they've used the Darius Garen in game number 1 and won that. Because, you know why? RRQ is going to go for a full melee composition, so they want to take that away. Imagine Darius and Garen in one team, just spin to win, all melee champions. That's so much value.
And it's not just that. Whenever I see Senna, they always go for the Darius, right? It seems to me that that's, you know, that's now the trifecta. Senna plus Darius plus, you know, whatever pairs with Senna. You have the Cinch, you have the Galio, you have the Gragas. We have Jace being picked up here. Oh,
okay.
Wait.
Jace can still be picked up at top side by Com. They can flex top Garen or Jace top. So we'll have to see what the response is.
I'm really surprised. This got through? Jace?
It slipped all the way to the bottom. Yeah,
Garen
like nobody
is more
touched
important.
it.
Olaf is more important. Wave clear is more important. So I guess I see it.
Okay, so they're defaulting back to the Braum and Ziggs. Basically, you know, if you have a Ziggs, you have to have a peeler, a tankier member as his side aid. But my question is, Braum's effectiveness yesterday when RQ played it wasn't really as effective.
Because, wait a minute! It's a vein! Wait, it's top vein. It's top vein. Wait, no. It's
this
mid
is going
vein.
to be Helios.
No, they have to know which matchup this is. Because either way, the Garen's not going to have a fun time. The Garen's going to meet the vein either top or mid. It doesn't matter. Anybody can play it.
So this is the question I want to raise to you guys. RRQ have a composition where FLA, if they try and run them down with the Olaf, can't really run away from. Is the Vayne that response? Kill the Olaf before he manages to do damage to your team.
I'm just more scared about Garen being picked on by the Vayne. It's very well documented that if you pick Vayne into a Garen, Garen almost does nothing because basically you can still kite him out, and by the time that you go very low, you can still pop the barrier or maybe even just go for a quick condemn.
Yeah, you have innate shred as well into the tank, so that's a lot of value as well with the silver bolts on the side of Vayne. So you have a tank shredder already, you've got scaling, a lot of scaling, you got disengage.
Yep.
Oh my gosh!
This is reminiscent of G2 Caps when he said, you know what, let me play Vayne. So Helios is that player.
Trust me, guys, let me play Vayne, right?
Yeah.
And we're looking at a composition and a draft, same but different. Something similar to what we've seen in their matches before. Two teams that know each other so well, but now coming in with a slight twist, a variant, especially with those role swaps.
Wow, so interesting.
Mech check.
I mean, it's a mech check through and through. Let's see how this one plays out. Game number 1. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Husky and Omo.
Buhay pa ang pangarap mga kaibigan at eto na nga tayo ngayon para sa ating laban mga kaibigan, PH versus PH. We are at the lower bracket FLA versus RRQ. I am Gigi Sphere, syempre kasama ko si kaibigang Deday para ipahatid sa inyo etong mainit na laban na ito.
Mainit-init talaga, GG Sphere. #palagpagan FENNEL versus RRQ. A rematch sa ating WCS PH Grand Finals ulit. Now, the panel already have shown us a quick background no, kung ano nangyari between these two teams. FENNEL Adversity right now, meron silang momentum. They are from behind, of course. Pumunta pa sila, of course, they are the second best dito sa WCS sub-region natin, of course, here in the Philippines. Tapos, they have gone through the gauntlet doon sa play-ins, and now they have taken, of course, one of the strongest teams doon. That is one team, and here we are, GG Sphere. Their rivals sa ating sub-region here in the Philippines, RRQ ulit in a best of 5. Again, Icons qualifiers is at stake. So wala munang kaibigan dito, GG Sphere, balagbagan talaga.
Kumbaga wala munang kwento-kwentuhan dito, no? Seryoso lang tayo dito mga kaibigan. This time, kung kahapon kalaban natin ng Team Flash, this time, this is going to be PH versus PH as we mentioned nga. At medyo malaki ang at stake dito. Again, the Icons, mga kaibigan na slot. At the same time, kung sino din dito talaga yung, alam mo yun, redemption arc in a way. Because RRQ again was able to defeat FLA during the Grand Finals ng ating WCS Philippines. This time mga kaibigan, looking at the lineup, of course, we're gonna be seeing Helios in the top lane gamit ang kanyang Vayne.
Wow, great switch of lanes nga. This is very interesting opening game pa. Speaking of which,
okay, interesting indeed. Tinamaan mga kaibigan ng last embrace na yakap ng bagya. Itong si Arises was forced to use that flash and exhaust. Unfortunately, he will still fall down. That's gonna be the first blood sa kamay ng RRQ.
Great momentum, great early start for the side of RRQ, and great punishment indeed doon sa bot side natin. You cannot really underestimate the Senna Gragas combo.
Always,
and
always.
that burst damage is just insane. Pero of course, merong Brom dito si Aryzen right now. I'm really looking forward for Aryzen as a support to have those big impact na mga champion, no? But this time around, very defensive here on the bot side. I think they are going to go rely the damage potential dito kay Aryze on the chase. And remember, sa drops natin, GG Sphere, they have prior banned Irelia ni Chaz. And quick, facts, no? Chaz of, Irelia's Chaz rather, is perfect pa yung win rate niya since WCS PH.
Yes, and with that 2 wins that they were able to get with that area, napakalaki talagang momentum ang nakuha doon ng RRQ. Imagine, after 1 win na nakuha ng FLA, after that 4 straight wins or 5 na nakuha kagad dito ng RRQ, in which they were able to win that one sa ating Grand Finals. Pero itong laban na ito, this is best of 5. This is not best of 7. So medyo konti lang yung room natin para magkaroon kagad ng mabilisang adjustment. Alam mo, ito yung pinaka-interesting dito, Delta, no? Having a Vayne in actually going for the top lane against a Garen. Remember, Silver Bolts natin, that is an HP percentage based na damage in which mas malaki yung damage siya pag mas malaki yung HP mo.
Now that you mentioned it, GG Sphere, it is actually a lane advantage dito kay Helios sa kanyang Vayne. So I really thought it is gonna be Aryze and Helios going to be a matchup in the middle lane, but this is also a big brain move coming in from the side of RRQ with that lane swap. Now here, under 10 seconds, ito na yung hashtag balabagan will really be felt because our objectives are going to spawn right now.
Yes, objectives indeed will be there at mukhang minamatahan kagad ang RQ ang referral natin dito because alam naman natin lahat ng FLA, lagi yung nag-referral first bago yung Dragon, pero this time there's going to be a switch in terms of getting to objective. Magkakaroon sila ng swap dito, kumbaga switch and music. Yun nangyayari sa atin sa ating pagkuha ng objective kagad, baka masiscore nila yung kanina ng mga objective at pupunta kagad sa ating mga bot lanes, yung ating mga mid laners.
Alright, kanya-kanyang music indeed, going for their own rhythm muna dito with FENNEL Adversity, going for that Infernal Dragon. Oh!
Nagkahulihan, muntik nang makaisa. Alam mo naman talaga yung mga hatak ng mga Darius natin, talagang on point ever since kahapon, no? Maraming beses natin nakita yan.
Exactly, and speaking of kahapon, Devil J, medyo yung performance, is really not that much as we expected. No, he was really underperformed against the side of Ysera dito. But this is his chance for this redemption nga, yung sinabi mo kanina, GG Sphere, because Devil J right now here at Darius, big play to a big role rather to play here in the series. Maraming melee champions dito yung FENNEL Adversity, and he must be the frontline dito.
Naku po, nag-aabang sila dito sa bot lane. Delikado ang buhay ni Kalma. Dalawa yan. Ay, sinunod siya pag nagkataon para mahuli siya dito. Pero mga kaibigan, tumalo na ang ating ipis sa loob. There's going to be the redemption na ginamit dito mga kaibigan ni Kalma na bot lane. Pero sinusubukan niya magkaroon ng magandang trade pa. Nag-proc tayo kanyang passive dito. At dinaktak na mga kaibigan. Ang slam dunk na normally nagtatagal ng 5 episode. Papasok na kagad ni Devil J dito. And here comes the referral. Secure the first tier kagad in the bot lane in the hands of Chaz. Napaka-solid.
Napaka-solid, great punishment. RRQ prioritizing the bot side talaga. That is 2 kills in a row coming in from the side of RRQ. Nasa bot lane natin. So this is going to be a map control shifting into the favor for the side of RRQ. FLA naman dito sa kabila. Of course, Luden's Echo is now in the inventory of Danny. Now, Danny has the maximum damage, magic damage potential. He is also having this role to fill in when it comes to major team fights. But now they're taking it slowly but surely. Aryzen right now on the Brom also have a great disengage or initiate the team fights with that Glacial Fissure. But this time around, RRQ is dictating the tempo. Nahirapan sila on how to go for this Brom.
Tsaka at the same time, maganda yung ginagawa ng RRQ dito. Looking at what they're doing right now, they really want to give Helios a free chance to go for the free farm in the top lane, in which habang sila naman, the rest of the gang, the rest of the members of RRQ is actually just doing the pressure, giving the kills here and there. Pero papasok na naman sila mga kaibigan sa top lane natin dito. Hinahabol nila ngayon si Aryzen, kasama niya si kaibigang Danny and si Tomeg, but they're not gonna go in. They have the information, they have the wards. Nakita sila dito ng Splash Bloom and they won't go in muna for now. But Chaz, waiting sa Gendy sa ating pader dito. There's going to be the Curse of Black Beast para magkaroon sila ng konting invisibility sa kanilang mga champion. But still, that's 3 champion to top lane now waiting patiently, trying to go for the first push finally for their team kung sakali man. But the wave clear is more than enough. Upgraded na yung kanyang void spike dito. So medyo maganda na yung AoE itong si Chaz. And for now, they were able to successfully defend top lane.
Which is great. RRQ is doing it pretty good right now. Alam nila, of course, FENNEL adversity, kailangan nila bumawi when it comes to turret objectives, but RRQ is not giving it away. Great defense, great rotations for the side of RRQ this time around. But FENNEL adversity, alam naman natin, when it comes to scaling potential, you have to look out for Danny. Arise is also going to be the champion as well, the player to be looking out for. Pero Helios, silently, of course, nakita na natin, here on this vein, is growing so much. Now the Blade of the Ruined King is in his inventory. Masakit yan, Besh, especially during the later stages of the game.
Totoo yan, RP. Alam mo naman pag nabuunan niya yan, sigurado magbibigay siya ng mas mahirap pang pressure for sure. But looking at this first item, no, recursive bow, probably I think he will probably go for a wit's end, no, afterwards to try to disregard the damage of Danny dito, and no, for sure he wants to go just want to show the respect overall para kay Danny, na alam niya na pwede siyang mabigyan ng matinding pressure dito at hindi siya magkaroon ng magandang pagkakataon na makapag-free hit. Now FLA this time sa ating second referral, they will be able to get this one. Kahit hindi nila makuha yung ating first referral, no problem, kasi sa pangalawang mga objectives natin, nagkapalitan na naman sila ng kanilang mga main objectives.
Yeah, gusto nila i-punish talaga yung top side dito. Now they do have the referral. They do have the advantage right now to go for the lane pressure. Pero yung RRQ dito sa mid, they are going to switch.
Oh my gulay, Danny super low na. Tinalon ni Chaz, and that's going to be a secured kill for them. Once again, getting them the 4K gold lead sa laban natin. 8 minutes pa lang, going slowly towards 9 minutes. And the referral is still there in the hands of Domeng.
Yeah, they're not forcing T-fight. Low life naman yun turret sa top side natin. But again, the Glacial Fissure!
Ito na yata ang pagbawi ng FIL, mga kaibigan. Ginamit ang Glacial Fissure doon, pero exhausted. Napakakunat na sobrang tigas ng taba itong si Gragas.
Sobrang tigas ng taba. Plus, with a gargoyle, stone plate pa nga, enchant na kanya. So, gonna absorb the damage. Roa as well, additional health para sa kanyang Gragas. So, alam na natin, of course, when it comes to this composition as well, Gragas Exosen has the body slam. Just in case nakita natin Arisen dito going to initiate the T5 with a Glacial Fissure, it's gonna be easy for them to go for the disengage, go for the counter punch. Pero, something's brewing.
Exosen na, wala siyang complete dito pag nagkataon. Delikado ang kanyang buhay, pero napakakunat ang ating Gragas dito with a Rod of Ages na meron siya together with the Wingman. Moonblade, pero summon ng ating referral na nabigay dito, 2,700 ating HP 70 pero mukhang makukuha po nila ito if they can actually, with 5 members being there, pero alam yan ng RRQ, so they have to defend this one. They get for the bomb, the initial damage will be there. Ang sakit kagad, RRQ super low yung kanyang HP, pero pa siyang Donic Shadow, ginamit niya yung heal niya kanina, but referral, at makukuha pa rin nila ang first tier sa mid lane with the satchel charge coming from Danny.
Grabe talaga yung Ziggs, no? When it comes to lane pressure, wave clear, at saka turret objective takedowns. Now they have taken away yung turret sa mid against RRQ. Open na yung jungle area ng side ng RRQ dito. But FENNEL adversity right now. Humus Ghostblade coming in from the side of Arise. He needs that movement speed to roam around the map, which is FENNEL adversity doing right now.
Doing it indeed, mga kaibigan. Ito na ang kamandag ng Vayne. Pero si Helios, delikado ang kanyang buhay dito kasi ito na yung mga tropa. Itong si Calm, kalmado lang daw. Tumulo na si Chaz. Wala ka takot-takot na parang hindi all of you kanyang kalaban dito. And now goes to be the Donic Shadow. But that will just give the damage. Buhay pa rin si Domeng. Buhay din si Helios. Walang casualty sa magkabilang panic.
Woo! Sliver of health for Domeng. Buti na lang buhay pa siya, pero may confirm na sa gitna.
Hindi po rin tapos ang laban nila dito, just going for the Black Mist together with the last embrace, at ang huling yakap na yun, wala mo ng trade pa rin kahit medyo mainit sila sa laban na to.
Okay, now na nakita natin GG Sphere, no, na FENNEL adversity is doing these rotations right now, doing this pick of plays. Itong kailangan nila, of course, this is the time na kailangan nila to go for the skills as well, controlling the map across the Wild Rift, but maganda yung rotations, map awareness as well for the side of RRQ. And nakita naman natin, of course, Helios. Siya yung target doon sa bot side. But having this last pick Vayne, alam nila nga heavy engagers to. Yung composition ng FENNEL adversity, dash away lang to. Helios has the advantage when it comes to mobility.
Yes sir, at saka habang tumatagal, lalong sumasarap itong si Helios. Tignan mo naman yung damage niya. Let's end this up. Slowly going towards Solari Charge Blade, looking at his items right now. At remember, late game-wise, it's always going in favor of Vayne. unless magkaroon ng mispositioning or parang alam mo yun, magkaroon ng hindi magandang position itong si kaibigang Helios sa mangyayaring team fight natin. But overall, again, that's a vein, that's the real threat na kailangan nilang kaharapin dito.
That's the point there. Position. Pwede ba nila ma-pick off dito si Helios sa likod with proper positioning? Or alam naman natin on how mechanically skilled si Helios. So mispositioning is really one of the grave danger of the side of RRQ. Pero ito na nga, the Dragon has been spawned and FENNEL Adversity is doing it.
Isit pansit mga kaibigan, ito ang team fight na bago yata ng dikta ng laban na ito. Could be the end of FLA throughout the entire game, or RRQ this time will get again maintain the composure that they have. Pre-hit si Ace again. Ginamit ang Glacial Fissure pero nayakap sila. The last embrace will be there. Look at the explosive gas! On point mga kaibigan, pero Helios tahimik lang sa Gedli. Hindi sa nila pinapasok sa loob. That's going to be a secured kill para sa kanya. Cal will fall down at wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa. This is the exciting part na hinihintay natin mga kaibigan. And they were able to get the Dragon. Now, they can transition into a Baron because 2 members of FLA is down.
Grabe, Exosen with that explosive cast. Wasak agad yung formation ng side ng FENNEL Adversity. And at that moment in time, flash in doon agad si Helios. And transition for the early Baron.
Tatlo to mga kaibigan. They can still try to, they can actually attempt to steal this one. They still have the smite itong si Domen. Pero flashing in, walong na loob. Hininto nila. They stopped getting the Baron because they know Domen can actually steal it.
Oh my.
Nakita mo si Chas, hindi siya gumalaw.
Okay. Mission impossible na nga yun for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Doming against the world, against the whole RRQ team. And eto na nga, the early Baron already being secured dito. GG Spear on the side of RRQ. Malaking bagay ito. Again, the map control, wala pang kills yung side of FENNEL Adversity. And grabe na yung progression dito ng side of RRQ. And pwede na nila actually mag-iba yung outer turrets dito ng side of FENNEL Adversity.
Yes, indeed. And with that Baron buff, they can pretty much secure this win for sure. Konti na lang ang taste na kailangan nilang tank hit. Ito yung replay kanina.
Oo nga, napakagandang explosive cast yun. And look at Helios. Helios there. Flash it! Bam! Okay. Cleaning party. Oo nga eh. Grabe yung hold, grabe yung chase, grabe yung team fight na yun coming in from the side of RRQ. And ito na nga, speaking of team fight, support na.
Again, they still have the Baron buff ha. Medyo speak ko siya ginagawa nila dito. Merong isa sa mid, merong isa sa top lane, merong tatlo naman sa ating bot lane. This is going to be very interesting how RQ are gonna be able to utilize yung Baron buff that they have right now. 2,800 yung HP ng ating second, third turret here in the bot lane. Habang nagbibigay lang ng ating Baron buff no, to empower yung ating mga minions sa ating mid lane. Make it for the buff. They use the bot lane pero napakakunat niya. Again, they are empowered ng ating Baron buff dito. They still have the third turret here in the bot lane pero yun nga lang, yung mid lane ako na mapabayaan together with the top lane.
Oh my goodness, now the siege continues. Parang they are going to force into this inhibitor turret, GG Spear.
Pwede ito. Pwede nila actually kunin ito right now. This is a pretty good job for RRQ to go for the split push. Hindi lang basta-basta split push. Kasi tatlong lane yung pinoproblema ngayon ng FLA. There's going to be Glacial Fissure para mas-slow itong si Helios. But I don't think they will go in muna for now. The top lane has been destroyed. Walang dumipensa, walang mga depensa. At ang sobrang utilized na Baron buff ay ginamit ngayon ng RRQ. Now slowly pushing towards bot lane as well. Two inhibitor turret is down already. Mid lane and top lane. Wanted nilang HP natin sa ating bot lane. But they will not going muna for now kasi nag-expire na yung kanilang Baron buff.
Grabe na. Napakabilis naman yung game 1 natin. And remember, WCS PH Grand Finals, it was actually FENNEL Adversity. Yung one-sided game na yun, going forward in their favor. But right now, RRQ is showing the same vibe. Dito sa WCS Finals, FENNEL Adversity being pushed against the wall. Pwede ba sila magka-comeback? Again, misposition is the key. Pero Exosen nandito sa brush, just providing information. Explosive cast has been thrown.
Disposition lang sila dito, no? Nagkalat ng bahagya ang FLA doon. But again, this just shows kung gaano ka-effective, gaano kalakas si Vayne overall, individually as a champion. She doesn't need any support, Lulu man yan or Yumi man yan, hindi niya kailangan. Kaya niya talaga maging malakas dito by herself alone. Kaya talaga with look at the items right now. 102 yung kanyang score, 14,000 yung kanyang goal dito. And she's pretty much prepared for everything na sino man sumubok na pumasok sa laban natin. Even Itzagarin, hindi niya po problemahin yan. Kahit si Brom pa yan, Enter Pegasbon, they're not positioning themselves. Tumama yung last place niya. And there's going to be Devil J going in. Pero ito na naman mga kaibigan, exhausted. Itong si Helios, pero hindi siya napagod sa nangyaring iyon. They're getting the blue buff, or red buff rather. Also, slowly moving towards the Dragon. They still have the ultimate up. Pero ginamit na ni Helios yung kanyang final hour. Remember, wala siyang ultimate dito. Wala siyang invisible. But again, that's a Chazix slowly getting the Dragon for himself. Habang si Helios naman, pa-chepe-chepe lang sa Deadly. Napakasakit ang damage, Kuya Eddie. They're now going in. Hinito nila ipagkuha ng Dragon dito. Making some transition. After getting the Dragon, they're not gonna get it for now. But Arising will fall down. Ang next target nila, wala ba ako si Danny? Nahuli mga kaibigan. We're still seeing right now, nagnamit siya kaya Stacy Sechan. Pero niyakap, pinalahol mga kaibigan. And now, Calm is gonna be there to try to tank the damage. Brick wall. Kumbaga yung kanyang ginagawa dito. Pero hindi niya kakayanin kasi nga, 5 pa ang miyembro ng RRQ. The minions are slowly pushing in. Here comes Helios. Ginamit niya yung kanyang final hour. Nag-cooldown na yan. Arise ang hinahabol. Look at the damage. Napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. And the Nexus will fall down sa kamay ng RRQ. Getting them the first win sa ating Series 1.
First win and a flawless win indeed. 0 kills for the side of FENNEL University, but RRQ looking spicy. Nasa kanila, of course, ang unang dugo sa ating series dito sa lower bracket, and this is a big momentum build up para sa kanila. RRQ now delivers, and they know na gusto nila, of course, mag-qualify sa Icon. Sabi na nga natin, walang kaibigan dito, GG Sphere, and this is now RRQ showing their dominance against FENNEL University.
And this is again the momentum advantage that RRQ will be getting from getting this first game, first win of the day. It's really important, you know, kasi alam mo naman, malaking moral boost para sa kanila after losing yesterday's match against Team Flash. Remember that it's almost a win para sa kanila. Yung road to global nila, road to icons nila ay naudlot. Pero this time, they were able to get this first win against FLA, and nakikita natin kung gaano talaga ka-solid at kung gaano kaganda yung RRQ sa ating Game 1.
Grabe, the last pick, Vayne was just wow for the side of RRQ. Na-counter talaga lahat, of course, yung composition doon ng side of FENNEL University. Pero of course, I'm really looking forward for the next composition ng FENNEL University. But, syempre, tingnan natin kung ano yung masasabi ng ating panelists for this match.
Actually, nakikita ka natin na pwedeng makita natin talaga na maganda yung naging ating game 1 dito. But yeah, I feel for sure that our panelists can pretty much say a lot of things about what happened sa ating game 1. Especially, paparating na yung ating game to mamaya pag nag-proceed tayo towards yung ating drafting ng ating second game, no? But yeah, let's just go proceed sa ating mga panel.
Showing of what a game number 1 should look like against their opponents, FENNEL Adversity, but the series isn't over yet. It's just the first game in a best-of-5 series, and we're looking forward to see
Wait, Grandin.
What's going on, Riku?
Before we go to
What's
talking
going
about
on,
game
Riku?
1, I want to play a game first.
Okay.
While we have time.
Okay, what do you want to
guys,
do?
I'm gonna call it the rapid fire round. I'm gonna ask Autolus questions, and then you have to immediately answer them. No thinking aloud. You're supposed to be like Omo, okay? Okay.
Wait.
Are you ready?
Let me do almost eyebrows for a sec.
All right. Remember, no thinking aloud. I'm gonna give you 5 questions.
So I can answer
anything. The first answer that comes in
first
your head.
thing comes in my...
Yeah. Okay. There. Nice. You're wearing the Omo face. Good. Off to a good start. Question number 1. Who is the best champion in Wild Rift?
Ash.
Favorite breakfast?
Eggs.
What do you think about Timo?
Oh, good.
Give Grandin a nickname.
Kuya.
Who is the best team in the WCS FINALs?
Oh my God, don't do
No
this.
thinking, no thinking. No thinking. Say it.
FLA.
There you go. Good job. You thought at the 5th question, but
You
it's
just
okay.
did him dirty there, Riku. Don't leave that auto dirty. Oh my.
I could see the emotional damage.
Oh.
Slow-mo on auto.
Omo face.
It's so annoying.
Okay, I'm happy now, Grandin. We
Grandin.
got to play the game.
What do you think?
I can't.
I'm dead. I'm so
can't.
dead. I'm so dead.
Just a bro saying. It works.
Good job. Good job on the first rapid fire round. So.
It was hard.
And what a start to the day here with RRQ taking that first win against your best team in the WCS.
It pains.
The pain. And pause.
But
FLA.
there's still so much to unpack here, guys. Let's start with the first thing that happened, the draft in this game, Riku.
Yeah, I want to talk about the draft, right? Because the Vayne in the mid lane for Helios was a big curveball. And I see the reason why RRQ was so confident to draft this comp because, number one, they have the best disengaged champion. And number two, where's the engage for FLA? Nothing can reach them. Yes, there is an Olaf, but it's going to run at you, and you can just kite.
Am I seeing this correctly?
Which one?
A 0-0-0 for Arise. Not even able to make an assist.
Well, they didn't get a kill.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And even a death,
Yeah,
right? Even
no engage, no kill.
Okay. Let me just rant for a second here. FLA! If you are planning to play the Braum, might as well just go with Wraith. Alright, that's his second best champion. Horizon is just known to be the aggressor, not really the passive. Take care of Danny Tapakai, right? So, please. If my number 5 answer to your questions, or to the rapid fire questions that you threw at me, needs to be, true. In order for it to be true, FLE needs to draft better and play better, please!
I think they got gated by the comp that they had, right? And we talked about prior on, do they fight fire with fire by playing mech check champions like Akali and stuff like that? But in the end, they still played the Garen because they saw what's coming. But at the same time, you're very limited as a Garen. You can't exactly engage for the team. You cannot die, but at the same time, you cannot do so much.
I mean, a lot of that starts with that first pick, right? The fact that they prioritized the Olaf over the Senna. They wanted to go for a strong jungle to begin with because they knew what happened if you gave Ches that strong option.
Exactly. The auto-lose, auto-win condition number 2, play around domain phobia. I don't think Braum plays around the Olaf, right? Might as well just go for the Lulu. Well, you could make a case that the Ziggs was there, and in order for you to really have a good time as a Ziggs player in the Dragon Lane, you have to have a tank to really stand beside you. However, he was surrendering a lane kills.
Yeah, it was very sad because a Ziggs and a Braum is not supposed to interact with the lane, and yet it felt like they were trying to kill the opposition when, on paper, that's not really what you're supposed to do.
We have on your screens here the player of the game, Helios, in the mid lane with the Vayne. An interesting choice, an interesting move out from RRQ by pays off dividends here for this team.
I was waiting for this to happen. In the Philippines, I've been ranting a whole lot about the Garen that, hey, you know what? I think it's time for you to just pick the Vayne and do damage to the Garen laning-wise or during the laning phase, especially after the nerfs on the Garen when it comes to his tankiness. Finally, RQ brings it out against FLA, no less. I don't know what will happen from here on out, but that's a very good read on the meta. If you are going to pick Garen, we're going to pick some pew-pew.
Yeah, some pew-pew and choo-choos and whatever. I'm making random noises now. But that's the thing, right? Red side for RQ is going to be incredibly important to see, okay, maybe I can play something from my pockets, Helios says. And that's I feel like because this is the do or die scenario of getting into icons, this is the time RQ, if their backs are against the wall, then they can pick something that we haven't seen before.
This was an unfortunate moment if you are Arisen, right? You get subbed in as a support and you get so lane killed by a duo that shouldn't be doing that as just that, right? But yeah, not all is lost for FLA. We know that it's just game number 1 of a 5-game series. I know that they will draft better, so yeah. We'll see.
I mean, things have to change here for FLA. They went into this game, weren't able to pick up a kill. RQ did a great job about that. That being said, though, this kind of reminds me of their Grand Finals match. The game went to a late point before we started to see kills happen. First blood happened late into the game, like 10 minutes, you said, Riku?
Yeah, it's a very slow game when every single time FLA and RQ, it's like FLA just wants to avoid fights because they want to reach their scaling, they know their win conditions, and they stick to it. But I feel like it's like they're diversing from that path because we saw how the Ziggs is supposed to scale, and yet they're trying to attack and create an impact in the early game and the laning phase.
Old
game
habits
number-
die hard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Old habits die hard.
hard.
They want to play for it, but I mean, it's like ingrained in them.
Yeah.
I kind of tilted that because of what happened. But if there's anything positive that I can bring out, FLA often loses the games number ones in this tournament,
true.
so it's not an unfamiliar territory for them. It's more of a wishful thinking because I'm still an FLA fan by heart. But regardless of who wins here, Philippines region has
Although,
it.
what does copium taste like? Or what does copium smell like?
Bitter.
Huffing the cope.
We don't know full face.
There.
Hey, Brandon. How's your day? I'm sorry. I'm overdoing it. I'm waiting for him to get back at me and do something crazy about me too.
I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen. I want to see FLA fight back as well.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
this is a really good point for them to start turning things around. I think the first thing that happened was because they were on the blue side. You
Yeah.
know, they needed to try and push for a composition. The Olaf was that idea for them. But maybe now, if they get to have side selection, things get to change for them.
Hopefully, because again, game number one, they got completely baited by the Olaf pick
Yeah.
and didn't really plan to play around it. I hoped for them to just go straight on. Lulu, Vayne, that was still, a very big champion pick for the Philippines region. And yes, Riku?
And revive Year Zero. Buriram United Esports revived the Year Zero Wild Rift composition where you put the wave clear in the mid lane and then put the carry, hyperscaling carries at the bottom portion of the map. I feel like FLA can do that. They've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, you always have the Danny hyper carry option, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the reason why we've seen Arisen come in here, play for that aggressive option. The Braum wasn't quite that. And so we hope to see some adaptation there. I think something done really well here by RRQ was also acknowledging the fact that, Arisen could pivot to that angle. They banned away the Rakan, didn't give him one of his best engage options. The Galio was also gone. I think he was feeling the pinch on his pull. Didn't necessarily want to play into a bad matchup, especially, right?
Yeah, exactly. And same problems for Exocen and Arisen here right now. They're not the natural supports that we are accustomed in seeing. So if you actually target down their their champions, the early stages of the game, things will just go haywire for them. And we saw what RQ did. They prioritized immediately the support for Exocet. RP1 was a Senna, RP2 was a Gragas. On the other side, we saw Arisen's pick being picked last. And that's a contrast, at least for this game for me.
Yeah, I feel like it's super important to pick the heavy engage because if you don't pick up heavy engage early in the draft, you're going to end up with Braum.
That's bystander syndrome.
I'm sorry,
that's
Mr. Brom.
That's the bystander syndrome where it's like, so on a highway, right? You see a car by the side of the road pulled over.
Yeah.
Because everyone thinks like someone else is gonna do it.
Yeah.
I don't have to do it. Which is why the odds of someone stopping when you're on like a deserted road are way higher than if you're on a highway. Because on the highway, everyone else thinks someone else is going to do it. That's what's happening here.
Oh my
Everyone thinks,
gosh.
okay, they're going to play engaged. They're going to start the fight. I don't have to be the one to do it.
Yeah.
But someone needs to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I think that's the effect that's happening
4D
right now.
chess.
And it ended up no one's doing it. Yeah,
Oh,
just
you're
as
a
you
chess
said.
master.
I play some chess recreationally. I wish I was were a chess master. You know when every time almost says like, oh, I'm Greta, I went to read a chess book. Half the time he's not actually wrong. Like unironically, he's actually true. Like I am trying to finish a couple books right now, but it is what it is.
Brandon and chess, name a better pair.
A lot to be seen here for our second game between FLA and RRQ. I'm looking forward to see how things go. Very quickly here, I want to hear your thoughts. What the FLA need to do to change things?
Okay, just go ham with their identity. I believe that this is the time. They don't have to wait for the do or die game for them to bring out Danny on hyper carry. If they want to play the Ziggs, I'm okay with your point on that one. Just put him on the mid lane.
And Riku, what do RRQ have to keep doing to make sure they win this second game?
Yeah, pick engage. I think that's going to be very important if they want to move proactively.
All right, here we have it. Draft for game number 2. RQ now on the blue side. So FLA, they get to have the next 2 picks. Let's see how this changes the dynamic of this matchup.
Okay, Karma being banned away here by RQ. This is surprising because you often see a Karma being banned by the red side because you don't want to give it as a first pick to the blue team. But looks like that RQ is not comfortable in picking Karma for Helios, I would say.
It makes sense, right? Because it's a waste if you put it on Helios.
Yeah.
It's a waste if you put it on Exocen. He needs to be tanky and he needs to engage for the team.
Jax being banned as a target on not just on Doming, but also Calm, because Calm could really play that Jax. And we are seeing here that FLA is deciding, or has decided, that they're not going to put in Rift. Now, does that mean that Danny will still go for the AP champion, because that's what we've been seeing, right? If Rave comes in, that's when the time, Danny goes for the hyper carry.
I mean, FLA also banning away the Irelia, they're banning away the Riven, really trying to stifle Chaz's champion pool here.
Yeah, there you go. Chaz's champion pool will never get, crossed out. He has a lot of champions in his disposal, and Olaf still being open. Give it to Chaz. He can make it work. Also the Kazakhs.
I feel like this is going to be a Galio first pick for RRQ if FLA doesn't ban Galio. I feel like the Olaf is pretty down there in priority because you're very restricted in what you can do, but I agree with you, Autolus. Chaz is amazing on that champion.
Okay, we'll see. Senna is a very big pick here, because if you give it over to FLA, again, the threat of Arisen having some resources onto his pockets will be detrimental for RQ's chances.
We've got Senna, Galio, Senna, Galio. Which one wins out? Which one does RQ go for?
Galio has 100% win rate against Flash Wolves in their series. So, okay, fine. Okay,
All right,
Galio.
so
Okay. All right.
Auto gets it right here. FLA, they have the chance to take away the Galio. This gives them some good engage. Exosen has played the Galio so well. I could understand if FLA want to take it away from them.
I believe this is going to be a Jace pick for FLA. Go for the Jace, go for the... Yeah, possibly a Galio or a Gragas.
Set has been amazing on FLA. It has been constantly banned by a lot of teams locally in the region just because two players can play it super well.
Still a strong pick here. Varus for FLA. They give them some additional range, some additional utility.
Exactly, and is very good against the Senna lane, right? So the question now is this going to be a Thresh Varus? Because that's an iconic duo, as we would love to call it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Jess played it amazingly.
Yeah, exactly. And now they take away the Kazakhs from Chaz, and Doming is also very good at this champion.
Playing the Terrors from the Void, they get the jungle early, especially since they know how highly contested this Kazakh pick is going to be, but that gives open the Jace over the RRQ.
Oh my god.
So squishy! RRQ can play Assassins now, knowing the fact that FLA has very squishy champions, but I guess it's too early to tell, considering it's just the first two picks.
This is a Galio, yes.
Yeah.
This is a Galio. You secure the pick for Exocet because if FLA basically does not pick the support here, RQ might just target down Arisen once again, similar to what they did in game number 1. I'm feeling scared for FLA now. I believe that they have to go for the Thresh right away.
Thresh could be a good pickup here for FLA, and they will go for that. We've seen how well Jess was able to perform with that, and with Triple V in the bottom side, gave them some priority. Against the Senna Galio lane, it's important because the Shroud gives them immunity.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Thresh, right? Because there's the engage, Chain of Corruptions, or Death Sentence into the CC layering coming from the side of FLA. This is looking to be very strong. Meanwhile, RRQ, they also have heavy engage.
Needs to ban the Renekton. They need to ban the Renekton. I really think that Calm is so proficient and so confident on that champion. Renekton and Garen, maybe? We'll see.
Rakan is still open for the side of RRQ. So remember, the two answers that we usually see if there's backline against the Varus is either Olaf, because you charge in, Jarvan 4. That is Jarvan 4 completely erased, so Rakan is the next best thing because you have a lot of backline access.
And you can still flex the Galio going into the mid lane, and so Exosen having that backline access. So FLA, I think they want to try to identify some of the issues their composition might face. It's not one and done yet, though. FLA have difficulty disengaging from fights.
Good catch on that one, Riku. Rakan has been banned away, so not a problem there. Now the question is, what will be the next ban? Will this be a target on the Akshan of Arise, or will they go for the Garen? Will they go for the Renekton, which Calm is very efficient at?
What I really like to see here from FLA is the fact they've brought Danny back into a strong position, letting him do more damage with the Varus.
Exactly. I mean, this is still a marksman. And this is a very comfortable champion. Arise. Akshan has been taken away.
He's gonna play Zed! Arky's gonna play Zed by removing Akshan!
That's true. A skills matchup in the mid lane. Oh, wait.
The rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, but FLA, if they're going to play the Zed in the mid lane, they're willing to play the Garen right away. So I think this is the time that you pick the Garen. Straight out.
So FLA, they want to go for something tanky, give them some better options. Well, we saw how that worked out for them the last time around. Calm into the Darius Kazakhs matchup, had a difficult time, so FLA. Garen again could go for a tankier build.
Yeah, Garen or Singe are two options that can nullify the assassination attempts coming from Helios.
Oh, there! I want them to pick Darius and Garen all in the same team. It's really strong because RQ banned the Akshan, meaning it's a dead giveaway that Helios is going to be playing, Zed.
What I don't mind here about FLA's side is that, like you mentioned earlier, the Darius has been one of the key picks alongside the Senna, and so FLA maybe want to take that away from them.
Yeah, the trifecta, right? So now that that has been removed, and is going over to the Thresh Varus combo, just makes them a lot more deadlier.
Remember, year 0 of Wild Rift, there's poke comps with Darius is so good because you have a lot of poke and you have execution as well.
We'll have to see.
Oh,
Final pick for
right.
RQ. It is an assassin, but it's not the Zed Riku. Fizz out for
for the
RQ.
Garen
Helios gets an aggressive option against FLA.
Let's go for the Garen here. Silence down that fish, and you'll be able to execute him as
Diana?
well.
I think Diana also can be a bit decent. It's assassin versus assassin,
Okay.
but your build path is more tanky.
One thing to note about Fizz is that it cannot
never mind.
really carry Hull Breakers. Alright, so Singed instead of the Garen. But yeah, I prefer the Garen.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. The Garen didn't do so much, but at least the Singed is able to withstand and at least bother everybody with all the poison gas.
saw it
There's
from-
a lot of dashes on the side of RQ as well, so the adhesive is going to help a lot on FLA's side.
We kind of saw it from a mile away that FLA is going to go for the double tank composition with having some safety net in the backline from the Varus and assassination from the Kazakhs. But we'll see.
The question really was just what that second tank was going to be.
Yeah.
It was going to be the Garen, it's going to be the Singed. But that being said, RRQ come in here again with a very powerful composition, allowing them to win lane. Renekton, Jace, Fizz, they want to dominate the lanes, open up the map for themselves, get pressure across the map, and really punish FLA early.
And what I'm really scared about is Exosense Galio. He's very good on that champion.
Yeah, I think the biggest question is how they can deliver, because the Jace can't exactly go forwards. It's only the Renekton, the Fizz maybe, but it puts you in so much danger.
So you have to go for the early stasis enchantment, get in there, get your team in there. Maybe let Exosen do some of the work as well, you know. He's a pretty stable support.
He's
He's
a
everywhere in
strong,
the map.
independent support, right? He can set up
I'm
for
seeing
his
a
team.
1-1.
A 1-1.
I am seeing a 1-1.
Wow, making a strong statement here. FLA in that second game have given Autolus some reassurance for how this match is going to go. We're going to toss it back over to the casters to bring us into game number 2. You know what?
Game number 2 indeed mga kaibigan, dahil eto na, dalawang panalo na lang para sa RQ para sila ay mag-qualify papunta unting-unti na lang sa ating global icons. But again, this is game 2 IRQ versus FLA pa rin. I am this is Sphere, kasama ko pa rin si Teday, and this is it, Pansit.
This is it, Pansit, indeed, GG Sphere. But what I love about the drafting composition right now for both teams, Exosen on that Galio, one of the top performing champions talaga on their WCS PH finals, no? On the other side, Ryzen on that aggressive support Fresh. Maganda rin yung duo nila. That is gonna be the typical, the iconic, sinabi nga ni Autolus, iconic duo, Varus and Fresh, which is pretty good. Same thing yung nakita natin in the game 1 from RQ, the Senna Gragas, but this time around, of course, it is gonna be Exosen on the Galio. Medyo palapagan dito sa bot side.
Yes, remember Coyote already tried to use, you know, a lot of times itong si Singe in that mid lane, and there's one champion that could counter out a Singe, and that is a Thresh. Pero ngayon, I think that's one of the reason, of course, a reason did go for the Thresh sa kanilang lineup dito para mabawasan yung potentially to counter itong klase ng Singe na meron ngayon si Rice. But, syempre, sabi nga ni Autolus kanina, medyo may pagkabias and pag may Singe talaga, dun siya ngayon si FLA na feeling niya may chance ito maging 1-1. We'll see about that. Chaz, mga kaibigan dito against Domeng. Dalawa kanya mga kalaban kung sakali man papasok sa loob dito sa ating Scuttle Crab. Team fight! Helios will be there as well, pero flash out na itong si Domeng. Information in with that flash being used by Domeng.
Yeah, but great contest, of course, sa side ng RRQ. Now sila nakakuha, of course, ng Scuttler Vision dito sa top side. And that is gonna be Summoner's Spell already from Doming. Yung flash niya has already been used. Pero same thing coming in from the side of FENNEL Varsity dito, trying to control the lower river then. But you have opened up with the Singe. I think this Singe, of course, is actually playing a big role then to dive through the formation dito against RRQ, because yung composition ng RRQ is all in dito, Papi GG Sphere, which is going to be the Singe main role to disrupt yung formation na yon. But on the other side, Danny and Ryzen here sa bot side ng ating mapa, they must dominate this early game. And I do believe they have the potential to do so.
Yep, they pretty much try their best, no? Especially with that Singe and overall, Danny, you just stay from the back line kung talagang kakailanganin niya dito, just go for the poke na every time. Alam mo naman na masakit ang damage yan for sure with that Varus. At the same time, it's Danny. Diba? We have the always yung kanilang communication dito or yung kanilang comms overall revolving around Danny. It's always how to keep safe Danny sa mga team fight natin. Counter tapping naman on the other hand going against Devil J. Nakita natin kahapon na nag-renekton siya. Unfortunately, it didn't go very effective para kay Devil J dito. Mukhang nagkaroon siya na konting problem sa kanyang playstyle here and there. But I think this time makakabawi siya.
Speaking of which, Devil J on that game 1 sa kanyang Darius, napagandang performance. He was a monster as well. Ang hirap doon ipigilan, of course, yung momentum doon. Oh, that sentence!
That sentence will connect, pero wala man na follow-up na paggamit dito ng kanilang chain of corruption. And dahil dyan, kailangan nila mag-back away. Reset muna kasi 30 seconds, malapit na mag-pihapong ng Dragon at Referral.
Exactly, reset and a switch of lanes here. Nandito na nga si Arise sa bot side and it is gonna be the duo Danny and Arise and sa mid. They are trying to control right now yung objective area dito sa Wild Rift now. Of course, RRQ. Alam naman natin when it comes to a team fight, Exo-Sen here is also very, very strong. And sinabi nga na natin, he is, this Galio pick is one of the bane doon ng FENNEL University sa kanilang WCS PH Grand Finals match. And ito na nga, GG Sphere, we are now seeing a formation ng both teams dito sa bots Dragon area.
And this time, mas maka-pressure sila dito to give there in the bot lane to get the Dragon. But flash out mga kaibigan itong Stanley because of that last embrace na connect sa kanya. They're now thinking twice right now. Saan ba tayo dapat mauna? Kasi they already used the flash of Danny. Remember, that's a vulnerable champion. Pag nahuli yan ni Helios, talagang kakalmutin ka ng ating axolotl dito. Kasi about that, kasi medyo pinipersonal nila dito sa mid lane to give the pressure para alamin din nila at basahin saan ba ang unahin ng FLA dito. Mukhang Dragon sila.
Dragon nga, dito yung FENNEL University and here comes the miss. Here comes the contest, GG Sphere.
Isit pansit, may ward sila dito. Mayroon tayong information na nakita nila ngayon ng members of RQ. They'll try to stop them. Try to steal the Dragon sa kamay sana ng FLA kanina. There's going to be the
Flame?
Arrow dito. Pursuing arrow. Pero pasok sa loob. Bakit mo si Devil J. Ganap na ito. Mahuli natin si Arise. Super low siya. Ignite. But no! The Champ the Waters will secure the kill. We have the Dragon being taken down. Secured dyan ng RQ. Doming ang next target dito. But Doming was forced to flash away. And unfortunately, after the Dragon fight, after the bot kill that they got, another first blood for RQ.
RRQ once again, great early start, taking the life of Arise on the first blood, plus yung Dragon objective pa nga napunta pa sa side nila. Now they are going to transition dito sa Rift Herald naman. Now FENNEL Adversity, they must take Rift Herald dito because malaking bagay if dalawang consecutive objective will be going into the side of RRQ.
Yes, and remember, Erp, sa ngayon 5-minute marks, slowly approaching towards 6 minutes. Nakikita natin na naka-Rylai Scepter na itong si Arise. But the problem is, that is again a cinch na kailangan mo makapag-farm pa ng gusto in order to do the job na, alam mo yun, makapag-disposition ng inyong kalaban, do the fling, do the mega adhesive. But there's going to be the death sentence connecting mga kaibigan dito sa ating top lane. Pero yun nga lang, Arise, ang naging target nila, nanlambot na matay, nakuha agad, napalit na buhay. Nitong si Devil J will no! He will still be alive! Flashing out na parang escape plan na ginawa nila, parang money heist ang nangyari dito because this time they will still be able to get this referral on their hand. No contest yun ang mangyayari dito, and now RRQ getting the lead once again on our game 2.
Very slippery Crocodile nakita natin, and what slippery move as well for the side of Devil J. Kung nag-underperform sa kahapon, but this time around, grabe, pinakita ng recovery ng player na to. That was just a slick move coming in from the side of Devil J. Now, two objectives in a row, Papi GG Sphere on the side of RRQ. So malaking bagay ito. They are now going to control the early stage of the game. They can now dictate the tempo as well. Let us see kung anong lane i-prioritize nila because the Rift Herald is in their hands. Look at this one, itemizations are already there for the side of RRQ. Lich Bane, nandito na nga kay Helios. Helios burst damage is gonna be very, very dangerous, especially sa early game natin. But look at this one. Look at the zone. Devil J as well as Chaz here providing the zone. And the escape pa nga. That was clutch. With the dunk coming in from Com. And nakapag-escape pa. Oh, Jump the Waters.
Jump the Waters. Dinikit pa sa kanyang tropa. Pero referral mga kaibigan utog na sa ating turret. And that's going to be 400 HP left sa ating first hit. Tira the bot. Di ba makukuha nila yan. But Lantern will save. At least one champion here in the bot lane. But that's not makukuha casualty. But still, that's a turret into the hands of RRQ. That is the first blood mga kaibigan sa ating turret.
RRQ, perfect rotations, on point on their turret objectives as well. And now, Final Adversity. Despite meron silang fresh Varos, of course, which is in-expect natin, GG Sphere, na sila magiging aggressive dito sa early game. It is actually RRQ dictating the tempo right now. Look at the 1-3-1 formation for the side of RRQ. Pushing the side lanes dito, putting pressure here against Final Adversity. And Domeng looking for kills, pero great map awareness. Spider senses. No, crocodile senses pala for Devil J.
Oo, Crocodile Senses. Alam mo naman, si ano yan, si Lizard. Lizard Man. Kalaban din ni Spider-Man yan. Alam mo naman, di ba? Alam mo naman ang mga reptile natin, kumbaga. But yeah, looking at the items of Qeon dito, I just want to emphasize na ngayon, medyo nakachapsoy siya. This is just one of the reasons why the pressure of Devil J, alam mo yun, being given by Devil J in the top lane, it's just too much for him to handle. Here comes the hero's entrance, pero Dominus na. Ito na rin sa members of RRQ, Mark Libider, tumama na naman ang last embrace. Nahuli si Cal, pero hindi siya kalmado dito. He will fall down. And Winds of War not gonna connect to anyone. But no problem. Jumps to water. Ito na ang pulis pangkalawakan. Helios. Pumasok kaya Ryzen. Tumamang death sentence. Hindi na nakapag-tabox. Hindi umabot. Actually, nakas na yon. But hindi na lumabas sa lupa dahil nakuha kaagad siya. But now, Danny is pushing the mid lane. They have the information right now. And Dragon is up habang nakakuha na naman sila ng 2 kill plus a turret sa top lane.
Oh my goodness, GG Sphere. Will this be another flawless game for RRQ? Grabe, wala pa rin kills dito inside of Final Adversity. Now you mentioned, of course, yung itemization dito ni Kam, Chop Suey, because nauna yan, yung Proto Belt dito, they want to go very aggressive here. But with this aggressiveness, sila pa yung napapanish dito. RRQ is just different level talaga. They are in for this win in this series. Parang focus lang sila sa goal dito. But right now, the second dragon is up. RRQ is waiting patiently dito sa Brush.
Also, Rabadon's up na. Rabadon's dead cap is up na para kay Helios. Imagine, pag tinamaan lang itong si Danny ng isang Cham the Waters, feeling ko half-life kagad. Half kagad yung HP niya dito for sure. Now, FLA has the upper hand in terms of positioning dito, going for the Dragon, but they will have to reset it and instead rotate into the turret sa mid lane natin. Kiniklear nila yung minion wave natin para magkaroon sila ng pressure na binibigay ngayon. But Ryzen, mga kaibigan, si Calvin nandito na para magdepensa. There's going to be the flash, there's going to be the we're seeing that him going for the leap out, lantern para magligtas sana. Kumbaga, ito yung mga senaryo na may lantern pero nag-leap out para, alam mo, parang kawawa naman yung lantern, hindi napansin.
Ayun lang, patigurado kumbaga. Dalawang escape para sure disengage. Pero ito na nga, oh my goodness. RRQ pa rin, GG Sphere. The Dragon now transitioning here to the Rift Herald without a single contest from the side of Final Adversity. Pinakita lang dito, of course, ng side of RRQ that they are really controlling this game. Game 2, oh my goodness gracious, Final Adversity. Kailangan nila bumawi dito because RRQ looking for the siege in the middle lane.
Ako, alam mo, isa po yung napansin ko dito, that's Asena. Being able to get 2 Dragon, that Cloud Drake and Mountain Drake is really beneficial for a scaling lineup. So you keep on mentioning this one yesterday, nakapag-scaling yung lineup ninyo at nakuha nyo lahat ng mga Dragons. Aba, kumbaga parang nag-prepare kayo papuntang Baguio, meron na kayo kagad mga pagkain. Kompleto na kumbaga ang yung pagandahan dito, you have all your accommodations ready na sa mga paparating na bakasyon. Kasi tignan mo naman, yung mga yung mini percentage na yan, yung mga related percentage yan, that is still percentage, di ba?
That's true, that's
that
true.
Will scale a lot to your champions, numbers ng mga champions ninyo. At kahit medyo chapso yung item ni Marky dito, that is still Asena. Na hindi kailangan mag-farm kasi kailangan niya ng fasting.
Exactly. And it is where, in the late game, it is where Asena will shine. Plus, if makuha pa yung RRQ, yung Elder Dragon na yun, that is gonna be a nail in the coffin. Pero ito na nga, FLA looking for opportunity.
Actually, they really have to force the team fight, no? I think FLA have to force those team fights in order to utilize a Singe. Kasi remember, Singe will, you know, sometimes go for the split push. And minsan, magbigay ng pressure or minsan sumabay sa mga team fight dito. Pero doon talaga siya magiging effective. Yung panggulo factor na pwedeng ibigay nitong si Singe. slowly approaching the top lane. Nakikita natin dito si Helios mga kaibigan nagkakaroon ng ambahan. But I don't think he will go in muna for now kasi yung mid lane sinama na yung referral. Naggugulo lang si Helios mga kaibigan. At 600 na lang yung HP natin sa ating turret dito. They can secure this one. Tumama kanila. Chain of corruption. Pero Exos ay napakakunat. Narabaho na ako baga wala personalan. Jumpstart dito sa ating referral. Was able to secure the first tier in the top lane. In the mid lane rather. But Helios na solo kill ni kaibigang Doming.
Oh, that is going to be the first kill in this first 2 games for the side of FENNEL Adversity. Now, Helios has been taken out. So, this is going to be the chance for the side of RRQ dito to dictate the tempo this time around. Meron silang, of course, parang strategy dito to punish the top side. Pings are up. Tignan natin if RRQ going to go for the defense.
They can actually get this one for themselves. So, dalawa lang yan. Pero hindi! Ayaw bigyan na Exhausted! Ginamata siya ng totohan dito ng total dalawa. Pero those going to be the death sentence kumulik sa kanya. Isolated siya. Pumasok sa loob ni Justin. Ulak niya with the Mjolnir na meron siya. Pero Chain of Corruption. His thesis para mapag-buy ng time. Ginamit ng lantern sa loob pero hindi niya makagamit yan kasi kalaban siya. Pero wait lang! Si Calm! Ito si Devil J! The Crocodile! Ginamit ang Fate of Druid King at kinain! Pinagngangat-ngat! Itong si Calm at hindi siya kalmado kasi Dominus will be there. 2-man down sa FLA. They can actually get the Dragon Baron rather for themselves. Jump the waters. Ginagat ng 7 Giants. Naku po, nangyart-nyart ng aso. Itong kaibigan natin si Doming. Tatlong nawala sa kanila.
Napakaganda naman yung aggressive play kami here for side of RRQ. That was a lantern, almost a lantern escape, pero timing na timing, Chum of the Waters na yun coming here for side of Helios, and that was a revenge kill for him as well. Pero tingnan nyo, yung last skirmish na yun, GG Sphere, it was FENNEL Adversity, yung sinabi nga natin, looking for these opportunities para makapag-pick off, para makapag-push doon sa top side, pero RRQ is with Exocen flashing in with a taunt. Sabi niya, no, we will not give you any objectives here in this game. Kami pa rin mag-control ng game dito. And look at this one. They are now pushing through in the bot and in the mid. Third Dragon, Infernal Dragon to is up for the take.
Is it, Pansit? Another objective na makukuha ng RQ will give them a lot of advantage. That is the damage this time. Dapat nila makuha dito with Infernal Drake. Remember, that's Helios. That's more damage coming from him. With the Chum of the Waters, pwede niya gawin dito. Pero pumasok na loob. Ginamit na Mega EDC. Pero Arise! Not a good idea para sa kanya. Hindi siya Arise. He will fall down. Pero si Calm nag-target nila dito. Nasa likod si Devil J. Nakapag-lantern out pa. Si Calm, will he be able to survive this one? Yes, he will. But the Dragon will fall into the hands of RRQ once again. That's the third Dragon of the game. And Arise, nagbibilang ng kambing sa kanilang base.
Nagbibilang ng kambing nga, pero look at the damage, look at the zone, look at the play for the side of RRQ with Devil J. Nag-flank doon sa likod. Wala na naman magawa dito yung side of FENNEL Adversity kahit anong tempo kanilang i-initiate. It is gonna be RRQ still has the rhythm, dancing into their song, and now it is gonna be difficult here for the side of FENNEL Adversity talaga on how to go for this comeback. They are parang tinatry naman nila GG Sphere eh. Tinatry dito ng FENNEL Adversity, but RRQ is just one step ahead when it comes to skirmishes.
This normally happens though when it comes to this kind of matchup. Parang nakikita mo na parang may mga scenario dito na nagpo-force sila ng mga team fight na hindi sila coordinated ng maayos. Tulad dito ngayon, si Helios nasa loob. Pero dalawa lang naipit dito. Wala silang isang membro It's going to be a 4v5 situation. Arise, taking so much damage dito. He's about to fall down. But he will survive that one. Again, as I mentioned, bago mangyari yung laban na yun, it's the forced team fights that FLA has no choice but to commit kasi nga they are so behind in this game right now. Chats going in. Heroes enters to respond. Arise na kanilang target dito. Tumama death sentence ka. And si Calm disengaging out lang. Devil J na bakakunan. Tower lang. Focus sa goal. Arise na chance sa loob. Feeling niya si Devil J dito. Will they be able to go in for now? Nope. They will back away muna. Kasi again, that's a turret. They take it down. That second turret na kamay ng RFP.
Same scenario, GG Sphere. Nakita natin yun. It was Arise hiding the brushes, initiating the team fight, but at that moment, si Exocen biglang nag-taunt Shield of Duran doon sa likod. Hindi makapag-combo yung side ng FENNEL Adversity on that initiation started by Arise. Ganito kagrabe yung counter punch ng RRQ ngayon. It's just very difficult here for the side of FENNEL Adversity on how to start and end the team fight in their favor kasi RRQ is very much prepared now. Late game na tayo. 3 Dragon buffs is in their side as well. Now they are looking for blood.
Kumbaga, eto na yung hinahanap ngayon ng RQ Lantern para makapag-disengage itong si Arise together with kaibigan na Ryzen. Now they have to think twice. Anong next nilang gagawin dito? RQ is really getting the lead right now, mga kaibigan. Tignan mo yung item nitong si Helios. Infinity Orb.
Oh
Malapit
my.
mo nang ma-snap dito ang FLA.
Burst talaga yung progression dito ng item na kay Helios ngayon sa kanyang Fizz. One shot, one kill talaga dito with the Charm of the Waters. And look at this one, invading the area of FENNEL adversity right now.
Ingat ha, kailangan nila maging maingat dito FLA. Has to be very careful in terms of initiating a team fight. As I mentioned kanina, ito na naman si the Waters delikado buhay ni Arise. Sinubukan niya makapag-disengage pero hindi. Na-stun siya dito. Donning Shadow. Buhay pa rin si Arise. Disengaging lang ng mapayapa. Pero nahatak si Devil J. Devil J na lambot. Meron siya dito. Guardian Angel. Pwede niya gamit pa dito para mag-proc. Pero yun na lang. The Shock Blast na umabot dito kay Arise and he will fall down. Unfortunately, 4v5 naman ang situation para sa FLA. We'll see if they can make some counterplay dito. There's going to be the curse of Black Beast. Hindi nila nakita yan. Medyo malabo ang kanilang paningin dito, mga kaibigan. And Danny nahuli ng Winds of War. There's going to be the Guardian Angel throwing out para kay Devil J. Hinahabol ngayon, mga kaibigan ng members ng RQ. Etong si Doming, pero wala akong matataguan kahit under the turret pa. Nag-space it siya. Naipot sila dito. Arise and kasama niya si Arise and rather si kaibigang Danny. But they will both fall down. Doming, unfortunately, cannot do anything in that team fight.
Call, ayaw, call! Grabe, wag po, kuya! Ito na, pinapakita ng side ng RRQ GG Sphere. Another race, another flawless team fight coming in from the side of RRQ. Transition here for that Exodia Dragon, the last dragon in this game. This is gonna be a perfect objective takedown. And look at this one, Helios alone providing that zone. FENNEL adversity in the verge here of defeat because RRQ controlling the game all throughout this game too.
Alam mo, with a lot of happenings na nangyari sa game na to, I just noticed na halos 15,000 na pala yung gold bid na meron dito.
Oh my,
ang
grabe,
RRQ, and looks ko the replay of what happened kanina.
Exactly, yung sinasabi na natin, the zone, the team fight capability, now the damage as well as the sustainability. Ganito na ka-confident GG Sphere yung side ng RRQ. They are just diving under the turret dito because they know they can't do so!
Ako, wala nga sila takot dito, mga kaibigan, tumalon sa loob sa Exhausted! That's 5 champion of FLA! Is trying to kill Exhausted, but Exhausted, kaibigang bato, napakakunat, kumbaga yan ang hinahanap ni Darna. Ding ang bato, itong si Exhausted ay nahuli na, mga kaibigan, pero buhay pa rin siya. Dalawa na ang nawala dito sa FLA. We're seeing that Devil J also pushing the bot lane dito. Inhibitor turret falling down one by one. We have the Nexus up, mga kaibigan, pero 3v5. Wala sila magawa. FLA, unfortunately, RRQ na naman, mga kaibigan, ang nanalo sa ating game 2.
Oh my goodness, GG Sphere. I could probably say na parang flawless game din. Pa rin, rather, ginawa doon ng side ng RRQ, dominating this game. At, to be honest, GG Sphere, yung composition ng FENNEL adversity, that was great for me. Especially with that Varus Thresh on the bot side. Very punishing doon. But RRQ, parang this is just a different level, different beast. Will this be the same result na nakita natin sa WCSPH sub-region grand finals natin? But I know FENNEL adversity, they are a team who know how to adjust mid-game. But let us see, because RRQ, they parang mas uhaw, kumbaga. You can really feel the hunger of this team to be the Icons qualifier.
Yes, could this be the, let's say, kryptonite of FLA? Kasi I think overall, we've seen FLA in a good composition, you know, composure overall sa kanilang team dito. But this time, RQ is actually making a lot of adjustments in order to compensate, or I mean, in order to adjust themselves to match further sa kung ano talaga yung playstyle ng FLA. This is the playstyle of RQ. Talagang aggressive sila. And FLA is being forced to go for the aggressive or to make some counterplay sa ginagawa ng RRQ because again, FLA is a team na mas nagpapatagal ng laban. Alam mo yun, mas gusto nila na magpa-skill. Pero alam mo yun, parang ginagawa ng RRQ, let's have the say na ourselves. Sabayan natin sila sa late game scaling and that's what happened.
Next game, probably Respect Bansena Or, of course, going to respect ban, of course, for sure, that Galio from Exorcen, napakaganda yung performance nila. Or, this gameplay, will this be calling Danny to be the hard carry in this game? Pero tingnan natin, of course, GG Sphere, kung anong masasabi ng ating panel.
Out a whimpering candle flame, and I have to ask Otto, what is going on here?
Yeah.
The gap shouldn't be this big.
No,
Yeah.
it shouldn't.
You know what? There's a thing that we have in the Philippines, right? The
Uh-huh.
energy gap. I feel there's an energy gap happening.
Absolutely, right now.
And for me, Grandin, I think they need you. What do you do in the army to really wake up?
Okay, here's the thing though. When I'm in the army,
Yeah.
I don't wake up by my own choice. I'm forced to wake up. There's
Maybe that's what they need. Hey, FLA!
wake up, FLA!
Go, FLA!
Because that basically was not the same game that we saw from them. That's not the same fight that we saw from them when they faced Team Flash. Team Flash, it was a 0-3, but I was still proud.
There was always that
I
chance.
was still proud.
Yeah. Yeah, it felt like it wasn't even close. It wasn't even, it was very
Hot.
all over the place, just like Omo mentioned, like one arm was punching and then the other is just doing something entirely. It felt like, you know, they had a really good draft, that's the thing, right? But when it came to execution of finding picks, it wasn't there. When it came to expecting Proto Belt, Darius having the engage for calm instead, it became a Proto Belt singed diving into the loving arms of RRQ.
Exactly, and RQ is just one step ahead of them,
Yeah.
right? First Dragon fight, we saw them in position already, and I was thinking that the FENNEL Adversity should have been there a second earlier for them to really be in the position to contest. But FLA, again, the energy that they are bringing into this series, not so much, huh? Not so high.
Now, and again, FLA go into this match, they managed to take 2 kills away, a little better than the last match, but realistically, I mean, this is not a huge improvement. There needs to be so much more. I'm getting word as well that Arisen will be subbed down, Rain will be coming in to play instead.
Oh my god, this is the time, Grandin. This is the time. Whenever FLA is unfortunately at a deficit in a series, they bring in Rafe, they bring in Danny on a hyper-scaling AD carry.
That's true.
Right? That's the plan. They put in Kaisa, they put in Rafe for the Rakan. I think that's super good. But I think the biggest weakness and the biggest worry when they go hyper-scaling in the bot lane is that you're just going to be devoured by the early, by poke, like the Varus, like the Ziggs. The biggest question is how they can survive the early game, which even if they have wave clear champions, even though they have the safety, they're still dying, they're bleeding a lot.
I mean, this is coming from RRQ Riku here, right? Like RRQ Inner Jersey Riku. And she's like, she's giving us tips for FLA, because even if they win now, it doesn't feel like a great win, right? Like RRQ are playing well, but it just feels like FLA not up to form. This is not the match we were expecting.
I mean, we could see it in the player faces of RQ. They weren't even excited at all, and that's not what we expected out of the series. And I hate to say this, but Omo is right. I hate to hear this, but Omo is right. Subbing in Rafe, I feel is not going to correct all the things or all the problems that FLA is facing right now, because I'm really thinking it's more of the mental thing now. It's more of the team thing rather than the support thing.
I think the good news is that we've got Rafe back in action. That means they're going to be playing with someone who have been with them in the support role for the entirety of the WCS PH season. So that familiarity could reset them back to their performance and possibly even a closer game. Okay, my theory, the reason why RQ not celebrating just yet, because they've been reverse swept before by Flash Wolves. They can't celebrate just yet.
That's true.
That's true.
There is still that pressure to be had there, and we want to see them close out the series well. We take a look at our play of the game for last game. Chaz, again, he is still that highlight player. It's a little less impactful when the opponent isn't punching back as hard. They're kind of flopping around, and Chaz just kind of goes, all right, I'll take this, I'll take that. We're going to make sure we have a clean game. All objectives on the map secured by RRQ this game.
But you know what? The Philippines will still be cheering, right? If
Absolutely.
If the other boxer is not punching back, just as long as the Philippines is the one winning, I'm feeling, the same thing is happening right now for Chaz. He's on a different level right now. I'm really thinking that this player is on a zone, that whoever they play against, he will just be overconfident, and against a player in Doming that he already was able to devour the last time out, he's just super, super confident once again.
What I like to talk about though about RRQ State is that even though they were so ahead, it felt like they were still disciplined. Usually other teams, when they're far ahead, either they baby it too much or they play around a bit. They go 1v1 at someone. But this is RRQ with a lot of strong side lanes, with a lot of strong dueling champions, and yet they stuck as a unit.
And there were so many things that RRQ I felt like did well since the draft began, right? The fact that they got Exos in his Galio, the fact that they had the Renekton, the Jace, this flexibility to play into FLA. It seemed like they got their most comfortable champions, played into the matchup incredibly well. We saw winning lanes throughout the game, and it just felt like from that point on, FLA could never really catch back up.
I mean, you should be winning the lane as a Senna Galio against the Varus and Thresh. And, props to the bottom lane here of RQ. But will the subbing in of Riv, will it be any different? I know that the dynamics of this team will change a lot because they're now willing to play Danny on a hyper carry, but we saw the last time that it happened, didn't really go well.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about this here, right? The fact that Rafe is coming in here, you said that you shouldn't be shooting winning lane as a Senna Galio against Varus Thresh. Why is that?
You could basically just have that kill threat. Again, when you have Senna is very weak to the all-ins. And what is the best champion to have that all-in? Thresh as a support. Varus also pokes you from a mile away. Galio is very, I would say, upfront, so he is very susceptible to the pokes. So for me, the Varus and the Thresh really wins against the Senna and the Galio. However, Senna and the Galio, once they scale well into the late game, just a different beast.
Yeah, I think Senna just enables so much, right? You can pair it with so many different supports. If you want to be aggressive, pair with a Galio set. If you want to calm down a little bit, then you pick it with a Nasus. One thing that I'm looking forward to the draft though, that I feel like is going to pop up, Twisted Fate for Arise. If you want to try and impact the side lanes, because I feel like that's something that they can do to retaliate. If RRQ is aggressive, then play by the numbers, play with the globals, and get the numbers advantage.
But they need wave clear though, Riku.
That's true, then play... Get the Senna at least. Get the Senna on your end. Get the Varus.
We've seen the priorities shift around a little bit. The first game, Olaf was the one they focused on. Didn't work out as well for them. Maybe Senna is the better choice if they go towards the blue side. We've seen how Bigs and Bans have played out so far. That being said, though, let's talk a little bit about the bot lane switch-up. The fact that Rafe is coming in, we've mentioned how the Senna Thresh lane wasn't supposed to lose. Does this change things for them? If they were having a tough time before, does it actually make things better?
Yes, laning-wise, it is where I think Arisen is still not accustomed in playing with Danny. Remember, when Danny and Arisen was winning the lane, it was at the backs of the Yuumi that can just outpoke you, and just, throw down the gauntlet and kill you right then and there. Another was the Senna plus Set combo, which hasn't been showed here by FENNEL Adversity. I felt that in this game, or in this series, their plan was to really unlock Arisen, but it hasn't shown so far.
And I feel a little bit of a sad tone to the desk right now as we look at the second match between FLA and RRQ. FLA haven't been able to put up the demonstration we were hoping for them, but still, I think we should celebrate our wins. RRQ and FLA, both in the Philippine region, regardless of which team wins here, one of them will go to the Icons and fly that banner high. And so we're hoping to see that WCS representation in the Global Championship.
I really want to celebrate this as a victory of the Philippines. Yes, but FENNEL Adversity needs to do better. This is not the game that I am expecting, Riku, sorry.
I totally understand where you're coming from, right? But now with Rafe in, the dynamic's gonna change, the picks are gonna change.
I need the bat in the back.
It's okay, Otto. It's okay. Daijoubu, Otto. Daijoubu. It's okay. I want to see, okay, if ever hyperscaling is not going to be the route for FENNEL Adversity, get the Lucian. Get the Lucian. Get something that can fight toe-to-toe, head-to-head against RRQ early, because that has been what RRQ has been doing, attacking early, then match it up with early game.
We'll see. Again, just some live. Just some live FENNEL Adversity. For me, whoever wins this matchup, we end up winning here again as a region, right? As a region. But what we really after, as a passionate fan of the game, we want good games, and that's what you want. It's what you want. That's what the viewers want. So FENNEL Adversity, do your thing, or do your part.
Give the people what they want, guys.
And please make it more exciting. That's all.
All right, so much to be seen here. A lot of hopes on FENNEL Adversity for a good game. Hoping for that reverse sweep. Maybe a little bit too much hope. I think This is going to be a difficult one, but if they can make it happen, it would be an amazing moment for these two teams. As we get ready for our picks and bans, let's quickly break down what happened last game and what needs to change. With the new introduction from Rafe, we've mentioned that so far. Let's start talking about RRQ's side. What have they done well, and what do they need to keep doing to close out the series, Riku?
I love how they're not banning the Garen at all. The fact that before RRQ likes to ban the Garen, and it gives away that they're going to do double assassins. And now they're so unfazed because they have marksman in the mid lane, like the Vayne. That's something that can innately shred tanks. So for FLA's script of things to do, like a, what do you call that in, oh my god, programming, like a algorithm, like there's a yes, there's a no, and something like that. You map it out. Okay.
I think that's like a logic. That's like
a logic map.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right, like,
thank you.
Okay.
Logic map. And then like Garen is open. Let's pick that. But it feels like it's deleted now. I think Garen is not one of the options that you want to pick if Helios is going for an assassin. It's not anymore.
I mean, the option for FENNEL University to pick the Garen was actually on the 5th pick, right? It was either the Garen or the Cinch. But I don't think Garen would actually have done any different in that particular game alone. Looking at the draft sequence here, I'm loving that FENNEL University is respecting the power picks of Chaz. We see the Aurelia, we see the Riven, even the Camille, but I feel that this is an over-respect in their regard. In them letting go of Senna, Galio, and Jace first rotation, that's so strong.
Yeah, Galio is 100% win rate again with the RRQ and Flash Wolves series.
Yes.
It just created such a huge impact. So I'm looking forward to see how FENNEL Adversity grabs that, or just delete it, just ban it right off.
Look, I think that's the little respite for FLA. The fact that they ban away all of Chaz's champions means no Chaz highlight. At least they won't be the highlight reel, right?
That's
like
true.
we might, even if the game doesn't go our way, at least Chaz does get to have a highlight farm us for highlights, right? As we go into our picks and bans, the third game, this is it. RRQ get to secure the spots in Icons if they manage to close out this last game.
Let's see. Oh, blue side for FLA. That means that they can go for the Senna if they decide to. Then again, that's not what I'm thinking whenever Rafe comes in, right?
Yeah, it's not one of the biggest problems for FLA, but you know what we talked about earlier? I'm so happy to see this Galio ban. Again, 100% win rate. On the series.
Sure, and FLA are looking to try to do something here, right? By getting rid of the Galio now, it means that Chaz will have more priority with the picks that he wants. But I think it's time to accept that and say yes. We'll give you those options. Instead, we need to ban away the bigger problems.
Yeah, that's an overreaction. I'm really thinking that the FLA is overreacting to Chaz's champion pool, because then again, it's not the champion, it's the player. The player is just so good.
Yeah, exactly. What enables these highly mechanically skilled players in RRQ? Engage. They remove the Rakan, they remove the Galio, and the Senna as well.
Finally, now they want normal Wild Rift to happen. So with Senna being banned, no Nasus, no Galio, well, they could still be picked, but the impact of the champions that can farm early with the Senna will be taken away as well.
Can still pick the Ziggs. We can still have the calm bot lane duo if there's still gonna be the Ziggs.
We could totally see that happen right now. With all those bans coming through from both sides, Ziggs now jumps on priority if they want to go for that, or if they want to go for a bruiser. We've seen Jace contested in some of these matchups. Renekton first pick for FLA.
That is an anomaly, I'd say, because usually you either pick the Olaf or pick something else that can enable your team. But Renekton, they have a plan. They want Calm on a very stable and strong lane.
Instead, they're giving away to Jace again, one of the strongest picks. We just saw Chaz pick up the player MVP from his last game, and they get to pair it together with the Ziggs, Riku. 2 picks you just mentioned.
Okay, so Ziggs will deter FLA from picking Vayne and Kaisa, because you're just gonna get poked unless you trap yourself in a Braum lane plus hyperscaling. I don't think so.
Okay, so I'm guessing right now that FLA is going for the Lee Sin. Just because, 1, it enables Danny, and 2, it's a very strong top side combo. With the Renekton and the Lee Sin, we saw it one time. FENNEL University, when they went against Cerberus Esports, they did a level 2 cheese strat. Now, Devil J on the top side should be wary of that.
I mean, you see this matchup coming in. You see the Lee Sin for FLA. I'm sure RRQ do as well. Do they look confident going into this one?
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see the Lucian, because we were like, okay, that's going to deter them from picking up a hyperscaling. Pick something that can fight early. What did Adilu say? Renekton, Lee Sin, add more early game champions. That's the Lucian.
Oh,
That's the difference coming in. And Lucian can still go to the mid lane, can go to the bottom side. So depending on how they want to play out the matchups, Ziggs into Lucian is a difficult time. The Lucian's going to have some additional damage, so it really depends on how the supports round out the composition. RQ go with the Garen.
Yeah, this still can be a mid lane Lucian as well. So RRQ, I love this pick from the Garen. Remember the rock, paper, scissors. Wherever the Lucian is going to be, it's still going to be fine because the Garen is going to live. Unami!
Yeah, this is Rafe. I'm actually thinking of the champion for Rafe right now. Again, looking back at his champion pool, it's more of the enchanters, but there's an anomaly inside of the Rakan, of the Braum, and we now know that the Rakan has been banned away. Will we see Rafe play the Braum? Because on game number 1, when we saw Braum with Arisen, not really a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an issue, right? Because they're removing things that can enable Lucian, can enable Rafe. Now, my biggest question is, where's the set in all this? I feel like set is so good because
true.
Engage! FLA has a very strong composition. Now they need Engage.
Ever since yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Seth has been a lonely guy.
Where are
Just
you,
became
Seth?
sad. Okay, Zed being banned away here. Very good target against RQ. They know that RQ has the last pick, has the ability to counter pick whatever they pick in the mid lane. So very good response there from FLA.
And a lot of the champions already banned for towards FLA's side. The support picks are going to be difficult to set. Like you guys mentioned, further trimming the pool. Further trimming the pool for FLA. Rafe in a bad spot now. He doesn't have that many options left.
Yeah, what? No Braum, please. No. No Braum.
Oh,
please.
no.
That's
It's definitely going to be a Braum, isn't it?
No.
It either has to be Thresh or Braum, right? Thresh or Braum.
Or Lulu. Could still be a Lulu. Could still be a Lulu.
Diana out
doesn't
for FLA.
Yeah, but it bears
Flash
well.
polymorph. You polymorph yourself and you knock F5 head up.
Yeah, I think that's an
Big moves.
I think this is a front to back composition.
Oh yeah, Thresh. Okay.
It's a Thresh instead. So one of the picks that has been picked up by FLA, they've been trying to make the Thresh work, this time with a different player. We talked about how it's not about the champion, it's about the player here, Otto.
Exactly. So at least we have a more comfortable player to play the champion, yeah? Rafe has been playing support since last year with Danny. So definitely when it comes to the laning phase, it should be better. But now RRQ is saying, you free up my Aurelia, we pick it right away.
Yeah, I love this last pick as well because you don't know who's the jungle just yet. Is it Chaz Aurelia? Is it Helios Aurelia? It will depend on what matchup RRQ wants to do. And that's the beautiful thing about RRQ. Everybody can play anything, and that's why the draft is a huge mystery for FLA to read.
I mean, FLA pick up so much early tempo. They have the Lee Sin, they have the Lucian, they have the Renekton, the Diana to some extent as well in the matchup against RRQ. The fact that they were able to flex the Jace for so long shows RRQ's flexibility here.
Again, the problem about RQ winning lanes, I don't think that will be a problem, at least in this game, except for Arise versus Helios, because Helios has the range advantage against the Diana. But if there's one player that can really stabilize the lane on the Diana, that's Arise.
I'm looking forward to see how the Renekton and Lee Sin can create early game impact because that's a Garen at topside for Devil J. His job is to not die, and he's going to do a good job by not dying.
I mean, something lacking for FLA. This is finally their time. They're playing on equal footing. They have the chance to start establishing control, but they had issues in game number 2. Can game 3 look different?
Go, 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 FLA, wake up, let's go, give us a good game.
Go.
Because right now, RQ smells the Icons Global in their
it's so
mix.
close.
I know, it's so close now for RQ, and I know that they're excited as well.
Can FENNEL adversely pull back with game number 3, or will they get swept up by the Chance Experience that's tossing over the casters to bring us into match point?
Game
Match point na mga kaibigan, and indeed, this is still FLA versus RRQ, pero ito na nga ba ang huling hura natin? Malalaman natin yan. I am GG Sphere nga pala, kasama ko pa rin si Deadeye para sa ating Game 3.
Ito na yon, GG Sphere. Oh my goodness, match point game indeed. But this time around, the Chaz Aurelia has been picked by RRQ. Pero action muna dito sa VAR.
Action agad, do talaga nakikita natin dito kagad yung ambahan na ibinibigay nila because again, that is a set with Ziggs versus Thresh and Lucian.
I-open ko lang GG Sphere that this Chaz Aurelia once again, perfect pa yung record dito since WCS PH at pinakita dito ni Chaz on that Grand Finals match against FENNEL Adversity sa sub-region Grand Finals natin here sa Philippine Wild Rift. Now here, will this be another perfect gameplay of Aurelia's Chaz against FENNEL Adversity? But on the side of FENNEL Adversity, early game nila, they have the power to do so with Doming on his best go-to champion as well. That is gonna be the Lee Sin. Kailangan nila enable yung early momentum nila with this aggression, with the spearheading rather, this early game aggression coming in from Doming's list.
Kumbaga may phobia pa eh, no? May takot pa, may trauma pa sila dito. Pagdating sa Chaz, sa Irelia, ito si Chaz, and that's going to be really interesting. But also, we have to take note that Doming this time has Lee Sin on his hands. And he's one of the well-known players pagdating sa paggamit ng Lee Sin dito. So I think they can, make some counterplay here and there. And this time, seryoso talaga sila kasi Rafe is in. And we've seen him play, kanina, kahapon, mga huling laban nila dito. And parang yun na yung mga alas din na nilalabas ng FLA.
Oh, ito na nga. Will Rafe's presence right now will be the game changer sa series na to. Pero ito na nga.
Let's set it, i-connect para ginamit yung play doon. Pero si Marky nahuli agad, ignited siya, pero burn siya with the red buff dito. They are now going in. Tinama si Josh dito ng kanyang Sonic Wave. Danny will fall down. The counter play. Buhay pa rin si Marky and Josh. Exhausted. No! Si kaibigang Rave dito. He will not fall down. He will not kill anyone. But oh my gulay. What is happening? Exhausted fell down. But Rave is here. Helios is there as well. Wala nang mana. And Helios with the double kill. You don't do that to Helios.
Oh, what a great response from Helios sa likod. Flanking maneuver is real, and FENNEL adversity making again yet another initiation, invading yung jungle area ng RRQ. But what just happened here? Here comes the instant replay. Ito yung invasion ginawa dito ng side ng FENNEL adversity. But look at Chaz as well as X Usen looking for the brawl, and that's gonna be the first blood dito kay Chaz. Si Marky doon lang sa likod, bouncing bomb lang, hindi sila makalapit. And look at the response from Helios dito, punishing that early aggression from FENNEL adversity. Napakabilis. That is a quick execution, and perfect execution, mind you, for RRQ.
That is still an early, di ba? Early game, early team fight. And remember, if you have those champions, you have a Lucian, you have even a Resh dito, and then even Doming. Doming, unfortunately, cannot find the right position for himself. Hindi niya makita yung magandang spot to go in. He did go in once with Sonic Wave, pero ang nangyari is out of position. Kung he did go into a champion na medyo full pa yung HP, they cannot finish the job. They can't even kill Marky, the most squishy champion sa nangyari team fight na yun. That's very unfortunate for them right now. Laki ng lamang ng RRQ after what happened.
Yun nga eh, GG Sphere. I mean, that escape from Marky as well as Chaz is a big deal talaga. Hindi sila makakuha ng kills doon coming in from the side of FENNEL adversity. Kailangan nila bumawi. And this time around, with this objective spawning in the rift, they must secure this one. Sinabi na natin, with this composition from the side of FENNEL adversity, they have the early game power spike. But will this be enough? Because nakita naman natin ng mechanical skills coming in from RRQ.
Is now the start na ginagawa ngayon ng FLA. They have the upper hand in terms of positioning dito in which they're gonna get this referral. Remember, this is the exciting part. Kumbaga, ang pinakagusto nila palagi nangyayari doon. There's going to be the box. Nahulis na dito ng kanyang showstopper. Pero there's going to be the Vanguard's Edge coming in from Chaz himself. A Rise will fall down. Dalawa na naman ang tempo dito ng FLA ang nawala. Buhay pa rin kanina mga kaibigan 6 songs, pero he did fall down as well after he used the showstopper. And this time, I think they can secure this one. Dito lang palayo. Tumama kay Helios yung kanyang Sonic Wave. And resonating strike. Hinahabol niya si Helios. Helios! Why are you still alive? The movement speed, the attack speed, and the combo from Marky will finish up the job.
Oh my goodness gracious me! Ano nangyari yun, Jesus Sphere? Sliver of Hell, buhay pa rin si Helios. And that is 2 skirmishes in a row. Nakita natin yung first skirmish, the early invasion coming in from the side of FENNEL adversity. Buhay si Marky with a flash out to Chaz. And same thing nangyari coming in from Helios. But this is gonna be round 2 dito sa referral.
That is just the price you pay kapag meron ka dito Judgment Smite instead of Chilling Smite. Now they're going in. Ginamit itong Haymaker. Pero yung susubukan pagiging mga kaibigan, itong si Doming. Buhay pa rin referral natin. RRQ, they just don't want to give this referral into hands of FLA. But Doming will still be able to secure this one. FLA, Marky. Marky rather are chasing dito. Mismo si Doming. But oh la la, what is happening? 3-0 na naman sila sa nangyaring team fight na yun. Going for 4-0. Nahuli na naman dito si Qeon. And he's not calm enough to win that team fight in the top lane because referral and could be a dragon again will fall into the hands of RRQ.
Oh my goodness. Look at this one. Look at the zone. Look at the counter-attack coming in side of RRQ. That Vanguard's edge on point coming in from the side of Chaz. Grabe mag-zone. And this is just a press F. Press F, ladies and gents, for Doming. Wala na akong masabi doon. That was one of the sickest plays na nakita ko dito sa WCS Finals. And dito na nga, FENNEL adversity. Parang scattered sila dito, GG Sphere. Napipick off sila one by one. And how can you recover in this game? Under 7 minutes, 12 score kills versus 2? Well,
Yes.
My goodness.
This is total of 14 kills kagad sa ating game in a span of 7 minutes, no? Dragon is not yet being taken, no, at this point, but RQ, this time, they have the upper hand. They have the positioning advantage dito. They will try to get this one for themselves, and ayaw ito gaya ng FLA, tulad ng ginagawa ng RQ kanina. On the referral, on the other hand, buhay na, up na yung item dito, the Chaz, with that Divine Thunder, to reduce the damage, to reduce the HP for sure of Cam dito sa mga mangyayari team fight. Let's see. They're gonna be able to secure this Dragon for themselves. Medyo malayo si Doming, and looking at where Doming is going right now, mukhang ibibigay nila itong first Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is going to be calculated risk na ginagawa kayo ng FENNEL adversity. They are not forcing these team fights ngayon because that was 2 or 3 skirmishes in a row na RRQ just dominating and having those kills against FENNEL adversity. Ngayon, they are just going to concentrate on the side lanes, going to go for the starting objectives, taking it slowly but surely. Pero what's sad about this one, meron silang listen eh. Meron sila, of course, fresh right now for the side of FENNEL adversity, which we expected na sila dapat mag-dictate ng early stage of the game. But RRQ is a different level here. Na-outplay sila time and time again. And now FENNEL adversity must have those opportunities for that comeback. In order to do so, kailangan nila ng pick-offs.
Kailangan nila ng pick-offs dito. They really have to get those assassination against RRQ, make some comeback play. Helios right now, 605, Black Liver, Yomus Ghostblade. It's not looking good for FLA, but still open pa rin yung doors natin to get this comeback, the potential comeback that they have. 0-3-2, unfortunately si Doming right now, medyo di maganda yung kanyang gising. Pagdating sa ating early team fight dito, we'll see if they can still make some counter plays. Up naman na yung Storm Razor, itong si Danny, slowly going towards its 50 edge, maybe afterwards, since he has the BF Sword para sa kanyang champion. No Dragon at this point.
Yeah.
They're positioning themselves to go towards the first tier, third tier, the bot lane. But again, that's a 6-0. 6-0. Jace kagad sa ating 9 minutes mark, mga kaibigan. Defense bot lane dito. Ito na naman, showstopper, exhausted si Danny. Danny ginamit dito ang kanyang lantern, pero Vanguard's edge will stop them from running away. Grabe, nagkauntugan. Blasting cone, denied si Marky. Pero no problem, buhay pa rin si exhausted. At ito si Carl, ginamit niya yung kanyang countermake dito. But Doming, super low yung kanyang HP. He will fall down as well. Untik nang maging ace. But again, napakasakit sa aking puso ang nangyayari ngayon sa FLA.
Ay, naku, sakit gidya eh. Napakasakit.
Bye.
Oh my God. But meanwhile, this is why you do not give away Chaz's Irelia. Those were perfect Vanguard's edges. Hindi nga makatakbo dito yung side of FENNEL adversity. Nakasa well-placed. Palagi yung skill shot na yun coming in from Chaz. It is gonna be an easy kill on the backlines coming in from the side of RRQ. Pero FENNEL adversity, nakikita natin, they are forcing those team fights, forcing opportunities themselves by rotations, pero na-outplay sila. Pero ito na nga, referral contest.
FENNEL indeed, this time FLA. Again, katulad kanina, sila na una sa pwesto dito. They have the upper hand in terms of positioning, pero Exhaustion will just create some space once again para sa kanyang mga team dito. Tinamaan siya ng counter, may group na dyan din naman. Pero naagaw na this time ng RRQ rather ang ating referral, and they can't do anything to respond after what happened.
Oh my God. Wala akong masabi, GG Spear. This is just so heartbreaking, to be honest. This, yung sinabi nga na panel, and ako mismo, and everyone, tayo sa PH Wildrift community, we expect a very intense series. But RRQ, 3 games in a row, controlling, overpowering FENNEL adversity. Even though Rafe is in this time around sa Game 3, same result is happening here. RRQ is just the better team. Pero tingnan natin if FENNEL adversity could have an epic comeback in this series.
They might actually, they still can. A little bit of hope para sa FLA. Just have to find the right opportunity dito, especially against RQ. We all know that RQ right now, in terms of team fight, they have the lead advantage talaga overall. Because again, they're very centric dito pagdating sa team fight. Looking at their lineup, they have a Ziggs, they have Exosen as a set. And we all know naman na ang set, as I keep on mentioning, hindi kailangan ni Set ng space. Set creates the space himself for his teammate. For every situation dito, we'll see that Set is connect, pero Exosen, hindi yan ang magiging kanyang kamatayan. Meron tayong Lantern, pero that's not gonna be enough to save you, my friend. Ang double kill para kay Helios, mga ni Pansin. Arise will fall down, triple kill. Ang next target nila ay wala pa kundi si Tommy. He fell big sound right now in the mid lane for the second tier turret. Dargon is there, pero that's not gonna be the problem. Wala lang sila paki dito. They can actually get the inhibitor turret this time for their team. We still have Shelly being there. Referral para umuntok sa ating turret. Could be the end of the game, but they won't end it as of yet. Kasi meron tayong 5 seconds bago mag-up ang members of FFA. Medyo matamlay na ako, kaibigang Dead. Ay, paano ba ito?
I feel the same vibe, GG Spear, and I cannot blame you. Anong nangyari dito? But RRQ going go for second dragon. Rafe here!
Ako po, Rafe making some plays. Ako po, delikado ka dyan, kaibigang Oso. Nahuli siya sa loob. Ginamit doon ng Vanguard's Edge, pero hindi yun susuporta. Hindi yun swapat para magamit ng pang-steal sana with the Lantern's escape. But Marky, satchel in, satchel out. Sinusubukan lang nilang bigyan ng pressure dito ang FLA.
Oh my.
My 320 Earth. 320, isa na lang. Malapit na magkaroon dito ng 13 minutes na tayo eh.
13 minutes, 23 kills, and 17 plus kills dito sa side ng RRQ. And look at this one, Exosen with that showstopper, initiating team fight, and on point palagi yung follow-up on that Vanguard's Edge. Yung sinasabi na natin na free kills.
Ito na naman, si Rafe ay nahuli, wala siya magawa to respawn! You cannot save yourself with a lantern, Herb. Siyempre, yung lantern will be used to save your teammate, not yourself. And now that Rafe is down, we have the Baron open para dito sa RRQ. This time, they are in a really deep hole, mga kaibigan. 13,000, 14,000 ating goal deficit.
Man, GG Spear, to be honest, this is just a emotional damage, man. Kung masasabi natin. But this is just RRQ. Yung nakita natin on that series, again, recap natin yung WCS Finals, no? That was a better performance, to be honest, coming in from FENNEL adversity. At least nagkuha sila ng first game, ng one game rather, against RRQ in that series. And on the following games, medyo intense talaga yung laban. But here, in the WCS Finals, here in the lower bracket, RRQ just showing talaga nga they deserve to be crowned as as the WCS champions, that it was not just a fluke, hindi chamba. Pinakita lang dito ng RRQ right now that they really deserve to be here in the spot. They really deserve to be in the icons. They really deserve to be the representatives of the Philippine sub-region because they are just owning this game.
Ayun, kumbaga, aliyup naman ang ginawa na Exhausted doon, pero Lantern hindi siya malilikas doon. And iisip niya, yata, double kill para kay Chan! You're so swishy and slippery in this game. There's only 3 members of FLA defending this Nexus, mga kaibigan. They still have the bar buff right now in their hands of RQ. They're not wasting any time because CCC did a 0-3 sweep, mga kaibigan, against FENNEL adversity. RRQ, the dream is still alive. One more series win to get that Icons global slot.
Oh my goodness, I think this is going to be it actually, GG Sphere. They are our PH representatives into the Icons. Rex, Regum, Qeon sweeping this series against FENNEL adversity. My goodness gracious, congratulations RRQ.
They are again, diba, living up to their name, King of Kings.
Tama. Oh my.
One more series, as I mentioned, mga kaibigan, in order to get this Icons global slot. RQ, very dominant team. What happened there?
Oh my.
It's no joke.
is no joke.
Sobrang grabe yung ginawa nila dito sa FLA.
May I take this opportunity as well, GG Sphere, no, to thank FENNEL Adversity. Even though na-eliminate na sila dito sa WCS Finals, FENNEL Adversity, you made us proud dito sa PH Wild Rift community.
Of course. Yes, overall, there's a lot of expectation coming from these two teams, but RQ really prepared for this one. I think they spent the night before this game to review FLA, know the weakness of FLA, and try their best to utilize everything na pwede pa nilang ma-utilize dito. And it worked perfectly well that FLA didn't even get one win.
Exactly. That was a sweep. Pero ina-expect ko talaga this will be an intense, parang civil war talaga. But as you have mentioned, GG Sphere, they come prepared. RRQ just proven the doubters as well na hindi lang luck, hindi chamba yung nangyari sa WCS PH Grand Finals, na sila talaga ang better team when it comes to the PH region in the Wild Rift esports scene. Again, congratulations RRQ. At least this is, ang sinabi ko nga, bittersweet victory. Yes, eliminated na yung FENNEL Adversity, but we have still our PH representative RRQ in the Icons.
Yes, my heart, my soul, mga kaibigan. Again, RQ, last man standing for PH, mga kaibigan. They can still get again the icon slot. One more win sa ating next round na ating losers bracket. If they win the next series, then that's it. We did it, mga kaibigan. Kumbaga, this is it, diba? Dora.
All right, we're going to pass it to the panel for the post-match analysis.
I'm too happy to feel any pain, physical pain.
Airplane thing.
And an amazing series from RRQ coming into this. They had a difficult match against their previous opponents, but now they go, well, that's no sweat for us. We're coming back in here 5 games against our previous opponents, now against FLA again. They 3-0 them.
What a statement for them, right? Again, heading into this matchup, I expected a better fight coming from FENNEL Adversity. The training arc, the yada. But turns out, RRQ also did their homework, right? And now they're showing that they're not just a better team, but a better team from what they were from the regional playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think their tournament run so far for RRQ, it shows me confidence. It shows me that I'm not going to be worried when they, fly to Icons and face one of the two of the top regions in the competition. At the first 2 things that comes into my head, WRL, WCK. I'm not worried when I look into that.
And the Philippines region will get that representation once again. Team Secret previously made a splash in the international competition. We will still continue to see the Philippines region go into international competition and make that statement.
The expectations for them will be a little bit on the heavier side.
Very high, Otto, very high.
Because number 3 during the Horizon Cup is a feat that I believe is too high to really match. But if there is a team from the Philippines that can really do it, I believe it's RRQ.
Yeah, that's true. Team Secret did set the bar really high during the Horizon Cup. So now RRQ, it's their time to shine, representing the SEA region and the Philippine region as well.
And Riku, we came into the day saying Helios and Chaz, some of the best players. You said the best players from the Philippines region. I mean, you have to feel great about this game.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous combo to have the best mid laner in the Philippines and the best jungle all in one team. We saw how much of an impact Chaz and Helios made in this team. And the combination of, again, the veterancy that we look back in Marky and Exosen as well. I think it's such a very amazing pair. And, Devil J, had a rough time yesterday against Flash Wolves, but I felt like, he really redeemed himself today.
And you mentioned, Otto, about this passing of the mental, right? Now with Exosen coming in, I mean, what is that about?
Okay. All right, kids. Story time with Uncle Otto Luz. Oh, you're the kid. Okay, James of Team Secret, the one that we called, or the one that we coined the General, was actually the 6th man for that Mineski team that entered the 2013 World Championships. Now, James is saying, Exosen, Kaigu, it's your time to shine.
And they've done amazingly for themselves. We have our player of the game, Chaz. I mean, he deserves that recognition, that spotlight. Wow. I couldn't tell you between Chaz and Helios who deserves it more. All I know is when we had that into the skies moment from Helios in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
I lost my mind.
So good.
Yeah, same here. The split decision making on what skill to use, where to use it, how can you live, how can you survive, how can you outplay your opponent. And that's just the RRQ style, the RRQ game. And of course, Chaz displayed such a phenomenal performance even yesterday up against Flash Wolves. Again, he broke the rules of Wild Rift. He's able to able to win without the Elder Drake endgame.
Yeah, and this was the game-turning moment if you were to ask me. This botch dive, actually this dive coming from FLA didn't really pan out for them. The exhaust did actually slow him enough to not really get that auto attack on.
And a good find from FLA though. They went into this game with the mentality that they needed to make something happen. They were fishing for a miracle. They were fishing for a fluke. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find it here, but we still saw some good moments from FLA. This series does, however, show RQ's dominance coming into the game.
Very, very dominant. And I think this is the into the skies moment.
This is the moment.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my
the
goodness.
Satchel Marky. Oh my god. What a save, I swear.
Yeah, what an awareness there as well coming from Helios. Again, this is the player that we pegged as mechanically gifted laning-wise. Will be able to find the kills where you don't expect it from. Best mid-jungle synergy from the Philippines, hands down, and arguably in Southeast Asia.
And we're really looking to RRQ's ability to perform in that mid-jungle position. We look at the rest of the competition still in. Teams that have already qualified into the Icons and for the rest of the WCS Finals. Team Flash being one of them. Flash Rose being the other. Now here we have RRQ. They go into these matchups against stiff competition. But I have faith here that with RRQ, Helios and Chaz are able to give us a performance against those teams.
Lower bracket run.
Lower bracket
Lower
run!
bracket run, baby!
There's the airplane!
I just hope that they don't celebrate. Oh, well, actually, they can't celebrate too much. Party
We have a couple
hard
of breaks.
because they have a couple of days break before their match on Friday, right?
Yes, that's correct. And one thing that I like about RQ is their apparent growth. Like, they have everything in check, right? They've got mechanics, they've got decision making, they've got, let's see this again because this is so good. The way Marky landed that satchel, look at the casters, Husky and Novo, very excited about that moment. And our minds are blown as well.
I told you I lost my mind. I was not exaggerating when I said I lost my mind there. Like, just the awareness to make that play, right? And then the mechanical ability, because not only did he run away from him, he even switched to his range form, used his second ability to get some additional damage down. Because all that we needed to see from Doming was him hit his challenging smite and one spell, any spell, and he would have died there.
Exactly. The cripple was there, the slow was there. And at that perfect moment, you know what? Granted, I play a lot of Jace, right? And into the skies, onto the minion creeps is actually a bit harder.
It is hard. It is
hard because basically your target selection would automatically prioritize the champion, right? If it was me, if it was a normal player, he would jump into the Lee Sin, not to the minion.
No, I don't have the hands to make that
me
play work, right? It's just such an amazing showing for RRQ, and I mean, I just can't overstate it enough. We've seen now with the rest of the regions also undergoing their stiffest competition. Around the world, WNS happening, the WCKS crowned their victors, and we look towards all of these other regions. When I see RRQ, I see a team, despite having lost the best of 5 series, I think they could take on anyone else in the world right now. I believe, man.
I
believe
in RRQ. Bring in that flavor.
Oh, wow.
Bring in the dirty team fighting.
Bring out the Balagbagan.
Yeah.
Hashtag Balagbagan was in favor of RQ. We knew this, but they have personified this term for the region of the Philippines and just made it so beautiful.
I just want to give credit to RQ's growth. I want to talk about how usually when your solo laner's winning, you go solo, right? Because no one can answer you. But what they did, they fought as a unit. They were always together. There wasn't a time that they weren't moving as a unit, right? And I felt like this is a new form that I'm excited to see in Icons.
I mean, upgraded and improved. They've gone through a couple of iterations for their composition. Having to figure out where each player is best suited in which roles, I think has been a challenge for this team. But like you mentioned, Exosen moving into a more supportive position, being allowed to make those shot-calling decisions for their team has become such a better look. And honestly, if you have a jungler and a mid laner this good, how hard can it be to shot call? Hey, Chaz, can you go and steal their Baron for me?
Okay, on it. Process Ragnarok.
I'll do it in Filipino. Wait lang. On my way. Wait lang. But yes, ExoSen's move onto the support. I think I should say this. I don't think I will be crucified by RQ, but there was a point in where ExoSen was having second thoughts into moving to the support role, just because he feels that, Maze, the original support for RQ, deserves it better. But Coach Kaigu, Coach JM, they instilled the confidence into him, and they said, you know what, RQ will work better with you being at the forefront of everything.
Yeah, there was an interview with RQ during the WCS PH, and then they mentioned that this is going to be their final form. They experimented a little bit, changed rosters midway. That's crazy. And then they figured out, yes, we're winning more with this configuration. Let's keep doing it.
And we talked so much about this matchup coming in. I mean, and so much has happened here already in just 3 games, mind you guys. So let's start thinking a little bit about what the next opponents are going to look like while we wait for our interview to start. Next match coming in, we have BRU against Cerberus.
I'm thinking the BRU will come out on top of that one, right? And finally giving Thailand the representation that they really deserve for the upcoming Icons Global. Don't want to jinx them because so far, my prediction of FENNEL Adversity did not really pan out. But if anything, if yesterday's games were any indication, right? Who was that team that made the gods bleed? That was BRU.
That's true.
So if they're going to face against BRU, what I'm really concerned about is Devil J's form heading against Noel. Because that was capitalized on, and that was heavily, I would say, exposed.
Yeah.
Heavily exposed by Isera.
Yeah, I think by that time, because we saw Devil J play Garen today.
Yeah.
It's one of the answers to just have a calm lane, because you saw the Renekton and Lee Sin. Okay, I'm just gonna play Garen, you're not gonna kill me, and there you go. That's how you play around it. How you can play around it.
Win condition. Pick the Garen.
It's in the center of the rock, paper, scissors for a reason, right? You have to be able to play that, but also play stable, right? Sometimes we see interesting options from Garen players, and it works out, so I guess I can't really doubt them, but I am a little bit concerned. So hoping to see a good matchup happen here for Devil J, and there is still a lot to be worked on. I think they will appreciate that long break, the 4 days rest before their matches again on Friday. I think will reinvigorate RRQ, whoever the opponents are going to be, and I think that the competition is shaping up to be a tight one.
And knowing RRQ, the pride will kick in, and they would want to really win the whole thing. That's one thing I guarantee you, Brandon.
And while we wait for the player interview to happen, I have to ask you guys, what do you guys want to ask? Whoever, I think it's going to be Helios likely, so what do you guys want to ask them later on during the interview?
There's so much to ask, right?
Right, it's so difficult to pinpoint.
Okay, so let me let you in on the interview that
Why do we even have to interview Helios? I just ask Autolus.
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause I know this players, right? So when we interviewed Helios back when they won the whole thing, right? I asked him, hey, you know what? You really are the best mid laner in the Philippines. And when I asked him, okay, so how do you think will the matchup go with the Southeast Asia mid laners? In Tagalog, he said, kaya ko yan. Which means that I should not have any troubles with them.
Yeah.
That's how confident the guy is.
I love that. I mean, I just love that, right? You need to have that confidence going into these matchups. It's not an easy one by any regards, right? You talked about how you have some difficult competition, but when you said the names, guys like Coyote, guys like Bruce, you say Helios was still better, Riku.
Yeah, I just think he's just so mechanically amazing, and I feel like it tops Bruce. I feel like it tops Coyote. I feel like the way that Bruce and Coyote functions in the team is to mesh well to make sure that every single side is covered. Do you want to engage? Do you want me not to die? Do you want something that can just stabilize the lane? But instead, Helios, the way he functioned in this team is more of like, I'm going to be your carry. Yep. I'm going to kill them. You're not going to see me on a Galio. You're not going to be seeing me on tanks. I'm going to make sure I do the healing.
Definitely not on Karma.
Killing.
And also one thing to note is that what really makes Helios the perfect fit for RQs, they still have that veteran presence in the Dragon lane. Let's take a moment and recognize ExoSen. ExoSen and Kaiku, 9 years ago, was the representatives of Southeast Asia for the League of Legends PC World Championships. 9 years ago. how old I was back then. I don't want to reveal it on stage, but you get what I mean. 9 years ago, and now they're back where they were.
I mean, respect, right? It's the longevity. To continue this, I mean, it's so easy to look at things and say, yeah, I mean, you know, my time is over, my time is done, right? But to be able to persevere, to continue and persist, I mean, that's just an amazing quality to have in anyone. And not to mention in top-level competitors, right? Like, it's so often.
Grind.
Yeah.
Right? Day in, day out. And that's something that I want to ask, like, what their schedule looks like. Because competitive players spend all their waking hours thinking about the things that they're doing, about the game that they're playing. Their entire lives revolve around this topic. They wake up, they boot up their devices, they start playing. They go to sleep thinking about what they could have done better. And to be able to do that 9 years, more than 9 years in fact, is just such an amazing thing.
I just hope that we will have Hall of Famers for Southeast Asia because
yeah.
I will be casting my ballot, Exosen, as one of the first year Hall of Famer, right on the dot.
For Wild
Not
Rift.
biased, by the way.
Yeah, no bias at all.
Look at me,
For me, RRQ has shown to be a very high on energy when it comes to showing emotions.
Yes.
Like we've seen them breaking tables last time when they qualified for WCS, and then we've seen them jumping up and down, and Helio showing the airplane like yes, and he's like telling the team, stop moving, I just want to show everybody what's on my phone. And then so I just want to ask them once the interview comes, like, what were the comms like, knowing the fact that they're feeling that they're going to 3-0, they're feeling that they're going to enter Icons? That's definitely what I want to ask, how the comms was looking like and sounding like.
I wonder what kind of plane they were showing. I wish I got to see the picture. I would have liked to know what plane.
We can ask him.
We'll
yeah,
ask. We'll figure it out. You know, is it like a big Airbus? Are they looking
You
at
know
like
what
a small
you're
jet?
missing out? Because the social media of RIQ, I mean the players, they're so fun.
Oh yeah, isn't there a parody page for Chaz?
Oh yeah. So Coach Three Fingers created an alter page for Chaz, where he just shows random pictures of Mr. Charles Cruz or Chaz.
Yeah.
And it's just so fun following them, right? They're very likable, not just in game, but also outside of the game.
Oh, yeah.
That's one thing I guarantee you.
I mean, that personality is something super important, right? Building the connection with other people as well. I mean, when we look into the longevity of some players, a lot of it happens as well off the Rift, out of game. You know, you can be the best player in the world if you're not able to to reflect that. It's difficult for people to kind of associate with you, and I think that's something they've done incredibly well. And we're looking forward to see what else we have in store, because we have more things in store for them, right? If they when they go to Icons, more content gets to be made. You know, we get to hear even more from them.
Yeah.
More parties.
More parties!
Because RQ is very heavy on the party side.
Oh
work
my
hard,
goodness.
play harder. Do I get invited? We'll see.
Well, the party's gonna be in the Philippines, so
We'll see.
that's something.
Wait for me.
Discord party.
Oh yeah, nah.
Maybe, I don't know.
They want the actual party. You don't
I'm just gonna flaunt my jersey some more. Here.
have to. No returning?
Can I have it?
Wait, this isn't even yours?
It's not mine. It's auto loses.
Oh my goodness.
What I did
I had to borrow.
the whole journey was planned out by me. Okay, so I'm gonna pick a FENNEL shirt and an RQ shirt. And I think it's not a coincidence that the teams that we're seeing here from the Philippines are the ones that sent me merch.
Now you guys know. Want to make it into the finals? Want to get into Icons? How many RQ shirts do you have?
2.
How many FENNEL shirts do you have?
1.
There you go!
Thank you! Basic
Guys!
math, right?
Guys, come on! What's going on? Send all loose your merch. Make sure you secure that spot in the Global Championship.
Yeah.
You're gonna have one less shirt now, because this is mine now, right?
Then I need a new one, right? but really, yeah, we need more merch.
A big congratulations again over to RRQ. We're still waiting to hear from our winners of today's match. Any more things you guys want to talk about as we continue? I mean, this run in the WCS, I mean, there's so much that's gone on. FENNEL Adversity, they started from the play-ins. They ultimately were able to clinch a second seed coming into this after taking out one team.
Yeah, just go ahead.
I just want to just reiterate the growth of RQ, right? Because remember, we talked about during the panel is that they were struggling they look good on group stages, but they kind of look iffy during playoffs. But it felt like that they've overcome that. WCS PH came, made a bunch of roster changes. This worked. Did the lower bracket run. They looked shaky actually in their first match in the playoffs against Team Secret. We were like, oh
yeah,
no,
they
what's
lost right away.
happening? Yeah, they lost immediately, but they've managed to repair that. They've managed to look really, really good up against Team Underground, up against FENNEL Adversity. And look at them now, being able to fight toe-to-toe to one of the toughest teams in the WCS Finals.
If FENNEL Adversity had the most number of games to get to this spot, RQ had the most number of games to qualify for the WCS Finals. So, yeah, quite a bit of parallel there. But there's one thing that I also would love to give, huge props for. That's FENNEL Adversity.
Oh, yeah.
FENNEL Adversity, I've been a huge fan of them since the beginning, since the inception, right? And FENNEL Adversity, as you guys may know, they started very, very slow, number 8 during the summer. And then come fall season, we were able to see them at least accomplish the second seed, or getting the second seed for the Philippines, getting into the play-ins, making people remember Doming. Just the fact that Omo remembers Doming and Danny speaks a lot about that team, right? Now, heading into this tournament, they have showed that, you know what, we are not just that other team from the Philippines. They beat out Cerberus, they beat out one team. They beat out EVOS. That just goes to show that FENNEL Adversity is a team that can still be proud even after what happened.
I mean, they won a lot of series on their way here to this point in their matchup against RRQ, but they also won the hearts of many. I'm one of them. FENNEL Adversity truly showed incredible fighting spirit in every match they played. Going up against some tough opponents, they ultimately came up ahead in multiple 5-game series. And I mean, this isn't the end for them. This is the end for them in the WCS Finals. But they have so much more ahead of them. We have so many fresh faces, so much potential behind these teams. And I'd love to see FLA come back again and compete and vie for a spot once again in the Global Championship. But RRQ will be the ones to continue for now. I'm gonna rub a little bit of salt in your. I'm gonna rub a little bit of salt against your Otto here. Yeah. A little bit of salt in the wound. Who's your best team in the WCS?
I'm not going to mention Team Flash.
The rapid fire round. Was
rapid
so
fire,
funny.
quick, come on, let's go.
I can say, you know that I can say the words, but yeah.
He was about to say Team Flash at that fifth question. So funny.
We've got an interview ready from the winners, RRQ. Let's pull them up so we can get to talk to them after their amazing 3-0 win in this match against FENNEL Adversity. Hi guys, congratulations on an amazing win. We have a bunch of questions for you guys, but I think we have to keep this one short, so we're gonna start here. Otto, what do you have in store for them?
Oh wait, we need the name corrected. This is Helios that we're talking to, Helios. Hello, Helios. How are you? Now that we saw you showing the picture of an airplane, but really, how is the team right now?
My team right now is good. Very good.
Very good. Well, I have a follow-up question, Helios. Okay, so I asked you, back in the Philippines, I asked you how you will fare against Southeast Asia mid laners. But now, you're expanding your horizon and going into the world stage. So how do you think you will do, or will you do, against the best of the best, against the world mid laners?
I'm gonna play well and do better. That's it.
I love that spirit out from Helios, Riku. I know you have a lot to ask.
Okay, my first question. Congratulations again, Helios and RQ. My question is, when did you guys found out that you knew you guys were gonna head into Icons, you guys were gonna win that series, and how are the comms like? Were you guys jumping up and down? Nagsisigawan ba kayo? Were you guys shouting at each other already?
Yes, we're so happy that we won this match. We're grateful for our performance, so that we can qualify this Icon series.
Good job! We'll be cheering for you guys.
We'll be cheering for you guys. Congratulations against Helios and the rest of RRQ. This was an amazing series. You guys really showed off your stuff. I can see that giddy with happiness now. I think that's going to have to be it from us here on the panel. But again, amazing job, guys. We'll see you guys for your next matches. All the best. We're cheering for you guys.
Congrats!
Congrats sa inyo!
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing energy, right? They're so happy they can't stop giggling.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're like, wait, don't bother me. I'm in an interview.
You know, we're always, I think we are the happiest people in Asia. Right?
Look, but the day's not over yet. We've had an amazing series between RRQ and FLA, but we've got more matches coming up. BRU, NCS. We're going for a quick little break. When we come back, the action resumes.
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
น่าค้นหาครับน่าท้าทายครับโหดมากๆครับ
ชื่อเมธิตวงศ์ชูศรีครับส่วนชื่อเล่นชื่อน้อยครับ
ชื่อเล่นชื่ออัดชื่อเล่นชื่อแบงค์ครับชื่อเล่นชื่อนิกครับชื่อเล่นชื่อโอมครับ
ก็ชื่อในเกมปัจจุบันใช้ชื่อโนเอลนะครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเป็นชื่อที่แม่ตั้งใจจะตั้งให้ตอนเกิดครับแต่ว่าหน้าไม่ค่อยฝรั่งเท่าไหร่ก็เลยเป็นน้อยแทนก็เลยมาใช้ในเกม
ชื่ออาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าอยากได้ชื่อที่เป็นตัวเองนำหน้าครับชื่อในเกมชื่อ What a Jazz ครับเลือกชื่อนี้เพราะว่ามันแปลกดี 11 จินตำแหน่งมิดเลนครับผมเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเป็นคนชอบเล่นเนชครับเล่นแครี่ครับเพราะว่าชอบเป็นตัวเทปืนครับเล่นตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตครับมาเล่นตำแหน่งนี้เพราะว่ามันไม่มีคนเล่นนะครับก็เลยมาเล่นเองอาเชนี่ครับเพราะว่าชอบเล่นมุกแบ็คบ่อย
คนที่ตลกที่สุดน่าจะเป็นผมนะครับส่วนเหตุผลก็เพราะว่าผมตลกครับ
อาเชนี่ครับอาเชนี่ครับ
ส่วนเรื่องทำงานหนักน่าจะเป็นตัวอาชินีครับทำงานหนักมาก
ตัวผมเองครับWhat a Jet What a Jet ฉลาดที่สุดในทีมทั้ง4คนยกเว้นแบงค์ตอนเด็กๆผมฝันอยากมีร้านกาแฟเป็นของตัวเองครับ
ก็จริงๆตอนเด็กอยากเป็นหมอฟันครับแต่ว่ารู้สึกว่าไม่เวิร์กเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมาเกมที่
ได้หรือเปล่าแล้วสไลด์หนีเข้ามาครับโดดช้ำมาแล้วยังไงไล่ฟันโนเอลกำลังจะตายแล้วตั้งรีพอร์ตสุดท้ายโดนลุมแล้ว
นั่งดูรีเพย์วิเคราะห์ตัวเองครับก็นอนดูรีเพย์แล้วก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับผมผมอยู่ห้องกับโนเอลแบงค์แล้วก็อาชนีไม่เปลี่ยนนะครับผมชอบนอนอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเหตุผลที่โคเดนฟีดแยกไปนอนเพราะว่าเขากดแล้วผมเป็นคนเซนซิทีฟกับเสียง
แชมเปี้ยนที่ผมคิดว่าเป็นแชมเปี้ยนที่อันเดอร์เรทที่สุดในตำแหน่งของผมตอนนี้น่าจะเป็นเคนเนนครับเพราะว่าเป็นตัวที่ได้รับการบัฟมาหลายแพทช์แล้วครับแต่ว่ายังไม่ค่อยนิยมกันมาใช้กันเท่าไหร่
เกรฟส์ครับตอนนี้คนชอบลืมว่าเกรฟส์เขาเป็นตัวที่ฟาร์มไวครับแล้วก็โหดเลดเกมครับแต่ตอนนี้มันสู้ไม่เก่งครับคนก็เลยไม่ค่อยหยิบมาเล่นกัน
ก็คงเป็นกำลังโตครับ
ไปแล้วโหดมากๆครับน่าค้นหาครับน่าท้าทายครับรู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็ประมาณเล็กๆกลัวที่จะทำให้หลายๆคนผิดหวังแต่ก็มั่นใจครับว่าทำได้
น่าจะเวียดนามครับเพราะว่าเป็นประเทศที่เล่นแบบดุดันครับเป็นทีมแฟลชจากเวียดนามครับผมเพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วมิดเลนเขาเกือบทำพวกผมตกรอบครับก็อยากให้แฟนๆไวลิฟในประเทศไทยเชียร์ทีมไทยทั้ง2ทีมเลยครับแล้วพวกผมสัญญาว่าจะไปเหยียบเวสเตทให้ได้
ก็ผมก็จะพูดเหมือนในทุกๆครั้งที่ผมพูดนะครับก็ขอขอบคุณทุกๆคนที่ติดตามมาตลอดนะครับแล้วก็ให้กำลังใจเรามาตลอดเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับ
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS FINals sắp tới.
In game của em là Jisoo. Lúc còn bé, lúc em đang ngủ thì có một vị thần tới đặt tên cho em là Jisoo.
Trong game in game của em là MT vì phát âm nó khá là giống cái tên của em là hai chữ em muốn là chữ M và chữ T MT.
Một ngày em lướt Facebook em thấy một cái post có các bạn nói Joyce để cho em lấy tên thầy của em lấy luôn.
Hồi bé thì em có là fan cứng của Elsa nên em lái cái tên qua một xíu em đổi thành tên như thế.
Em chơi ở đường Baron tại vì ở Liên Minh thì em đi hầu hết các lane rồi, còn mỗi lane này em chưa đi rồi.
Em đang đi vị trí đường giữa cho team Flash và thực ra thì em rất thích đi đường giữa từ đó đến giờ.
Khi đang rồng 1.800 máu từ rồng bị chặn ở phía ngoài là các thành viên bên phía của Cerberus bắt đầu đánh ngược trở ra.
Em chơi vị trí hỗ trợ thì bởi vì em muốn hỗ trợ cho team.
Tại vì hồi xưa em đam mê Liên Minh PC mà sau này em muốn chơi mấy game mobile hơn, nó dễ tiếp cận hơn nên là tốc chiến ra mắt thì em chơi game này.
Lúc thời gian dịch em không ra ngoài quán net chơi được cho nên em chơi tốc chiến.
Hồi nhỏ ước mơ của em là phi công.
Ước mơ hồi nhỏ của em không nhớ rồi nữa. Hồi nhỏ cũng rất nhiều ước mơ. Em nghĩ là ước mơ của em là không phải là trở thành ai mà nó sẽ là trở thành cái gì như thế nào cho chính mình thôi. Thành viên nhỏ nhất trong đội là Sai 2K3 mới 18.
Em thì suốt ngày bị ăn hiếp rồi.
Em cũng nghĩ là em luôn.
Lớn nhất trong đội là Joyce.
Thành viên lớn nhất trong đội là Joyke sinh năm 98. Chắc chắn là em rồi. Tại vì em tự tin em nói mà nên em được quyền chọn em.
Oh yeah.
Ăn sụn gà chiên nước mắm.
Chắc là mì gói.
Chắc là ăn thổi lỗi tại vì em nhiều lỗi quá.
Quê hương của em là Hạ Long thì là vùng vịnh biển các thứ, nói chung là nó cũng là nơi du lịch nổi tiếng ở Việt Nam.
Quê em ở Quảng Trị. Quảng Trị một tỉnh thuộc miền Trung. Đặc sản của Quảng Trị thì là em.
Nói chung trong một game in house thì em thấy là đó là một điều đương nhiên phải làm với một team esports chuyên nghiệp, và em cảm thấy mọi vấn đề đều mình có thể giải quyết ngay trong lúc đó luôn.
Em chọn Yasuo tại vì Yasuo là quốc tướng của Việt Nam rồi.
Khắc nghiệt, tấu hài, vui vẻ, rất là khó.
Hơi bị dễ.
Em cảm thấy khá là vui và hồi hộp bởi vì đây là giải quốc tế lần đầu em tham dự.
Đầu tiên là em cảm thấy rất là vui và em cảm thấy là bản thân mình cần cố gắng nhiều hơn để đạt được những thành tích cao nhất ở giải đấu WCS FINals sắp tới.
cảm thấy rất là vui vì được sát cánh cùng các đồng đội để chinh phục những cái giải thưởng cao quý nhất.
Một cảm giác khá là vui và tự hào.
Welcome back again to the WCS Finals. We're into the playoff stage. We're deep into the playoff stage. Our second match of the day, BRU and CS. We have an amazing one set up for us here. This broadcast has been brought to you guys by Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Ghost of Gamers, and One Esports. I'm Grandin. With me is Husky and apparently BRU Omo.
PRU Omo's back, baby. And you know what? I'm not fussed. I'm not worried. I'm not stressed. You saw what BRU did against Team Flash yesterday. They made it that close. How could Cerberus stand a chance here today?
Yeah, I can agree that they made it really close, but just now while we were casting the first series, you said that you knew that they were going to get here. So what's with that?
I mean, I go back on things I say a lot. I say a lot of things I don't mean. I say a lot of things I do mean. But the point is, BRU, they got this easy.
I have to ask Omo, now you're in the panel here with me, did you manage to see Autoluse's impression of you?
I did. I thought it was actually really good.
It was really on point, right?
It was perfect.
It was definitely really on point. I felt like he had some great moments.
It's all in the eyebrows.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm terrible at impressions. I could do it, but then it would
How about you do your own one? How about you do
my own impression
of yourself?
How's that possible? How do you do an impression? I think they will beat the PH team here today. PH will lose here today. Yeah, that's like my best impression. I don't know what I can do here.
You're taking a lot of losses
3-0. Huh?
You're taking a lot of losses today.
I know, I'm taking many fat L's today.
Well, life moves on and we will find a way regardless. Well, let's start talking about our matchup for this second series, right? BRU and Cerberus. The team for the Thailand region and the team for the Vietnamese region. Second seed for the Vietnamese region, however, and that changes things a lot here, Husky.
Yeah, yesterday, Buriram United, they went in a 5-game slugfest against Team Flash. Now here they are facing off against Cerberus Esports, another team from the Vietnamese region. I think Cerberus has been looking great. In fact, they have a lot of time to look at what BRU has been doing. They have a lot of time to prep for this. And if there's anything we learn about Cerberus, is that you have to watch out for mess and BMM.
But here's that thing though. Cerberus have been playing in through the play-ins. They've had to play a number of matches up until this point to really get here.
And that's the thing. I want to echo Husky's point as well, because I think he raised a very good point. Cerberus had a lot of time to watch BRU play. They had a lot of time to take a lot of things away from that series. And you know what the number one takeaway is? If you ban away trash, all of a sudden, BRU are much less intimidating.
And that forces them on a number of compositions. They've tried to make the Center Nasus work. That didn't look too good for them. They tried to make the Rakan work. Was okay, but I mean, ultimately gave too much pressure over to Team Flash in Game 5. So we're looking to see if there's something still up BRU's wheelhouse or if they truly are just a one-trick pony. We see some issues appear, especially with the introduction of Triple V, the emergency sub for BRU.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, what BRU showed yesterday was a lot of control on that Baron side, right? We kept emphasizing that Noel is the shield for BRU, but he also needs Golden Feet and What the Jazz to help him out with that. And it took them a short time to ramp up, got to Game 3, Golden Feet finally got his hands hot, but it just wasn't enough. And again, like what Omo mentioned, take away the Thresh, and suddenly BRU looks less threatening.
Yeah, there's good points to be made about the importance of certain Dragon Lane picks, about certain support picks. But before we go into that, I want to touch on the point of Noel. We keep saying he's the shield, but you got to remember, in every MMO, there is a spell as well called Shield Bash. You smack him in the face with the shield, and Noel is more than capable of doing that. Yesterday, he was playing against Shy, who is, I would say confidently, the best Baron laner here at the entire championships. He's playing today against Taku or Qeon, and I think the difficulty level is much lower, and I think the Shield Bash is going to come into effect.
BRU are this close to securing a spot in the Global Championship in Icons. Unfortunately, Game 5 went the way of Team Flash. So,
yeah,
guys, I have to say this.
Yeah.
BRU were in the same position last time round 2. In the C-Champs, all they had to do was win 1 game out of 6. They were reverse swept twice in 2 best-of-5 games.
Okay, we'll go into this, right? It's a bit of a difficult story for me to tell as BRU Omo.
BRU are in that same position again. They are in that second best-of-5 Omo.
Sit a while and listen, okay? So last year in the Seas Championships, Buriram United, they were in the upper bracket. I do believe they were playing against SBTC. Went to 5 games, they lost in the 5th. Same thing when they dropped to the lower bracket, they played against Team Secret. It went to Game 5, they lost in the 5th. Same thing happened yesterday. They lost to a Vietnamese team in the 5th. Will history repeat itself? Will they drop out again after playing 10 games, just needing 1 more win to make it to Icons? Well, as BRU Omo, I sure hope not.
You know what I just identified? Out of the 4 series that, well, the 3 series that they played, and including the one upcoming, they will be playing 3, this is the 3rd time they will be playing against a team from the Vietnamese region. And it might be the team that ends the journey for BRU again.
I don't want to manifest these thoughts into the universe, so we'll just focus on what BRU can do to win here today. At least that's my goal, right? But I think like something else that you brought up, right, with support picks, the Dragon picks, that's something that we have to look out here as well. Because I think that the Dragon lane is going to heavily influence this matchup.
I mean, things change dramatically depending on who wins this match, right? We already have Team Flash securing the spots in the Icons. There's only 1 spot left. If BRU get in, this is the first chance for the Thailand region to qualify and represent themselves.
First and last chance.
Perhaps in an international competition, whereas if Cerberus make it through, then the Vietnamese region truly proved to be the strongest sub-region within the WCS.
Yeah, and on top of that, yesterday when Team Flash played Buriram United, they lost Game 3 and Game 4, but that was also because BRU were able to read their moves, and BRU had proactivity. They had What the Jazz on the Thresh, they have Noel and Golden Feet working hand in hand. In this case, if there's anything the Cerberus can learn from that, be a bit more unpredictable. Yesterday, Team Flash played a very topside heavy game for 4 matches in a row, and they lost 2 of them.
Let's talk styles a little bit here, guys. Adjectives to describe both teams. Omo, BRU Omo, how would you describe BRU?
Question, Grandin?
Yeah.
What is an adjective?
An adjective is a describing word, like pretty.
Okay, so one to describe BRU.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Husky, come on, you have to match this.
Bloodthirsty.
Okay, I like that.
All right, interesting. Let's start here with you, Husky. Why do you describe Cerberus as a bloodthirsty team?
Well, first of all, based off of the team name, again, I don't want to go into all of that mythology, but Cerberus so far have shown us very aggressive playstyle, right? Mess and BMM have been in the forefront under the spotlight. This jungle to mid combination has always allowed them to get a lot of kills early on.
Let's start talking about our first team. Let's take a look at a team intro video for BRU, our first contenders in this series. Here we have Buriram United Esports, perhaps the unluckiest team in the WCS. We have
Until
Noel,
now.
Coden Feet, Archini, Triple V, and What the Jess. Until now, Omo, what do you have for us?
Well, I just think that BRU look a cut above Cerberus. Look at this roster on paper. It's just so stacked. You could say, yeah, they have a sub coming in. Yeah, they have a jungler. They're role swapped. But you look row by row, and I think they are individually at least top 3 in their roles across the championship. Noel, Shield, but also Shield Bash. Coden Feet, man was popping off yesterday. Archini, he has 2 styles. He can play Assassins and Mages. Their bot lane, what is that to say? Jess is a king.
All right, so where does this adjective fit in there? Where does awesome fit in?
Yeah, it's just a cheesy one because they're so great, isn't it?
You know what? You know who you sound like? You sound like Auto Lose. He's like, my idol is Noel. Yeah, What the Jess is my second idol. Coden Feet is my third
what
idol.
a sucker, man. He doesn't even have a jersey, man. Where's your jersey, Otto?
What do you mean?
He doesn't have a BRU jersey.
Sure, I mean, I guess, but he was repping for FLA and
Yeah,
RQ
but
in
he's
the previous
sucking up
match.
to BRU.
My goodness.
He has
I
to
mean,
find like a
that's-
fallback plan,
That's
right?
so judgmental, Omo.
Have to lay out
Is this your
safety
first
net.
day knowing me?
Truly,
I'm here to judge gameplay, nothing else.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
And it helps when you have like that credibility, right? When you're talking about Vietnamese teams in a matchup between RQ and FLA, you're still mentioning how Flash will beat them both. that's analysis. That's gameplay analysis.
That's consistency.
That's consistency. Well, we have so much in store for us here. Husky, what do you think?
I think for BRU, again, I want to look at Noel. I think he is going to constantly be the focal point. I know sometimes we put What the Jess in, we put Triple V in, but Noel and Coden Fit will be my personal duo for BRU to stand out because they play such a top-heavy meta so far. Yesterday against Team Flash, and Noel stood toe-to-toe to Shy thanks to Coden Feet.
And we've seen Coden Feet force the Riven a number of times here, trying to be proactive in the jungle role.
He's made a couple big plays, right? But to be fair, in the series against Flash, some of those big plays just ended up looking like desperation because they're playing against a team that's so good. You call back to that series, and as a player, that's the stuff of nightmares. Think of how many team fights, how many skirmishes Team Flash walked away with red health bars, blinking red health bars. BRU just couldn't finish it off because Flash, they're so precise. I can't say the same for Cerberus.
This could be a fundamentals check for BRU as well, because yesterday, in all of the games, BRU got early game leads because of how Team Flash drafted, right? They drafted Singe in the mid lane. Coyote was not able to get do too much. That's why BRU got a head start. But against Cerberus, it is completely different. Cerberus, they want to win lane, they want to go fast, they want to hit hard.
The first team to draw blood against Team Flash, and that is going to be Buriram United. The fact that they were able to take games off of them where no other team could. Up until that point, Team Flash undefeated, not just in series, but in games, in their own region, they were able to take down their opponents. Well, let's take a look at Buriram United's opponents for today. You call them bloodthirsty, Husky. Let's take a look at Cerberus Esports. Cerberus Esports, a team, the last team from Pool 2, the only one still standing here, coming in from the play-ins. Cerberus Esports will face against tough opponents in the form of BRU. We have Taku, Mes, BMM, Genza, and Fly competing today.
And both Fly and What the Jazz have the same personality, same characteristics when it comes to playing that support role. Engage, proactiveness, and they share the same champion, Thresh. They are best champions in that role.
Yeah, very similar champion pools, but if you look down at the Dragon lane, you can say, yeah, What the Jazz and Fly, that's going to be an amazing matchup, clash of the support kings. But when you look at their lane partners, now that's where I start drawing a bit of a mismatch. Triple V comes in, does not have a great performance, some questionable itemization, pretty much stuck on center duty the whole time. His last Kaiser game, very questionable. You look across the rift, you look at this guy right here, Genza. He's a beast, man. This guy is just a maniac. He's so aggressive. He's so clean. He pushes his mechanics to the max. And I think that's where one of the biggest mismatches in this matchup will come from.
I also want to talk a little bit about this Baron side matchup, right? You talk so much about how Noel is the shield for his team and how they have to act, you have the shield bash option. You do damage with it, right? Oh, well, you agree with me, right? You do damage.
That was my point.
Yeah, you do damage with it. And so as we look towards Noel in the top side, I also want to bring some attention over to Taku. Taku has been a standout player for me, especially on this set. On some other champions, it has been wonky, but when he's been given a playmaker like Sent, he's been able to do an amazing job with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Set as a champion hasn't been showing too much presence in the recent game that we have watched. But in this case against Cerberus, I think Buriram will put a lot of attention on that set, on those bruises. Noel is the shield, but Taku can also act like one. And he is the one who has been shield bashing all of his lane opponents.
Yes, true, but I also have to bring up the point. I think that's a very great point, and I think what's so good about Noel is not only his stability, but his adaptability. I think when you call back, words are too long for me. When you call back to the series they played against Sam9, he's played Darius all 3 games, snatching away RH's perhaps best champion. When they played the series against Team Flash, he was playing Camille, he was playing the carry, snatching the champions away from Shy as well. He's so flexible.
I've just realized, I have Team Noxious with me. Team Demacia over here, look, I'm repping blue. I feel like they're doing good, right? But I got double Team Noxious. Playing aggressive. No, that's
Well, I'm half blue and half black.
There are colors going on. I mean, we have this aggressive option here coming through, and it kind of seems that way from Cerberus as well, right? They've been looking to play for the aggressive options. Whereas we see on BRU's side, they're the good guys, like to play for stuff like Galio.
Hey, don't make them sound lame.
Galio, you know, is the shield of Demacia, right? Like he's summoned by like the Demacian forces.
Brendan, you're making a cool team sound lame. Stop it.
I think the Colossus sounds cool.
I guess, but like shield protection, nah, he can go aggressive. Did you see Exosense Galio just now?
Oh, absolutely.
So aggressive.
So aggressive. Well, there's so much still to be said about this
Get
matchup.
me off this panel.
We're going to start talking about our predictions for this match. BRU and Cerberus, I'm going to start with mine. I'm going to tell you right here and now, I think that BRU are going to win, and they're going to win it 3-0.
Yeah, as much as I
stole my prediction,
as much as I sang a lot of praises for Cerberus, I think overall BRU 3-2.
Okay, well, BRU 3-0. Let's go.
We're in the same boat here. Everyone's on the same boat.
You stole my prediction.
No. I said it first, therefore it has to be mine. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's why you said I'll say my prediction first. Okay, I understand.
Yes,
now.
exactly. Well, you stole my prediction, Omo. What are you doing? And let's talk a little bit about why this is the case. Why have you gone for the 3-2 here, Husky?
I feel like I'm back in the same boat as yesterday, where everyone thought Team Flash would clean wipe BRU, but we go 5 games. It's because what Omo said, right? Adaptability from Noel. If that is transferred into today, I think they will have a better time against Cerberus. He has shown that he can go on the offense, and Coden Feet, if he gets off to the good start, I think...
Wait a minute.
Well,
these are points for BRU. This sounds like BRU's going to win 3-0.
Alright, so I'm getting ahead of myself. No, still BRU 3-2. I'm getting ahead of myself. But, okay, Cerberus aside, Taku, adaptability applies to Taku as well.
Talking about heads, let's look at the head-to-head for this matchup, right? What the Jets versus Fly, such an important one to talk about here, Omo.
Can I point out something that's hilarious? We mentioned that the champion pools are about the same, right? They play a lot of Trash, a lot of Rakan. What's actually really curious is both of these guys also play Senna Ness's bot lanes, a ton. But the funny thing is, when Buriram plays Senna Nasus, Jess, the support player, plays the Nasus. But when Cerberus plays Senna Nasus, Fly, the support player, plays the Senna.
That is true.
That
is an interesting look, right? Like that flip around, that little variation, that difference does make quite a big one. As we see what the Jez wants to take on that active role. You know, when he plays Nasus, he's walking in and hitting that Spirit Fire.
Yeah,
he's trying to stretch you early. Whoa! BRU Omo or CES Omo?
Hey, I'm here to judge gameplay. That's all I'm a neutral party. I might be wearing a BRU shirt, but I'm a completely objective party here.
Yeah, fair enough. But I want to just quickly echo on that Senna Nasus. Senna +1 bot lane for Cerberus, right? Fly on that Senna, I think it makes perfect sense because you want to unlock Genza. Genza himself is already an amazing Dragon laner. So to put him on Senna duty is kind of boring.
Absolutely.
So you put Fly on Senna and let Genza do his thing.
I feel kind of sad for a Fly, right? Like, even in a head-to-head matchup when we're talking about Fly, we still talk about Genza. At the end of the day, it still comes back to Genza.
It's a dual lane. It's a dual lane.
It is a dual lane.
Yeah, it's a joint effort.
Fly does stuff, and I love to see what else he has in store for us in this match. Talking about this match, let's take a look at our matchup between BRU and Cerberus. One last spot for the Icons Global Championship, and it's down to these last two teams, guys.
Yeah, and there's a chance that we end this series with 2 teams from the Vietnamese region heading to Icons. So BRU is the last vestige of the Thai region.
Yeah, and I got to bring up the point as well that BRU, they have the whole region's hopes and dreams riding on this best of 5. CES, you know, if they win this one, they send 2 teams to Icons. It's going to be making a very good case that Vietnam is possibly the best region in all of C.
Well, CES start this one off by banning away the Jax. BRU respond to Karma. Getting rid of some hyper carry jungle options could open up for the Olaf, though.
Yeah, the weirdest part for me that caught my eye right off the bat was the Jax ban, because I don't think Golden Fate has been playing a lot of Jax. I'd rather see him on the Gragas, Lee Sin, Sinjao, playmakers, right? The Riven didn't work out well yesterday, so CES is playing this a bit safe with the Jax and Yumi ban.
Yeah, to be fair, I can understand the Jax ban. It's something he's played a lot in regionals, but BRU, once again, I gotta compliment their prep. I think they do a very good job of understanding what they need to ban and what they need to pick away. Lucian from Genza, that's one of the picks which will heavily sway the bottom lane matchup. You do not want that. You want to stabilize the bottom lane matchup.
Camille's still up here, so BRU might have to ban that away as CES will ban away the Jace, a pick that was heavily prioritized in the previous game between RRQ and FLA.
That is going to leave the Olaf open, right? CES have a very strong opening. We talked about the Taku set. That is on the table as well.
A lot of considerations here, yeah. Well, yeah, this Cocky pick was so vital in the BRU Team Flash series yesterday. It makes perfect sense for CES to want to snatch this one away. Like we said, right, could go to BMM, could go to Genza.
Quickly taking away the Corki, and this still opens up CES to the double marksman composition.
Yeah, and that means that Buriram United right now, they have the Thresh, they have the Varus, a very classic combo for their bot lane, but they decide to take away the set. I think it's fine. You can still flex it for what the Jazz and to take that away from CES.
I think you definitely want the Thresh here because Jazz, it's one of his best champions and won him a lot of games. But this priority on the Kazakhs makes a lot of sense as well. It's been one of the highest prio junglers. It does so very well into the remaining couple junglers left in the pool. If you think about what's possibly going to be played now from CES, Lee Sin's an option, Xin Zhao's an option. You can maybe play Olaf here, but Kazakhs is happy taking on all of them.
And with BRU here, they still have one more pick before they go into the second
BRU
ban
is
phase.
smiling right now, granted.
And CES, they're going to commit to the center, and so now showing their bot side early, BRU get the play to against it and counter that with their red side picks.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising, right? Because we talk so much about Fly and what the Jazz sharing that same champion pool. I was thinking that maybe the Thresh will go to Fly and he can make those plays.
Now, this is going to be a very iffy situation for BRU. They're stuck between Varus or Thresh. Which one do we want to pick up now? Because after the second ban phase, the other part of the combo will be gone. Do we prio Jess's roaming potential? We could possibly give him last pick. That's something they gave over to Jess in the 5-game series against Team Flash yesterday, so they will just prio the Varus, let Jess get last pick.
I think the Varus makes a bit more sense because at least you have the set to kind of supplement as the Thresh for what the Jess to make.
Yeah,
moves.
so it's still a flex set.
Yeah,
That's
it's still a
very good
flex.
point. So what's likely going to happen now is the 4th pick mid for Archony here. Though I am critical of that because I think one of the matchups that could sway over in CS's favor is this mid lane matchup. That could be a possible mismatch. So you have to decide now. Do we want to show our flex or do we want to show Archony's pick?
I think for Archony, yesterday we saw him play, I think, Twisted Fate. Yeah. That was one of the picks that...
It's a very good TF.
It's a very good TF game, right? It actually got BRU a decent lead in Game 1 against Team Flash.
There we go. They recognize this is a TF spot. You have to get rid of that.
And we've seen Hullbreaker appear for both sides, right? As a high priority item, they want to be able to hit the side lanes, and CS and BRU have done that quite well. They've been getting better at playing the side lane, so I think this is a big consideration for the draft as well.
And BRU right now banning out junglers. You want to take that away from Mess. No Sinjao. Maybe they will consider the Olaf ban as well. That is now out of the picture, so it forces Cerberus to fall back down the list of junglers available.
I think he'd likely take a Lee here.
Just think of the Lee Sin, right?
Probably the Lee, yeah.
Still a lot of Baron laners up as well.
Maybe the Rengar. It's not a bad option here as well.
We've seen a couple of Rengar Kazakhs games.
Yeah, this could be a Rengar angle because I think the team comp sets up very well for that. And of course, we know what Rengar can do to a Varus.
We want to see what BRU have in store now. If they want to go for the early pick towards the Baron side and maybe show the set matchup if it's going down to the support, if it's going into the Baron lane.
Yeah, actually like the Thresh through. They banned the Rakan, but BRU still decides to go for the Diana, so we still have a potential.
Yeah, this is very interesting. It shows that they value Noel and Jess's matchup more than they value Archony's matchup. Because they're saying right now, we know, actually, you know what? They know Archony's matchup. It's cocky. They know his matchup. So they're saying, you just take a pick here. And this ends up working out to be a very good draft for BRU. They get to choose which matchup they want for their Baron lane and their Dragon lane. And they get answers for the mid lane matchup too. Great start for BRU.
You basically get to see all the cards from Cerberus before you decide where that set is going to hit to.
So
they see the Riven, they see the Garen. Both are fine. You
Okay.
have the set with you, and now BRU gets to decide what the Jets gets.
Possibly a Darius angle here. I think that wouldn't be too bad into the Garen matchup. Is there anything better that he could take? I'm trying to think right now.
Renekton?
Yeah, that's
It's a
okay,
more common
but it's
one,
not
right?
the best. I think maybe you just go Darius.
Okay, let's go back for the
Yeah,
Thresh, yes.
you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
They left the Thresh open. He has to go for it,
Yeah,
right?
why are we thinking so far ahead, right? There's the Thresh. I'm surprised it made it through to the end.
And BRU get to have that. They get to have that option. You mentioned here, Husky, that the set was a flex pick from the beginning, from the get-go, and they will continue to do that. So Noel and just get a better matchup here.
What's interesting to me is they actually prioritize the Rakan ban over the trash ban.
Exactly.
Cerberus. That's a bit odd to me. I think you 100% get rid of the trash here.
Like, who reinforces the Varus in the Dragon Lane against your Santa Gragas? The Thresh. Who allows BRU to make moves early on is the Thresh. So it's kind of an oddball for me that CS has thrown on the table. This is looking really good for BRU from early to end.
I want to break down the win conditions right now for both sides. On the side of BRU, you got to play off bot top prio. You use that to stabilize your mid lane. Roam with your jungle support. That's the win con. Golden Feet and What the Jazz working in tandem. Now CES, it's all about scaling here. You want to 5-5, you want to scale, you want to go mid to late.
We'll have to see what they want to do here. Cerberus Esports managed to go back to a composition they've been vying for. We mentioned earlier, both sides like to play for the center. +1 in the bottom side, and they managed to get that.
Yeah, and I think in this case, Cerberus, they have to just not let Noel get the lead, right? Golden Feet and What the Jets will make the move. Noel will be the shield. Taco has to hold on.
Well, drafts are ready. Game is ready. We're getting ready to jump into game number 1 between BRU and CS, deciding this matchup and how the series will go. We've got Contra and Rico waiting to take it away.
And let's go! Second series na tayo for today's match. Ang CS versus BRU. Actually, tatawagin natin tong Bruces. And we are going to be your shoutcaster. Ako nga pala si Yasumia. Kasama ko dito si Apuru. I really like your
Bruces. Thank you. Si BMM, napabalik kami kagad.
Oo.
Gabi.
Siyempre, tatlo agad yung pwedeng umarap sa kanya doon. Mag-isa lang siya dito sa may middle lane and isolation. Siyempre, merong Kha'Zix dito, yung side ng BRU.
Oo, tama. May Kha'Zix sana. And overall, no, itong composition nakita natin dito sa BLU, medyo sila may poke, medyo silang mga ways para makahanap dito ng mga resets. Pero start na off. Ito usually nakikita din natin dito lalo, give help sa mid laner nyo, lalo na pag yung mid laner nyo ay melee pa. Makuha ng early shot, makahit siya ng level 2 at hindi siya ganun kamahirapan.
Yeah, tama ka doon, kaibigan. Pero yung first blood na miss natin dahil lang nga yan sa may bottom lane. And give that another kill para sa side ng Cerberus dahil nabatukan nila itong si BBB at itong si What the Jess. I think medyo napalalim sila doon, judging from the ward placement din na nila pa galing sa side ng BRU and the early rotation neto ni Mes.
Yeah, I think medyo nag-overcommit nga din, sabi mo nga, nakita yung ward placement and also nakita natin si Mes nandun eh. Oh, yun, may kita natin replay. Thank you guys.
Umabol.
Oo, umabol nga. Nakita natin dito si Fly. Okay, kaya si What the Jess nakuha. Pero si Mes kasi sinimul niya yung red buff. So, mabilis siya nakaliak dito sa bot side at nakabawi pa sila ng 2 kills pa sa kanila.
Yeah, that's the bawi factor ng side of BRU dito. Pero si BMM medyo napapalalim din nata. Si Gensa hindi makakaabot to catch at least itong si Archie. Pero nahuli with the play itong si Kuya Mes. Pero dito na lang tayo sa sideways. Kaso pinlash in din siya sa mukha ni Golden Feet. Pero ito, naroon na naman dito si What the Jess. Nandito si Gensa. Medyo buying time na yun para kay Gensa. Pero nagbadis na sabay niya flash in sa may bandang harap. At pinabarrel Roren with that last hit. Kami from BMM. Nakasecure na naman dito yung Cerberus ng another kill for them.
Grabe, dami action kaagad, Bilis. 2 minutes in the game pa lang tayo dito, Yasu. Ito yung ang daming nakakuha kills. Walang chill dito sa dalawang teams na to papasok dito. Pero I just want to remind din the viewers natin na ito ay lower bracket. Second match natin dito today. Best of 5 to between Cerberus at Buriram. Kung sino manalo dito ay makakaroon ng sure slot papunta sa ating Icons Global at makakasama nga ang RRQ which is nauna na kanina nanalo laban sa kanilang laban against FLA.
Yeah, and we'll see kung sino pa yung huling team na lang yung hinahanap natin na magka-qualify for the Icons. And it could be Cerberus and it could be BRU. We're in, kakalabanin din nila si RRQ kung sino man yung manalo dito. Pero ako na nagsasabi sa inyo, walang kabayas-bayas. Kung kahit sino manalo dito, winnable. RRQ, winnable. Kaya ng RRQ.
Yun na yung walang kabayas-bayas take natin dito sa match na to.
Yeah. The RRQ yung kinakas, pero pinasok yung RR. Siyempre eh.
Oo,
Saka
syempre.
lang,
Syempre.
PH
Naku,
lang
Archie.
saka namin, pero ito, saka lang din ng badge na para kay Archie dito with explosive cast na pushback siya, pero flash out to dodge out. More damage coming from the side of Cerberus dito to save himself para kay Archie.
Ayan, na-force yung flash doon ni Archie dahil nga ginamitan siya na explosive cast doon ni Genza. So, yung flash na yun, wala pa sa ating susunod na malamang na fight dito na makikita natin sa objectives dahil malapit nang lumitaw ang Herald at ang Cloud Drake dito sa mapa. Wala yung engage potential na makikita natin dito sa Diana na gamit ni Archie. Also, one more thing na gusto ko din i-point out dito, si Noel on this set, no, hindi siya yung nakikita natin kadalasan na tawag dito yung Black Beaver. Mukhang nakabampi yung Scepter siya ngayon. Mukhang pupunta siya sa Blade of the Ruined King. Mas hinahanap niya yung mga 1v1 potential na laban kay Taku.
Yeah, I guess gusto niya din talagang tapatan itong si Kuya Taku and gusto niyang katkatin agad din yung potential na pagiging tanky na ito ni Kuya Taku and the more damage you deal nga naman na more likely kung hindi man si Taku talaga yung pinaka-target dito ni Noel, at least malakas yung balagbag niya kung sakaling mabagsakan niya ng 3 or 2 members ng side ng Cerberus with the showstopper. Pero up na yung ating dalawang objective which is the Herald na sinisimulan ngayon ng BRU pero matataboy sila Erp. Hindi sinimulan din ng BRU yung Dragon sa may baba and Cerberus. I mean Cerberus hindi nila sinimulan yung Dragon. Grabe nagpakita lang din si Mes para tabuyin si Golden Feet.
Yung pero si What the Jess pumasok.
Si What the Jess na hatak dito itong si Genza with the box pero hindi enough yung damage nila to take him down. Pero si Golden Feet hindi rin siya makahuli dito, not even giving any poke furthermore para kay Genza.
Yan na. Medyo nagkatapikan lang yung mga member natin pero dahil low ngayon si Genza. Pag simulan ito ng PLU kaagad itong Dragon na ito, pwedeng magkaroon sila ng numbers advantage dito. Pero kita natin din sa mid lane, baka may napipick up doon si BB. Pero si Golden Feet, sinisimula na.
Yeah, si Golden Feet, sinisimulan na nga yung Dragon dito. I don't think na may information dito yung Cerberus as of now dahil wala naman silang wards na nakalagay. And nag-reset nga itong si Kuya Genza. And of course, yes, mabilis yan. It's a Kha'Zix, man. Isolation of that Dragon as well.
Tama. Kaya nga, ang ganda din yung naging play doon ng BLU, no? Just the amount of pressure dahil nga na low itong si Kuya Genza. Nakuha nila yung Dragon na yun at maganda din planning kasi after doon, sinuplement pa nila yung kanilang next step ng plano na ilagay si VVV sa mid lane. Tapos si What the Jess naghintay doon sa pixel dash. Ayaw nang forward ng Cerberus kasi sabi nila, baka mahook tayo, ma-team corruption tayo, mapatay tayo dito ng BLU. Pero yun na nga, package, kaka-pick up lang ngayon ni BMM at mukhang Herald naman ang susunod objective na paglalabanan.
Yeah, nauna na nga dito yung Cerberus sa loob ng pit pero kalalapag lang ng wards dito ng BRU. Kaso nga lang hindi nila masyado nakikita yan dahil, explosive cast para doon sa likod. At ginugitan dito ni BMM pero showstopper agad yung binigay sa kanya na may kasamang face breaker. Masyado kang matapang ha. Yung mga kakampi mo hindi ka sinundan. Hindi sinundan si BMM. Bahala ka na dyan BMM. Ikaw ang alay.
Ikaw ang alay. Ang bayani pa makuha namin ang Herald. Nasikilo nga naman doon ng CES ng Cerberus dahil 1 man down sila ngayon. BLU, medyo meron silang pressure dito sa mapa. Si Archie libre push doon sa bot side. Nakuha na kanya yung first touch. Golden Feet, baka may makasalubong.
Yeah, hindi man nila
tuwiman.
Wait, the moonfall para sa tatlo. Nahuli nila dito si Kuya Fly. Natuluyan ng lumipad. Kasama dito si Genza. Pabalik sa base.
Sabay sila na kanyang duo. Bumalik sa base. Pick up nga sila doon ng BLU doon sa jungle. Magandang good heads up play doon para sa BLU. Alam nila kasi na CES mag-react sa bot side and nasira nga lang to stop Archie from continuing that push kasi alam natin, Diana yan, mabilis yan mag-push dahil sa kanyang passive pero si Taku hindi ka pag-awit dito.
Si Taku walang takot, no? Gusto lang din naman ng guluhin yung pagkuha ng scatter na necessity siya na I'm the new objective now. Pero si What the Jess, ginugulo si Miss and hindi nga niya lang nakuha yung play doon sa may blue buff na yon. Mayroon siya kasing wards mayroong deep wards yung BRU sa may blue buff.
Ayan na, may deep wards. At yun na nga, si Mes din, medyo low siya dun Kung may ignite si What the Jess, may pakiramdam ako, baka sinubukan yun ni What the Jess. Ang tapang niya ngayon Nakikita natin dito sa game, nandito siya sa kanyang comfort champion dyan sa Thresh. At sabi nga kanina ng panel, iniwan yung Thresh, hindi binan kay What the Jess, o di pipiliin niya yan. Kaya nga, tingnan natin yan. It has been a clinic of a showing from What the Jess itong kanyang Thresh pick.
Pero pansin mo, Yung Cerberus, yung usual Cerberus na nakita natin since the beginning, pero ito
Oh,
na tayo
lang.
sa team sa may loob ng jungle, napatay agad nila dito, ito si Genza, mukhang susunod na naman lilipad dito, itong si Fly na kinalmot at kinamot dito ni Golden Pit sa may bandang likod, the Showstopper will be there para dito kay Taco flashing away, pero hindi na rin siya makakaligtas dahil abot na abot with that Haymaker and the rest of the gang, itong si Kuya Taco. Pero going back to sa sinasabi ko, Herb, hindi aggressive ngayon yung Cerberus. Hindi gaya na nakita natin nung umpisa.
Tama. Kasi medyo nakaramdam sila na medyo nape-pressure sila dito. Pero si What the Jess, what naman
What the Jess? What you doing? Kaso hindi nag-connect yung death sentence eh. Medyo nasaktan si Miss. What the miss?
What a miss from What the
What a
Jess?
miss? Oo.
Yan na nga. Pero kita mo yun, isang palo lang niya, dead man's plate at yung passive nun Thresh, mga talagang gumulit eh. Ilang bars. Yung tanggal doon kay Miss at nakita natin gano'ng ka-ahead, no? Pero nakita natin, balik lang dito sa fight na nakita natin kanina. Grabe yung sequence of events doon ni What the Jess. Hook, nag-belt, para makakuha ng play dito kay Fly, para makuha sila ng 2 quick picks at ito yung pressure na nilalagay ng BRU. Ito yung kanilang peak of potential dahil sa composition nila. Na kahit hindi pa sila itong mid lane player, kaya na nang gawin yun. Pero si Genza,
hindi aabot yung kanyang body slam dito. Not gonna hit din yung death sentence dito ni Kuya What the Jess. And patuloy lang ang pressure dito ng 5 ng Cerberus at the middle right now. Pero wag kang maingay, Herb, kasi may nandilikod. Si Archenie, magagaling sa likod dito. Pero ito, pumurota na itong si Kuya nyo Taco na walang katakot-takot na napagbagsak nila dito. Ito si Golden Feet, habang si BMM. Bumihit niya din ang Valkyrie, pero nahuli siya ng death sentence sa may bandang likod. But BMM still alive somehow. Kalahati pa yung HP niya dito. Explosive cast para lang maitaboy itong si Kuya Archenie na nandito. Actually, si Kuya BBB na nandito sa may bandang likod, pero si Archenie na lang ang nakikipaglaban or at least buying time for the side ng BRU to prevent this Dragon Take coming from the side ng Cerberus. Nandito pa din, ito si BBB of course, medyo low on mana na rin siya dito, pero charging yung piercing arrow, hindi pa nga lang gumuguhin yung kanyang damage dito.
parating na si Kuya Noel.
Save etong si Genza, pero padating na rin si Kuya Noel, and sino pa ibabalagbagin nila dito? Cerberus, kailangan na lang nila tumakbo dahil nakuha nila dito yung Dragon, but at the same time, naubos yung 4 doon sa kanila at mukhang si Fly, mukhang ihahatid na rin ba pabalik ng bahay? Mukhang hindi naman dahil nakapag-meet up na siya kay Kuya Taco, sabay silence kay Kuya Archenie, pero the death sentence would no longer connect, but at the same time, BRU will be taking the trip herald din naman.
Yeah, grabe, long series of events na yun para sa both teams natin. At okay, nagkakitaan lang din si Kuya Noel at si Kuya Taco dito. Pero ano natin dalawang tangkin. Oy, actually si Taco, yung nakaklaim ng red buff na last hit niya na spin to win ng ating Garen. Pero going back, no, maganda yung naging heads up play doon ng PRU. Alam nila, okay, na-pick up si Golden Feet, i-delay lang natin yung Dragon kasi si Noel nag-shove doon sa top side. So na-caution tayo. Si
Ay, customer! Naku pa, guguhitan nila si Mel dito. Wala nang kawala, men! Ginripuhan!
Thank you for the order. Ayun na nga si Mes, naging messy yung laban.
Saan ka pupunta, Golden Feet? Pero napaka-commit din siya ng flash out. Push back siya, explosive kasi.
Mantikan si Golden Feet, mapick na naman dito ng Cerberus. Pero BLU ito mo si What the Jess. So, nandun na sa gilid, threatening menacingly against Cerberus at nakita nga siya ng ward dito na Cerberus. So, going back, no, yung naging heads up play doon ng BLU, yes, na-lose nila yung Dragon, pero at what cost sa Cerberus? 4 deaths para sa kanila, tower sa top side, at si BMM na-hook na naman!
Na-hook na naman, inside the box, kaso nakalis din naman siya with the Valkyrie, and yun nga, nagamit na dito yung ulti ni What the Jess as of now, pero okay lang, BRU, kinuha pa rin dito yung tower sa may middle lane, another moonfall na naman yan, pero hindi nila napatay dito si BMM, pero ang napatay nila is gonna be Fly, but at the same time, Dimash and Justice ang papatay kay Noel, dito 1-for-1, tayo.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade for
both. Si BMM sayang.
Si BMM medyo nasa kaliwa. Pero yun na nga, no, ito, tuloy pa rin ang siege para sa BRU. Sinisiyan na itong second tier turret.
Yeah, and magiging successful naman dito yung side ng BRU for destroying that turret, and wala na magagawa yung Cerberus doon kundi panoorin na lang na bumagsak yung kanilang turret.
Kala ka actually baka magkalaban kasi na-read ko yung package, kaka-pick up lang ni BMM. Naka-Tripers at Hullbreaker na rin siya, baka makita natin na naman ulit pa-package in siya. Pero walang susunod sa members ng team niya kasi medyo behind na sila. Actually, medyo is an understatement. 10,000 ang gold lead ng BRU dito. 5 minutes into the game habang nag-defense ang top side ng mapa.
Yeah, ito na naman. Valkyrie coming from the side of Cerberus, pero joke lang pala yun.
Joke lang, joke lang. Yung Valkyrie, the package has been used dito ni BMM para clear lang yung wave at nag-back up sila. Ayaw nila mag-take ng mga unnecessary risk dito kasi pwede na naman silang patagalin lang ng BLU doon sa top side ng mapa. Kasi itong si Kuya Noel, trabaho lang ng trabaho sa both sides. Split push lang dito. Dahil nga meron na siya nitong Blade of the Ruined King, mabilis siyang nakakasira ng mga tole.
Yeah, trabaho lang, walang personalan yung ginagawa dito ni Kuya Noel. Pero ito next objective, next big thing is going to be the Baron, pero early pa yan.
Isa na naman.
Pero nandito sa loob ng jungle ng side ng Cerberus, mga pinagtutulong-tulungan nila dito si Taco, gumawa na nga ng arena. At pinagtulungan ng 3 si Taco dun sa may bandang gitna, no? Talagang malakas sa marami, Erp.
Oo, talagang malakas sa madami kahit galing ka pa. Alam naman natin na sobrang tanky at medyo assassin pa nga minsan, pero dahil wala si Taku, nakikita ko rin sa mapa, BLU, nagtatago dito.
Kunyari, baiting yan, baiting.
Oo.
Kunyari, nagbabaron. Kunyari, nagbabaron.
Hindi ko makagat ng Cerberus,
Nagsisensor. Ay, ayan pa lang. Kasi naka-blacklist sila
Scuttle
dito
kita pero hindi ko alam
uy, nakita na naku! Nawalan sila ng pasyensya.
Oo. Nakakula.
Magkakaroon na sana sila ng customer eh.
Oo, konting intay lang no, magkaka-customer na. Pero wala kailangan na nilang dahil bitaw na nga itong Ocean Drake sa mapa at yun ngayon ang tinitingnan at kinukuha ni Golden.
Yeah, this is going to be fast again kasi nga wala namang enemy around. Kaya isolated tong Dragon na to. And that's a Kha'Zix. Alam naman natin, Kha'Zix, siya ang pinakamabilis na mag-take talaga ng mga objectives like Dragon and Rift Herald. And that's gonna be another Dragon na mapupunta nga sa side of BRU.
Medyo nawalan din ng pasensya doon yung lantern ni Trish eh. Sabi, konti na lang pero mapapatay ko na doon Dragon, makukuha na natin. Wala na. At wala na nga. Hindi na nga niya nakuha yung lantern para mas mabilis yung kanilang rotation. Pero at the end of it, wala naman naging contest. Pero nako, Archie!
Hoy, naku po! Nagulat din si Kuya Archie, pero Stacy's buying time. May lantern dito. Oh! Nice save! Nice one!
Smooth criminal. Itong sa ating si Archie nakatakas lang doon. Parang money heist. Pero
yan, nag-Baron. Totoo na ba to? Joke lang yan.
Joke lang.
Siyempre, risky yan eh, risky.
Tama. Risky. Pero yung both side,
ang tapang naman ni Kuya What the Just doon dumaan sa harap ng CES. Pero yun nga, 1v1 with Great Man sa may bottom lane. Dito muna tayo sa malong jungle na nakook nila dito si Gensa. Pero the Stacy to buy his time. The box will be there as well. At mukhang na-trap nila dito si Gensa. Isang hit away. Pero buhay pa rin naman siya. Hindi siya tinbahan na voice spike doon. Pero, uy, tipad! Etong si Kuya nyo. What the Jess? Para lang mapatay din. Etong si Kuya Miss. And what a mess na nangyari doon para sa side ng CES. Dahil drone na rin yung kanilang bottom inhibitor turret sa ngayon.
Oo, pati mid lane inhibitor. Wala na.
Pati mid lane, binutas na din. Ako po, yung front door nyo and the back door as well. Bukas na. Uy, pero matapa pa rin dito si BMM. Hindi na tama yung kanyang rocket barrage on Noel. Pero ginulitan niya kasi ng the box. I mean, ng the package pala.
Oo, parang sabi niya, nandiyan ka lang. Oo nga, ayun, tinitik na ngayon ng BLU. Yes.
Alam ba nila yan? Mukhang hindi eh. Pero may na-showstopper ako nakita sa may bottom lane eh. Wala, hindi nakikita ng CES yung Baron na ginagawa dito ng PRU. And sa bottom lane, kanina may nakita akong showstopper, pero dito mo nataka kay Gensa na namaalam din sa may bandang gitna. Pero gagaling sa likod si Kuya Noel. Actually, 1v1 kanina yun kay Noel at saka kay BMM. Patay si BMM doon even before the death of Gensa. And another one sa listahan dahil pinalipad na rin nila itong si Fly.
Yeah, ito na nga mukhang tatapusin na ng BLU ang ating game 1. May ban buff sila, dalawang turret, dalawang inhibitor, wala na nga dito. Only Taco and Mess to defend. And let's see, tatapusin pa ng BLU.
I think they can. Hindi sa dahil tatapusin, pero Moonfall, tatamaan lahat ng germs. Pero okay lang din naman dahil mapapabagsak din nila dito. Itong si Mess and si Taco. And of course, BRU, they will end this match with an ace. And 1-0 na tayo, paring Apuru!
Yeah, 1-0 na tayo dito para sa Buriram United. And sila nakakuha dito ng ating game 1 sa ating best of 5. Ito team na to, ang only team na natitira nag-representing Thailand at still showing up dito dahil kapag sila nga nanalo, sila ang mag-represent sa kanilang region papunta sa Icons Global. So congratulations BRU for getting that game 1.
Yeah, game 1 pa nga lang tayo, no? And then nakita natin, there's something different sa side na CES din, di natin nakita yung kanilang usual aggressiveness na to the point, even before yung mga first objective natin na mag-hit, maingay na sila sa mapa, magulo na sila sa mapa, malikot na sila sa mapa. Pero at this match, parang nakalimutan ko nga na CES pala to eh.
Actually,
Diba?
wala nga yun, no? Na, totoo. Napansin ko nga din na parang iba yung timpla nila ngayon. Pero I would
Wala
say,
sugar.
dahil kulang sa merienda pa. Ang Cerberus. Pero sa totoo lang din, masasabi ko, na credit goes to Buriram eh. Ang galing ng control nila, ang ganda ng control nila sa Cerberus. At ito sabi ng Buriram, oy, nakalaban namin kahapon yung kuya nyo na Team Flash, the first seed ng Vietnam. Kayo naman ngayon na makakalaban namin at alam na namin ang estilo ng inyong region. Ito, papakita namin sa inyo how it's done.
Yeah, and pinakita nga talaga ng Buriram yun. Though nung talagang umpisa ng game natin, medyo naging aggressive naman yung side ng CES doon. Pero after that, first blood and then yung 2 kills na bawi nila, parang hanggang doon na lang eh. Tumigil na lang sila doon. But I do think na may plano nga sila in mind for the side of CES and BRU. Just so happen, okay, ayaw nyong maging palong-palo, snatch na namin to game 1.
Okay. Kunin na namin, mauna na kami para makuha na kayong game 1. Pero yun na nga, bago tayo makating sa game 2, tayo ay babalik muna sa panel.
I never thought I would use that word, but a draft and a composition that looks exactly like them and they do incredibly well to win game 1.
Yeah, whatever Cerberus wanted to do, BRU was doing it, and Cerberus was doing the complete opposite. Riku mentioned that Cerberus wanted to team fight. Look at what BMM got as his first item as a Corki mid. Hullbreaker, you don't want to team fight with a Hullbreaker, but you have the set, you have Thresh, so many playmaking potentials for BRU, everything panned out just fine.
How about you, BRU Omo? How are you feeling?
I ain't surprised!
You did really well
I'm
that
not
game, right?
surprised!
BRU Omo, your contributions to that game were amazing.
Thank you.
He was cheering. He was cheering for BRU
I
all the
sent
way.
them my energy.
Okay.
Spam this lightning to keep BRU fighting. You know what to do in the chat. I mean, I think the main thing for me is you look at CES's record against Team Flash, you look at how those two teams face off. Esports math doesn't always work out, but this time around it does. CES did not manage to take a single game from their opponents, from their rivals, Team Flash. They played a best of 5, they played a best of 7. Well, BRU behind me right here, they played one best of 5 and they brought it to 5. They made it competitive, they nearly won it. I think BRU are not going to get really challenged by CES this series.
I mean, the best medicine for you is the most bitter, and I think BRU had to face off against Team Flash early on so they can...
Okay, I knew they were going to lose that one. My heart said BRU, but my head knew Team Flash would win.
And the fact is they managed to bring them to a game 5, which was an incredible look. And now we're looking to see if BRU can be that difference, take down Cerberus, and then get that rematch later down the line, Husky.
Yeah, BRU got the same medicine that RRQ got yesterday. Also 5-game slugfest, RRQ got a very bitter taste of what losing a 5-game series feels like. BRU got the same, and here they are looking strong as ever.
That's a good point.
But I want to bring forth a highlight moment that I think defined the rest of the game for the side of BRU. It was in the jungle, the blue side jungle, red buff. Coden Feet wanted to steal the red buff. BRU showed up because they had bot lane priority. The T1 was down. They won a big team fight. Archony 3-man moonfall, and the rest was history.
And you link that up to the blue side play as well, where Coden Feed and What the Jess yet again in tandem, walking to the jungles together. And what did I say, right? Jungle support, that's gonna be the name of the game with the Kazakhs, with the trash. CES, man, I'm gonna give you a free tip for this one. Ban the trash for next game.
Here's what I see, right, guys? Here's what I see. You remove the name tags on both sides, and this draft goes either way. This could be a BRU comp or a CES comp. I would have no way of telling you, minus that Thresh.
Well, I want to point out real quick, by the way, mass 4,000 damage. When we look at their regional matchups, when we look at how CES lose, it's when mass gets outmatched. Coden Feed has had an amazing time so far in this tournament, and yet again, he's proving that he is one of the best junglers here, shutting down mass.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we were kind of thinking about what junglers would Cerberus take for mass. Riven wasn't on the top of my list. They needed someone to make the play. Lee Sin sounded really good, you know, gave them some sort of engage, because in that game, the only form of engage that Cerberus has was the Gragas. Flash body slam into a cast. Riven can't do that. Garen can't do that. No one can, not even the Senna. But if you look at BRU, they have a Thresh, they have a set, they can all start fights, they can take initiative. You don't have to only rely on one guy to get things going.
Yeah, and I'm starting to really feel like in certain matchups, especially when your Dragon lane is supposed to be the focus of your team comp, picking the center lanes just seemed to be a bit of a bait, right? We saw the same thing for Jazz yesterday, lost 2 games with the center Nasus. We're seeing the same thing here today for Cerberus. the last best of 5 that Cerberus played as well to drop into the lower bracket. They lost 2 games to Senna Nessus as well. If your focal point is going to be your bottom lane, play around your bottom lane, draft around your bottom lane.
Of course, we have to talk about one piece of that bottom lane. That's what the Jess coming into this matchup with the Thresh, something that he was able to perform incredibly well on yesterday. Today keeps that momentum going. We saw the memes on their Facebook page, on their social media posts. They were in game day form.
Yeah.
Buffed up, out of their minds. And what the Jets looks that way today.
So let me give you a bit of context for those memes, right? So it was BRU just jacked out their minds, right? Super swole, right?
Right.
That's actually just me in a BRU jersey. They used me posing and then they superimposed their faces on top of it.
I feel a little concerned that I actually could kind of recognize some of the the physiques of the guys from the. It's like bodybuilding, like the bodybuilders. Right? No, they're bodybuilders, right? So like some of the physiques are so classic. We'll talk about the game instead. I think that is.
It started off close.
It did start off close. Cerberus got a couple early kills, got some early tempo.
Yeah, Cerberus were actually really active, right? Genza was moving around the map. They were rotating really fast. They were responding to BRU's move, but this is the defining moment. Cerberus wanted to protect the jungle, but they had no lane prior at all. BRU shows up, Arching destroys
the jungle fights.
And then it spills over to the top side.
And that's exactly what we said BRU wanted to do. Name of the game here, skirmishing. You have Kha'Zix, you have Trash. Where's the best place to skirmish? Well, of course, it's in the river, in the jungle. BRU identified their win con. This was a great play as well. Look at the map state here. BRU just won everything. Yeah. They stalled for so long that Noel got tier 2 top. Taku went back to answer. When he did that, Noel came in, showstopper in. BRU, they take it all.
BRU fighting.
Grandin, get off the hype train here.
They won that first game. I am fully on the high train. I came in here convinced of a 3-0 win.
Yeah. It's easy to be convinced of a 3-0 win when you just steal my match prediction.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
who said it first? Did I say it first or did you say it first?
I'll make it a bit more convincing,
Production.
Right? I have to take Grandin's side because, see, I'm so convinced, I'm so on the hype train that when Grandin asked me why would Cerberus win 2 games, I talked about BRU. And not Cerberus.
Exactly. See, this is the effect here.
Okay, so since everyone's on a BRU hype train, and I like to be a bit of a edgy counterculture kind of guy, I'll talk about why Cerberus can win in a couple of games here.
Let's talk about that.
I think if you look at that game, Genza was forced yet again onto an unenviable position, a role where he couldn't carry, a role where he couldn't perform. Props to BRU, good Lucian ban, that shuts down a lot, but he still has other picks, right? I think he has the Kai'Sa, he has the Draven available if he opts to pull it out here. I think there are still options, and you need to make sure that Genza can perform.
Tell you what, take off that jersey.
Take off that jersey. I'm not wearing anything underneath, right? Let me show you the bodybuilder physique.
Oh, look away.
Avert your eyes. Well, there's still so much to be seen here. You talk about Cerberus needing to change things up, get Genza on a bigger priority pick. We've seen what happens when you try to relegate them on a bit of on a skilling option, something to keep them in the late game.
Yeah, that's the man we talked about, right?
Yeah, there we go. Talking about what they want to try and get done. There's still so much here that needs to be activated for Cerberus here.
Yeah, when you pick Asena, you're basically telling your support, or in this case, you're telling Genza, he's going to get the resources, but he's not going to be the focal point of the draft. We're looking at Taku, we're looking at BMM, we're looking at Mess. You inhibit a lot of things that Genza should be able to do because he is such a player of such caliber, but Centipede doesn't allow that. You put a lock on his capabilities.
I see you looking at the stats behind us. What are your thoughts on this?
1,300 DPM, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right, yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
For
my expert analysis, you're welcome.
For a guy that is on a damage roll, pretty good?
Not too bad.
Not too bad. All right, how do we get it to really good then?
Play Draven next game. Play something where you can really pop off, snatch away the Varus. I expect Lucian to be perma-banned the rest of the series unless Cerberus can force another ban. But it's not looking like that's the case. I feel like they have to attack through the bottom lane with Lucian being perma-banned, and I think he's one of the best marksmen that you can blind pick if you want to be aggressive. I think it just heavily limits CS's options.
I mean, it feels like there's so much for CS to do, right? You have to ban away so many options. You have to ban away the Thresh. You have to make sure that you get something good for Genza, meaning that you have to ban away some of the champions away from BRU's
That's
side
live
as
when
well.
you play against one of the best teams here.
Exactly, right? So that competitive edge here coming into it. We talk about how they need to have deep champion pools. Now is that time where it starts to hurt. And so I like the fact that they were able to go for a composition that plays well with the Senna. They go for the Gragas early. There is some flexibility there with the draft, but it does become very telegraphed early on.
Yeah, it definitely became really easy for BRU to read, right? You pick Senna Gragas down bot, Genza was being really active. It felt like he was the support. in some cases, right? He was forcing engages.
He is the support. That's why I don't like that
Yeah,
they play Senna Gragas like this. I don't like that they play Senna Nasus like this. Let Genza play the Senna. Let him be the marksman. Why is Fly always the one who gets to play the marksman?
Exactly, right? Let Genza do the carrying. You already have
Yes.
Mess, you have BMM, and when we look at the Game 1 draft, you focus everything onto that top side. You funnel everything upwards, but top side is a Garen into a set. Noel does just fine. He shoe bashing set, the Garen.
Blade of the Ruined King, just punch, 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 punch.
Yeah.
Let's start with one of the first things that happened in this game, right? They went for the Corki first, and then instead of playing for double marksman, they play for the Senna, which is technically, I guess, a kind of marksman, but not in that same branch, right?
Yeah, Senna likes a long fight. You can argue the same for Corki, but then you follow up with the Garen, you follow up with the Riven. None of them supplement the Corki as much as they want to, right? You are looking at the Gragas again to make the move, but BMM went first item, Hullbreaker. It's just a kind of an odd game 1 for Cerberus.
Well, game number 2, draft coming your way with BRU now on the blue side. They get to determine what first pick they're looking for.
Well, after what happened in that game, with the value of the trash impressed upon CES, I hope that we'll see a 1-2 trash pick from CES. If not, I hope we'll even see a band away in first phase. Like you said, right, Husky, I'm so shocked that it got dropped to 5th pick on red side. I think this time around, we will see that pick be more heavily contested. Lucian banned away again. Keep that up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and if you are BRU and you know that CES would take the trash, I think BRU will have the responsibility to remove that, right? Because if not, you probably just unlock the Varus trash, unless they take out the Varus, but then you give Taku the set. So BRU, they think that Taku is the problem, they take out the set.
Sure, we've seen how well Taku has been able to activate his team on the set before, so BRU taking the safer option by getting rid of the set. However, that was also a thing that worked very well on BRU's favor on the red side. The early set pickup meant they had that flexibility for the last pick, Thresh pickup for BRU.
I think BRU feels just fine. You know, if regardless of what Cerberus bans, if they decided to ban the Thresh, then there's the Galio. We saw how high of a win rate Galio has overall, but BRU, again, splitting the efforts a bit. 1 Baron Lane ban, 1 Lucian ban, 1 Olaf ban, so a bit of a scrappy one.
Definitely removing the top champs of each row. Now, this could very well be a trash first pick. If not, it's a Senna. Maybe it's a Gragas Galio. No, it's Senna or likely trash here.
I mean, BRU want to try and pick that up early, right? The fact that CES could still look to play it, and if they do end up going for the Senna here, we see a situation very
This
reminiscent
first pick will
to
be
their
very
losses.
telling. Yeah, exactly. This first pick will be very telling of what they took away from the series yesterday and what their intentions going forward are. This is a good takeaway. The Corki was so valuable. It was so good in the hands of Archini. It was good in the hands of Coyote. It was also good in the hands of BMM. So now let's see how they built their comp around this. I won't even be surprised to see a 1-2 trash from CES if they take that path. If not, we could just see the Senna again.
Yeah, most of the Corki games we've seen have been victories, and that it really came down to how Corki has been an asset in those skirmishes, in those objective fights. But most importantly, the item before Corki, right? Hullbreaker Corki actually has a lower win rate than just going on full-on damage and going on for those fights. But CES, they get 2 strong picks, Jace and Gragas.
Yeah, the power picks coming out now from CES. BRU, I think with the trash available, you don't need to prioritize the Senna here. You could very well just go for Senna Nasus if you so choose. I like this a lot more. You go for the Yuumi, brilliant.
Yuumi Garen.
Fantastic. Chef's
Now
kiss.
all BRU is lacking some form of initiation. They get the Yuumi in the final chapter, lock CES in
Yes.
place. CES desperately needs some kind of disengage. The Gragas is not going to be enough here.
Now the question for CS is, do we want to flex the Jace into the mid lane? Because playing Jace against Garen can sometimes feel like bashing your head against a break wall. I think this is a very good Gragas angle. As it stands, CS's comp, Alexa damage should deal with this. Zin picked up, they might want to ban away Kha'Zix next. Not exactly sure what the angle will be for BRU here. Maybe a Lee Sin ban would be good for CES. Alternatively, they could ban Marksman.
I mean, good flexibility here from CES to go for the Xin Zhao. This gives them some good engage if they need it, or some decent disengage with the Crescent
They
Strike.
need power, they need early game.
Exactly, and so
that's
Xin Zhao
takeaways.
gets to come in here and be that role.
Yeah, and I think Cerberus will start banning out junglers, right? The Jax was first banned in game 1. I think
good
they will
matchup
probably
against
be
Zin.
looking at the Lee Sin as well, because with this Corki, Yuumi, and Garen, you are looking at Colden feet to be the one to start things off. So CES wants to eliminate those avenues, make sure that BRU can start fights so that they themselves can dictate how the game goes.
A retroactive ban on the Senna by BRU in the second ban phase. A lot of junglers removed by Cerberus, removing the pool from BRU.
So that means the Lee Sin is still up. BRU can very well go for it. Into the Xin Zhao, I think it's pretty much okay. happen. Now they remove the Darius, they remove this potential pick.
They
well,
want to force the
Taco,
Jace
right?
matchup.
They want to force the Jace matchup, yeah.
They want to force the Jace matchup into the Garen. Now CES, Kai'Sa angle, I like this.
Okay.
You're playing against Yuumi lane, you know you won't be overly pressured. You know the Varus is removed, so the options to really punish the Kai'Sa are much more limited. What is BIU's answer to the Kai'Sa gonna be? I would like to see a mage.
Well, you said Draven.
Well, BIU won't play Draven. That would be a CES pick.
Okay, there we go. So if they don't want to play Draven, they might go for
It's gonna be cocky bot.
Get the Meow Meow connection instead.
Yeah, the Meow Meow connection, we actually saw it in the play-ins. Now we will see it again. BRU is not going to be cold and feet that kind of gets those fight off. I think now we look back at Archony on this Diana, right? Probably a tankier build with the Crystalline Reflector. We get the Nami Kai'Sa bot. This is where Genza gets unlocked.
And even though we look at BRU's composition, they don't have the Thresh again. I mean, there's just so much value here for Jess with the Yuumi, with all the things that he has to pair with.
But I gotta point out, a full enchanter like Nami, like Lulu, functions very well where you can full scale against a Yuumi. You gotta keep in mind as well, this Nami, it's so good. The Tidal Wave, it's so good against BRU's comp, which is one mode to play. We are diving into you. Now, flanks are gonna be so important for BRU to find, whereas CES, their comp lets them set up for a lot of disengage with the Xin, with the Tidal Wave, with the explosive cards.
I really want to see what Noel's able to get done in this game. I feel like his Garen is going to be one of the turning points for his team. Apart from the rest of them, the rest of BRU want to try and rush in against Cerberus. I think Noel's going to be that difference maker.
Yeah, in game one, BRU wants to play that pick-off. This is an elevated version of that, but the difference is CES have answers. They have a lot of disengage. They have a lot of ways to watch that flanks. Gragas, Sinjal, Nami. This will be a hard game for BRU.
Oh man, I'm getting excited here, BRU. First game went their way. Second game, looking strong again, but CES, I mean, draft looks infinitely better than the first.
Yeah, I just love what CES has brought to the table. For BRU though, it has to be look for those flanks. If they can get those flanks off, I think Cerberus will just walk away.
It's looking much closer for sure, but I still think BRU take it.
Oh my goodness, we'll have to see. Only time will tell. We'll toss it over to the casters to bring us into game number 2.
Sasageyo, sasageyo, Shinsao, sasageyo. Nagbabalik kami para ibigay sa inyo ang Game 2 ng BRU versus CS Bruces. And tingnan natin, middle lane, talagang nagbakbakan agad sila. Hindi, nandito lang si BMM. Oh, by the way, kami nga pala magiging shoutcaster niyo ako si Yasmiao. Kasama ko dito si Apuru.
Yes. At ito na and game na to, Bruces ang labanan. Early on, ito si BMM, nakakita kagad. Lead bank 15. Nag-gold pa sa kanya, nakakita siya kagad ng ward doon. At dahil nga nakakuha siya ng early shove, dahil tinulungan siya ni Taco. Pero nga medyo behind dito si Taco sa top side, laban kay Noel. No? At nakita naman natin kanina, kung Kuya Noel, gano'ng kalakas mag-control ng top side ng mapa nung set siya. Ngayon, siya naman ngayon ang humahawak ng Garen, which is, nung game 1, yun ang hawak ni Taco. So we'll see kung gaano kalaki ang magiging advantage dito ni Noel dahil yung ganung mga early shove sa top side na may advantage ka sa minion sa XP, gabi pwede mong i-hold kasi yung lane at magiging very punishing para sa kalaban mong top laner din.
Yeah, pero ito, siya ngayon nag-assert ng dominance dito para kay Kuya Noel at the top lane. Pero medyo nasaktan siya doon ha. Meron pa din naman siyang Devil's Fruit sa may Gedli dito na pwede niyang kunin. Pero nauna na nga si Taku na pumulot ng kanyang mga prutas-prutas sa gilid-gilid dito. And mukhang may makikita tayong rotation. Kami para sa junglers natin dito. Pero una nila ang kinakakuha si Archony dito. Pero sasagi yung nga ba. Bumalik pa si Archony pero na-flash out din naman siya agad-agad. Pero another hit. Mukhang hindi siya magsasasagi. Sasagi pabalik. Ito si Shinsao Sasageyo.
Shinsao Sasageyo. Nga natalo siya ng Titan doon. Unfortunately, ang Titan na si Cold News.
Naku po si Ginza. Isang bulong na lang ni Eren Yeager. Mamamatay na siya. Pero same with Fly. Though hindi pa din naman. Nag-drifting yung Prowler. Hindi diretso. And yun nga, too bad for the side of BRU. Hindi pa sila nakakuha ng furthermore kill. Pero nakuha nila yung first blood.
Naku, si Mes. Ayan na. Papasok ka yung Shinsao.
Ito na naman. Shinsao Sasageyo. BBP target niya dito. Mamamatay naman siya.
Namatay nga! Nakakuha siya! Nakaisa! Nagarin, ibis na omnidirectional gear papasok, nag-dash in lang. Simpleng-simple. Pa dito kayo sa Shinsao Sasageyo natin. Si Mes. Yun na nga, nakabawin ng isa dito ang Cerberus habang BMM still going in.
Yeah, BMM going for Archie dito. Dalawa naman yung kasama niya dito. Isang sundot galing kay Mes. Hindi naman din kaya na pabagsakin pa si Archie at that point.
Kaya ito, tinutulungan lang din ni What the Jets. Ngayon na si Archie na medyo makaangat dito sa lane dahil nga level 4 pa lang siya. Wala pa siyang moonfall. Hindi niya makakagawa na kahit anong turnaround doon. Pero grabe, hindi yung win ko ang labanan dito. Yung isa.
Yeah, man, ito yung nahanap natin sa Cerberus na kanina hindi nila masyadong naipakita ng first game. This time, Cerberus nagiging aggressive na ulit sila. Just like nung sinimula natin yung WCS FInals and BRU, hindi naman sa sinasabi natin na nahihirapan sila kasi tumatabla din sila kung sakaling nag-overextend dito yung CES. Talagang pumapalag din sila to the point na sila pa nga kanina nakakuha ng first blood. So happen, may nahuli nga lang din talaga na isa dahil nabawian ito ni Mes.
Yeah, nabawian nga naman. Saka kanina din naman yung BLU kasi meron silang Thresh on What the Jets sa mga isa sa mga best champion niya. Kaya talaga makikita natin na ano nga to, yung iba yung proactivity dito ng BLU. And to be fair naman sa lineup nila, hindi talaga malaki ang catch potential nila dito, no. Mas malakas ang kanilang comp sa mga objective team fights. So do expect may pero ito na nga. Labon.
Dito with the Valkyrie, itong si Kuya BBB, siya na yung unang bumagsak pero the Moonfall, naabutan pa nila itong si Kuya Mes, the Tidal Wave, dalawa din yung mapapaangat dito. Na-slowdown din itong si Archie with the BMM existing dito sa may bottom lane na pinagkakanyon sila kaso nga lang hindi din enough yung damage dito coming from the side of CES para makakuha pa ng isang kill.
Yan, hindi nga enough yung damage na, pero nakakuha naman nila si VVB dahil medyo matapang masyado yung ating Corki. Medyo ito yung story ng series ito, itong Bruises na the series. Yung baka Corki natin medyo may konting katapangan. Kanina may package ito naman si VVB ngayon. Kanina may kasamang pusa. Pero yes, may package naman siya ngayon. Up ang Rift Herald at ang Mountain Drake. And looks like BLU, ang kanilang priority dito ay ang Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I think kinokontrol talaga nila dito si Genza. Genza, nasaktan siya doon sa may first kill ni BBB as of now. Sinalo niya yun. Kalahati agad yung buhay niya. Meron naman siya tag-heal dito, which is itong si Fly. Pero mukhang dalawang team natin. Ang gusto nilang paglabanan ay itong Rift Herald na fairly napakabilis ng damage na binibigay dito sa side ng CES na mukhang hindi na maaabutan dito ni Golden Feet. Golden Feet mukhang watching movie sa may gilid-gilid lang ng tamon hindi nga siya nagpakita dun eh. Pero ito, naghihintay lang pala siya ng customer na mag-isa dito. Kaso nga lang, makunat yung napili niya. Pero ginamit na yung the package dito sa may bandang likod ni BBB just to escape dito yung Zerg na side ng CES. Pero at the same time, nakabawi naman sila dito ng Torre sa may bottom lane. So this is basically 4 B5 at the middle lane. Pero hindi magiging enough yung referral para mapabagsak middle lane. Pero yung ating final chapter coming from the What the Jets catching 2 on that route. Pero makukuha din nila si Genza, but at the same time, they're still going for more. Makukuha nila yung team with a jump coming from Golden Feet. Pero kailangan nila umalis dito. Golden Feet, very low on HP, but hindi na din siya maaalisin pa neto ni Taku. Pero nilikuran na lahat ng BRU, yung lahat ng miyembro na nananakbo coming from the CES. At si Taku, siya na yung unang babagsak or susunod na babagsak dito. One more hit and he is down together dito sa kanyang mga kasangga sa top lane.
Yeah, and after that very lengthy na labanan, nakita natin between BRU at CES, madami na namatay, di ba? Sa CES, I think mga 3-4 doon ang na-take down ng BRU over the course of that. Yes, the Ferrer did go to the side of CES at nabangga nga nila sa mid lane turret, pero nakakuha din ng trade ang BRU gamit ni Archie doon sa bot side. So parang din na dito, same story yung Diana ginagamit para mag-switch from subset. Uy, grabe naman, 5 pa yung nakuha pa na tuhog pa dito ni Shinzao, no? Pero ito na nga, Dragon, sinisimulan na yan.
Sinisimulan na naman ng Cerberus. Sila na naman yung nag-umpisa dito ng ating Dragon. And tingnan natin, naka-aura lang dito yung BRU as of now. Pero this time, mukhang, uy, nababol si Kuya Golden Feet. Pero okay lang daw dahil na-demand ang justice nila dito. Ito si Kuya Fly. But at the same time, si Noel, mapapabagsak din. But a double kill pag kumamatay si Kuya Noel dahil napatay niya din dito si Genza. Another clean out naman yung ginagawa dito ng BRU. And normalin lang talaga at lakad matatag yung ginawa ng BRU doon. Ace! And thank you sa Dragon.
Thanks. Thank you ba sa Dragon? Thank you sa laban na yun, CS. Dahil kanina, sinasabihan natin, ano ba tong team composition ng BLU? Team fighting sa objectives. Ano nangyari doon? Nag-team fight sila sa objectives ang CES. And yes, nakikita ka natin, bumabalik ang confidence sila kanina. Nakikipag-away sila, the unending skirmish coming from CES. Pero hindi, kasi pag ito, Delix yung lugar, nakita mo dito yung Lost Chapter mamaya. Dito nung Yumi, ang ganda ko ito lang natin tinamaan sa lahat ng AoE damage. Patong-patong dito sa mga miyembro ng Cerberus.
Tama ka doon. Talagang patong-patong. naging full stack sila doon. Kasi CES, sinalo nilang lahat on that choke point eh. And napakasarap ng final chapter dito ni What the Jess. And kahit nasabihin natin, maganda yung naging explosive cast neto ni Taku, they don't even have enough damage kay Gensa na masyadong matapang at that point. Wala pa siya masyadong items dito para kay Gensa. And medyo nanginginiti pa lang yung damage na binibigay niya kay Noel dito. And with all the help siguro ng lahat ng team, ng side ng lahat ng member na side ng CCS, napabagsak nila si Noel, yes, pero nagamit nila lahat ng kanilang skill on only Noel.
Yeah, and also to add, no, na sa start ng fight na yon, wala na si Fly eh. Wala na yung Nami. So wala nang tidal wave, wala nang bubble para mag-follow up, para makapag-guide sila dito sa mostly melee na composition ng Buriram. Pero si Noel,
si Noel medyo nasasaktan dito, pero okay lang, meron din siyang pang dapash, panakbo, kumbaga, uy, kala ko maagawa pa, apat yun nasa likod mo, Lodso, pero hindi tumama dito yung Void Seeker. Ang mas nakakita dito kung nasa ng CES is gonna be BRU with that scattered vision.
Yeah, nga. Buti nga nakakakuha doon dito.
Pero meron ding tayong ultimate coming from What the Jess. Hindi na solidan at na-root itong si BMM. He's still safe as of now. Pero, loko po.
Si Genzo,
Umati pala doon si BBB, Ben. Umati ng the package. Kita mo yun, may trail nung yung the package. But, yun nga, nataboy naman nila dito yung Cerberus. And this is gonna be another free objective for the side of BRU.
Right, kaya nga, free objective na sa mid lane ngayon. Naku, na-check down din ata doon si Mes. Wala na siya. At open na itong tataba sa BRU. Hindi man nga nila kaya ilapag ng Herald.
Boom! Explosive gas. Pero parang wala naman na hindi naramdaman dito na side ng BRU. Dahil lalaban pa rin sila dito. Yes, low health dito. Ito si Archie. Pero meron din naman silang sustain. Pero tipat lang with the tidal wave.
Si Noel, si Gedli.
Kahit papano. Pero yun nga, napaangat nila. But worst the follow up coming from the CES dito.
Wala silang panghabol eh. Wala si Mes doon sa laban. Ginamit na rin yung tidal wave. Si Genza nga, yung pinakaharap. Tigas mo ka yung ating Kaisa dito. Naisipin mo yun kung tatalunin siya ng Garen, ng Rengal. Pero nakita mo yung confidence pa ni Genza. Trying to pull his team towards a victory dito sa game to. Pero unfortunately, kulang pa itong lakas ng ating Kaisa. Kailangan niya ng items, kailangan niya mag-scale up. Pero yun na nga, dahil ang CES ang nakakaangat ngayon dito sa mapa natin, malalim sila dito sa jungle. Baka mahuli na si Archie.
Pwede nila mahuli dito si Archie kung makakabutan nila. Pero nakapag-TP out ni. TP out na si Taku eh. Wala din naman siyang explosive cast by that time. Pero si Archie maligbiga yata yung napasukan dito. Gusto nilang naman daw mag-def at bottom lane. Pero okay lang, buying time lang din kasi making space yung ginagawa niya. At dahil dalawang tore or pwede na naman makakuha ng tore dito yung BRU on the top lane. And knockout jungle din yung ginagawa din dito ni Golden Feet.
Yan, naka-jungle lang atin ng Herald, no? Sinama nyo dito sa top. Nakauntog pa nga ng pangalawa.
Pwede pa isa. Naku po! Napa-flash out para lang ilagan yung final chapter dito ni ating Yumi. And yun nga, hindi nakauntog dahil nandito na buong tropa ng side ng Cerberus. But at the same time, nauubos na unti-unti lahat ng outer tower dito ng side ng CES. Dalawa na lang yung natitirang second tier tower nila.
Tama yun na nga. Dalawa na lang yung second tier turret nila. Pero meron namang nakatrade sila. At least doon, no? Si BMA, sa Pigway, sa bot side ng mapa. Nakuha din ng dalawang turret of his own. Hindi man nga niya kailangan ng repair. Kasi madaming nilagay na miyembro doon ng BRU. At isa ito sa pwede mong exploit na opening dito sa team composition ng BRU. Kasi, teka nga lang muna si Archie.
Yep, nabody slam. Kuya Archie dito walang tatamaan ng bubble. Pero nabubulan pa! Binagsakan ng buwan! Pero enough na yung setup na yun para ma-take down. Ito nga lang yung sarili niya para kay Archie. Wala pa sila nabawas dito para sa side ng Cerberus. Habang 2 down, Golden Feet is out as well.
Yeah, ang ganda ng moonfall, pero wala follow up. Ano bang usually nakikita natin kailangan di ba ng follow up? Wala pang last chapter. Wala pa. At mga final chapter dito ni What the Jess, habang Elder. Infernal! Ang kinukuha na kayo ni Tia.
Yeah, Infernal na. Pero kita mo naman, BRU! 3 lang kami pero malakas kami. 5 kayo? Okay. Wala kaming pakialam na nararamdaman nila kayo. Pero napabagsak nila dito si What the Jess. Nawalan sila dito na support of our side ng BRU. Pero yun nga, walang malakas sa marami. Yes, napabagsak nila si Gensa. Pero ang kapalit ay 3.
Oo, kapalit nga doon. 3. Good fight para sa CES, no? Na-deny sa kanila ang Infernal Drake. Hindi pa nila sisimulan. Pero nakakuha sila ng more kills, more gold. At secure pa nito ni BMM yung kanyang blue buff. So, I do expect mas maraming poke na magagaling. Ito din, no? Medyo malaki ang advantage ni BMM ngayon across the board compared sa lahat ng mga members ng BLU. 3,000 gold halos ang kanyang lead. Lalo na laban sa kanyang counterpart kay Archie. So, do expect kami ang damage na sa mga teamfights sa mga mangyayari dito magagaling kay BMM walang Cerberus.
Yeah, pero ito CES, QT na silang umaangat sa economy natin na nakuha pa nila yung Dragon at nakakahabol na sila dito sa current network ng side ng BRU. Yes, lamang pa dito yung side ng BRU pero kasi CES, they have a ticking time bomb na kay Gensa as of now. Medyo sasakit na siya dito. Meron na siyang second full item sa ngayon. And that's a Jace, man. That's why. Mayaman si Jace dito. Parakit-rakit lang siya. Tingnan mo si BMM. Hindi niya kailangan lumapit. Kasi parakit-rakit, kanyon-kanyon lang siya. And ito yung thing about Diana. If you don't have another na mag-initiator, dito muna tayo sa may bottom lane. Nasulitin na naman nila ng final chapter dito si Gensa. Actually, 2 of the members ng side ng CES. Actually, ito yung team fight pala kanina, no? Akala ko yun na yung nagulat ako.
Medyo na-joke ka doon eh. Pero mukhang may laban ulit dito, Yaso.
Yeah, ito na. Totoo na talaga to. Si Taco na pabagsak nila, pero hindi tatamaan ang tidal wave. Another magandang moonfall na naman yun. Coming for Anthony, kaso nga na follow-up. Naku to, tabingi ang kanyang final chapter. Stasis will be there para kay Kuya Gensa. Gensa is still alive, pero Dimension Justice to take down. Itong si Kuya Mes and Stasis ulit para kay BMM, pero hindi na rin siya magtatagal doon. Si Fly, pinalipad. Itong si Kuya Noel. Bubble trap and slow will be there. Pero hinabol, kaso nga lang hindi sinagad. Gensa is still alive, Fly is still alive. 3-4-2 exchange.
Yeah, may respect na pinakita doon si VVV, no? Imbis na dinerection niya, doon papatayin pa si Fly. Nakita niya na doon pa si Genza kahit nag-recall, umurong na siya kasi baka mabigay pa niya yung bounty dito kay Genza. Lalong mapabilis pa ang item build nito ng Kai'Sa. Pero after that replay nga, nakita natin na ang Buriram bumalik, lumaban ulit dito sa Cerberus at nakakuha ng mga kills. Napunta ulit ang momentum in terms of the game dito on an equilibrium between both of these teams. Going right to this replay, na nag-start lahat Golden Pitting na ay ma-pick up si Taco dahil pag naka-pick up sila dito, magkakaroon sila ng pressure sa Baron. Kaya nila sinimulan itong laban na to. Problema nga lang, medyo nasa jungle eh. Hindi pa nila na-catch lahat kasi walang tumama nga ng hindi naging effective itong final chapter ni What the Jess. So hindi na na-lockdown yung mga member ng CS. After that, yung pa itong laban na to, it can still go either way para dito sa Buriram at Cerberus. Ang key dito para sa Cerberus, kailangan nila makahanap ng isang magandang setup laban sa Buriram. At mangyayari yun kapag ang Buriram ay nasa loob ng mga pit. Pero ito, Buriram, naghahanap kayo ng pit. Si BMM!
Oy! BMM, ba't ka dyan nagtitipi? Nahuli ng final chapter. Solid na solid. Hindi na siya naabutan dito na redemption enchant just to heal and make him survive. And one down sa side ng CES.
Great pick off doon para sa Buriram. -1 ngayon ang Cerberus. Pwede sila maglagay either ng maraming wards dito sa jungle ng CS. Magharap sila ng pick habang tinatretan nitong Baron or mag-shove sila ng mid. Mukhang pinili nila dito. Baron. Oo, kitang-kita nga nila.
May CCTV yan ha. Pero hinap na daw dito si Noel na may kasamang Ming-Ming sa may bandang likod. Pero Noel against the world. Nga ba? Dimasya Justice sinapeg na. Pero yung GA niya mapapap na din. Pero namatay din dito. Itong si What the Jess dahil hindi na siya nakatakas doon. Pero the Baron Nashor still gonna be secured na side ng BRU. They just have to run para ma-keep nila yung kanilang Baron buff. Pero may iwan dito si Archery even with the moonfall. Walang mangyayari dyan dahil nag-stasis itong si Kuya nyo Gensa and Gensa with a normal attack taking down itong si Archery. But meron pa rin silang dalawang Baron buff remaining on the hands of PPG and Golden Peak.
Yeah, I guess ang tanong dito no, Yasu, was it working para sa BRU kasi nakakuha nga sila ng Baron, wala na yun sa mapa, pero they gave up kills, they're giving some momentum away sa CS. Honestly, I think okay yun kung ang BRU ngayon makaka-push ng turret. Kailangan nila mag-regroup.
May nagbi-blink na heart kay Gensa mismo. Wala, I find it cute. I think galing yun kay Golden Pit with the Thrill of the Hunt. You see, naka-pajama party si parang Golden Pit eh. Kaya ang cutie no icon doon sa Thrill of the Hunt.
Right. Kaya nga yung mga skins talaga natin, the best. Itong mga pajama na Rengar. Pero going back dito sa game natin na Elder Drake up na at naipapansin natin si Noel, mainit ang dugo kay Fly, pina-flash in lagi itong islang ito.
Masyadong very very hot si Kuya Noel dito Matapang yung loob niya dahil meron siyang kasamang what the just to sustain. Yun nga lang, minsan wala talagang malakas sa marami. Lalo na yung item ngayon ni Gensa, i.e. meron ng Bloodthirster and pwede niyang buuin later on. Tapusin yung kanyang Mortal Reminder dito para pumenetrate na ng tuluyan kay Noel.
Yeah. Pumenetrate na ng tuluyan na. Pero nakita din natin, battles ang nangyari dito sa mid-game. Parang alam lang. Pero imbis na 5v5, 3 laban sa 4, laban sa 5 ng Cerberus at hindi nila basta-basta kaya ng poke. Grabe yun. Uy, bottom back niya. Ako si
Wala
Archie
nga
naghahanap
yung
ng if.
focus sa may middle lane dito. Pero si Mes lang yung haharap dito sa bottom lane as of now. Kasi pinipace check din ni Archie kapag may dumaan dito sa sariling jungle ng side ng CES. Nakapag-push ba yung side ng CES? Oo, yeah. Nabdurog nila yung second, third turret sa bottom lane. Walang walang depensa.
Oo, wala nga. Nakuha nga yun eh, ng Buriram dahil nga tinitake advantage na itong boundlock na to. Pero ang malaking objective dito sa mapa ay yung Elder Cloud Drake na buhay na. Ngayon, both teams yun ang syempre titignan natin dito na sino ang makakakuha. Nagpa-back up ngayon ang Buriram at malalaman ng Cerberus na walang tao ngayon dito sa Elder Drake.
Oo, walang tao as of now. Pero meron din naman na vision yung Buriram sa may, actually kaka-expire lang nung wards nila. Mas may vision as of now. Yung side yung Cerberus,
Oo,
dito sa may
Golden
river.
Pit.
Pero,
Dun, dun.
Naka-hindi hindi kita yan. Hindi kita sa wards yan. Pero ito, nakita yata nila dito si Genza and Void Seeker. Mukhang hindi naman siya na-sick nung Void Seeker neto ni Kuya Genza.
An attempt was made by Golden Pit na talunin doon si Genza kasi pag natanggal nila sa Genza sa laban, kaya nila kumuha ng objective. Pero yun na nga, tinatake na nila. Kompleto na yun, yung Exodia items. Oo, nakalima na siya. Kaya nga, nag-change ito BRU. Imbis na take ng teamfight, tumusasan si Archie. Nasa top side, nag-split push.
Oo nga, si Archie, men. Split them para sa side ng CES. Pero ang gagawin na lang kasi dito ng side ng BRU, pwede nilang wag pauwiin yung side ng CES. Pero nagsisimula ng umuwi dito si BMM habang ginugulo at ginukulit ng ibang miyembro ng BRU. Etong apat ng side ng CES na malapit na namatay dito. Pero the tidal wave will be there as well. Na nakuha pa din dito ng CES yung ating Elder Drake. Pero mahabol pa rin dito si Golden Pit. Pero tatlo yung kanya nakapaligid sa kanya. Pero napabagsak nila dito si Fly. Meanwhile, Genza has been taken down. And another sheet coming from BBB. Ending the life dito ni Mes. Slow down pa nila dito si Taco. Multiple will be there. Hindi nga lang habol dito kay Taco. Pero okay lang. Archery still gonna be there. Stacy's to dodge that smack coming from BMM. Nabutasan din dito ni Archery yung top lane ng side ng CES. And CES, they will continue losing turrets and even the bottom inhibitor turret mapapabagsak na din. And probably yung mid lane na din. Magiging happy dip. Pero mukhang namamanhikan na nga talaga ng tuluyan dito yung side ng VRU. They can just focus yung base dito ng side ng CES dahil medyo 15 seconds timer pa yung tatlong member ng side ng CES dito. Talagang focus lang sa goal. Wag na natin pagsinin yan yung natitirang dalawa. Kita mo si BBB, tinrabaho na lang. And this is gonna be another point na mapupunta sa BRU.
Yeah, BRU Buriram ang nanalo doon. Nakikita natin dito. Medyo na kayo na tweaks din eh. Yung production kasi close game naman talaga sa totoo lang. It could have gone either way no para sa Cerberus or para sa Buriram. Pinapakita dito din na Cerberus na hindi sila pa basta-bastang team. Pero at the end of that game, BRU going into match point sa ating best of 5 series.
One win away ang ating BRU dito. Yes, medyo nakita natin yung side ng CES with their usual aggressiveness sa beginning ng ating game. Pero again, hindi nila na-keep up yung ganong aggressiveness nila. Kasi that's a double edge eh. You're aggressive and they're diving in too deep, which is nababawian din sila ng BRU. And BRU, bawal kasi sila matalo dun eh. May isang makukulong under the table. Yun ang yung table nila. Ano yun? Time out room talaga yun. Yung table na yun sa ilalim.
May usapan yan eh. Kung sino nag-feed doon sa game na yun, doon muna siya sa ilalim maglalaro, sa ilalim ng table. Time out ko muna, time out table muna. Kidding aside, BRU, gabi, ang ginawa nila doon na alam mo may expectation na kasi tayo, diba? Cerberus, aggressive yan. Hahanap yan ng laban. So, yun na rin ang expectation doon ng BRU. At kada laban na ginagawa doon ng Cerberus, sila ay nakaharap para sa pakitang pabalik. Counter-punch siya. Ikaka natin dito ang Cerberus.
Yeah, tama ka doon. Parang crazy Apuru. And BRU, this isn't even their final form. Ika mo nga, di ba? And yun nga, napapunish nila ng husto yung Cerberus dito. And I think masaya na naman si Omo.
Siyempre.
Definitely.
Ano nga si BRU Omo eh. Nasa panel natin. Kita nyo naman din, no? Kita din ng viewers natin na yun nga. Ang ganda din ng jersey nila, no? Ng BRU sa suot ni Omo. Pero yun nga, habang pinag-usapan ka si Omo at yung panel, tayo muna babalik doon sa panel.
2 team from Cerberus Esports coming in from the play-ins in the WCS FInals. Well, BRU continue their trend. And I have to say, guys, out of Rengar and Yumi, I think the scarier cat has to be Yumi.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
You look at the comp here, it's clear who the carry is. The Garen is merely a vehicle. The Rengar is but a vehicle for the Yuumi to deal out the damage.
Yeah, they are just vessels for the Yuumi.
Exactly.
The Yuumi is the one piloting the tank. Yuumi is the one dishing on the damage. He forced BMM to buy a mall.
Yeah, when I saw that Marble Maltius, I knew that this game just had taken over. They gone into this one with a different take, a different look from how they generally played their games. Game number one, we saw about the Jess on a much more facilitative, not facilitative, an engaged style support pickup, right? Going for the Thresh, wanting to set up and get picks for his team. This time around, he's gone to play the Yuumi, and it's not a backline, play it safe kind of Yuumi. It's an aggressive one. It's in your face. He hits the final chapter. He hits the Prowling projectile, and he just destroys the entirety of Cerberus.
Can I just say, can we just end the series here? Can we not give any possibilities, any option for a reverse sweep? Can we not see BRU lose 2-3 again? I don't want a repeat of that. Can we just end it right now, please?
I think they stay away from Senna +1.
Sure, yeah.
We are on
helps.
that direction. We're on the right track. In fact, even though what the Jazz isn't on someone like a Set, a Gragas, a Galio that can engage proactively, Yuumi technically can still make it work, right? She just needs someone to carry her forward, which in this case, Colin Feast, Rengar, Noel's Garen.
Yeah.
They enable him
Even
to do the
triple
job.
V on the cocky. Let me just fly you forward.
Look, so now a couple of questions for you guys. Maybe just the one big one. We just saw this Yuumi from Jess. We didn't see it play a single time against Team Flash yesterday. Had they played this, would it have changed yesterday's match?
The past is the past, Grandin. Let's look to the future, please.
Husky?
Don't answer him. It's a bad question.
Husky?
I don't
Husky?
think so.
Husky?
Let's look at
the
game.
scoreline.
Well, BRU managed to pick up the second win, and as we look towards the items, towards the scores,
damage.
I mean, we need to see the damage at the end here, but I mean, Yuumi going for the more aggressive route. As you have mentioned, this is the most standardized build now.
32,000.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of
see? Poke champions, man.
Yeah.
It's carry Yuumi. This is the scarier cat, without a doubt.
Let me call back to day one, the first day, or day two, whichever it was, where we first saw the Yuumi. And then Autolus was saying, I wonder if he built Staff of Flowing Water here, maybe he built Ardent Sensor here. And I just said, just built Luden's Echo, man. You see?
This do damage. If you can chunk your enemy's health bars before the fight starts, why not do so? In fact, you can theoretically say that the Prowling projectile has the longest range because it depends on if your vessel moves, so you can direct that. It's so much easier to land than your binding.
Pick a vessel with increased movement speed, like Garen, and the faster he runs, the further your projectile
Why do you think
gets
they
to go.
picked Garen, Rengar, Cocky that game?
There we go.
There we go. Just to let the Yuumi pop off.
Homing missile technically has heat. What do you call that?
Heat
detection.
seeking, right?
Heat seeking, yeah.
Well, that depends on your aim as well, right?
But it's Jess.
What is Jess? Jess has good aim.
You guys are such bootlickers, you know? We're not getting Jess for the interview later. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you be like, oh, Jess, you're so great. Ignore the fact that I'm the one wearing the Jess shirt, but that's fine. You know, like, I'm not a suck up.
Oh, sure. Well, you say that now, but when BRU were winning, you were the happiest one here.
Of course, I love it. I'm overjoyed. I do want to see Vietnam have more representation as well, but Team Flash, they will do the region proud at Icons, no doubt. We need to see the Thailand region have some representation as well. And BRU, what the jazz, another MVP in his pocket, 1,600 damage on Yuumi? Sounds about right.
He had it on the Thresh, he has it on the Yuumi. I mean, he's just looking too good right now. A team that plays around the support role more than anything else. With that in mind, Cerberus were able to make the match closer than it had to be. Let's start with you, Husky. How did they make that happen?
First of all, you have the Genza on Kaisa, so you basically unlocked Genza in that Dragon Lane. They did get off to a rough start though, right? At level 3, Genza and Fly were both forced to recall, but thankfully Mesh showed up, got a kill into Triple V, stabilized the lane a bit, but there were a lot of instances where we see BRU try to force the initiative with the Mel connection, final chapter plus a vessel. But Cerberus were able to counter back, they give Genza the resources, and they were able to stay in the game.
And once BRU started to get some tempo, we saw Cerberus fight back wonderfully in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think the problem here, and I think the reason why Cerberus loses this game and why they've been losing 0-2 right now is not because they're just outmatched in team fighting, blah, 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 right? We see Cerberus be able to punch back. We look at the game right now, the two biggest standout problems for me for Cerberus, number one, BRU are winning lanes, right? Once you win the lane, the game gets so much easier to play. That's a hard thing to fix. You can't just say, okay, play better than lanes. What CES can do better though is playing around side lanes. In game 1 with Noel set, in game 2 with Archini's Diana, you see how they constantly manage to pressure side lanes, tick turrets when CES are not ready. CES, they need to adapt, they need to change their draft. If you're not confident in Taku being the one to play a big carry pick, then you need to put BMM on something that can carry. I'm going to shift my win condition here away from Genza, and I'm going to say you need BMM to step up big time, because he has not been looking too hard in this series.
And BMM has been good in the past, especially when he's been allowed the evolution, right? When he's been able to be active in his games. But now in this matchup, they got the Jace, a strong power pick, no doubt. It wasn't able to activate them in the game though, and that's something that we have to watch out here from Cerberus. Let's look towards the final fights, the final moments of this game. BRU had got the Baron, they got almost wiped, nearly lost the game, went towards the Elder Drake, made a call while Archini was pushing the top side there. Cerberus committed to trying to fight for the Elder Drake. What happens there, Omo?
This is exactly what I talked about, right? This is how BRU have been getting leads in both games. Sure, they get picks, they get skirmishes, they get teamfight wins, of course. But those are still relatively even. They're not game-winning, especially in this game too. How they win the game? Through side laning, pressuring you, running you across the map. Yesterday when they played against Team Flash, when they were playing against a really good team like that, it looked kind of off at times, right? Team Flash were able to answer them, and you could even say Noel looked lost at times in that series because of how well Team Flash responded. Cerberus don't have the same answers, and because of that, BRU, they look like the kings of side lanes.
Yeah, and a lot of times BRU, well, Cerberus look a bit more reactive, right? We're expecting them to be proactive. We're expecting them to have Taku and Mess start something, but most of the times it was BRU leaping at them. It was BRU coming out of the shadows and Cerberus scrambling to find a solution. And there were also a lot of instances where we see Archini go in 3-man, 4-man, even a 5-man Moonfall. And the only thing that kept Cerberus afloat was an exhaust button. This is why...
That's what we always say about Diana, right?
Right.
The champion just exhausts and she does nothing.
Look, but Husky, you're raising these points for CES. Then who needs to step up? Who has to be the one to pull the trigger?
BMM. I have to get behind that.
BMM's going to do damage, but is he the one that starts the fight? Is he the one, you say they're reactive, they need to be proactive. Is BMM the one to initiate and begin
You're trying to lead us somewhere here.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about wanting BMM to initiate, then that's definitely not the case. It has to be Fly and Taku, because these two are kind of like the bulwark of the team. But the problem is, even when they get those off, BMM isn't in the right spot to dish out that damage.
Now, keep in mind, they've been falling into the same trap that BRU have fallen into yesterday, and to some extent, Cerberus have fallen into in the past as well. Fly is one of your key playmakers. We keep singing his praises. Today, think about what he's played. He's played one game on Senna. He's played one game on Nami. How are you supposed to make a play on Senna and Nami? He threw a tidal wave down mid lane to try to start a fight once. It's the same situation as when we see Brahms desperate to get something going. Use their Glacial Fissure proactively. It's not gonna work. You need to draft for it.
There we go. You got to where I wanted you guys to get to.
I mean...
Talking about Fly in the bottom side, because we need proactivity from the support.
My teacher just gave me a gold star. I feel so happy.
Absolutely. Good job there, Obo. Oh. You go into the bottom side with that mentality. This looks exactly like the match we saw with BRU versus Team Flash. BRU went into the first 2 games playing Senna. Unable to make much happen. What the Jess was on the Nasus, he was getting caught out. He needed to be proactive. He needed to initiate and get things started for his team. Instead, what we saw was Team Flash dictate the pace of the game. Now it looks to be the exact same situation with different name tags. BRU going into the series looked like Team Flash. Cerberus looked like BRU yesterday. I want to see Fly out of this Enchanter support duty and onto a more proactive pick.
Yeah, and the meta actually reflects that, right? This is why we are seeing so much lesser Enchanter supports, because most of the games won was because you have a support that can initiate fights against Trash, Galio, Gragas, Set. They pull the trigger, they win the fight, they get a pick off, it ends right there. Enchanter supports, the only one that can possibly make it onto the list is a Yuumi, but she needs a vessel. Nami's Tidal Wave is too slow, Lulu doesn't get it, your Flash Polymorph is not going to work in a lot of situations. Jenna is out of the equation.
And I think part of the reason why Yuumi functions so well, she answers the question, the most pressing question, how do you win games in Wild Rift right now? What is the meta in Wild Rift right now? Well, jungle support synergy, jungle support movement, jungle support aggression. Yumi does that. All she has to do is follow your jungler around. She literally just rides on your jungler. That's why she solves the problem. That's why she's one of the most picked enchanters, most successful enchanters at that. And I want to see Fly go back to something where we can see him work in tandem with Mass. Because frankly, Mass has been left to his own devices this series as well.
Let's talk specifics then. Let's talk champion picks. Which
Trash!
Oh my
Rakan!
goodness! They got the Yumi.
It's kind of scary, actually.
It is terrifying. I feel
like she's supposed to be cute, but it's actually kind of scary.
Look, when I think Cerberus saw Yumi jumping on them, like it was terrifying. Like if this is the size of the Yumi jumping on, like that is terrifying. And
no, I feel like the Yumi's riding on us right now, right? Like,
true, tag on to us.
Hey, it's gone. Why? I was just starting to have fun with it.
Look,
all right.
Let's talk specifics. Champions that you want to see out from Cerberus.
Well, when we go into draft, I want to see Trash. I want to see an aggressive pick for BMM. I'm not sure what that is. That's the problem. Lucian is banned away. What do you have left? I want to see Rakan. I want to see champions where Fly can make plays happen.
Well, let's see what we have in store for us as we go into Game 3 draft between BRU and Cerberus.
Even at this juncture, I think Cerberus, if they are confident with playing something like a Darius mid, it could be an option, right? You need someone to get things going, and even though BMM hasn't been the one to start fights, if push comes to shove, I think Cerberus needs to delegate that responsibility to him.
Yeah, I think this Lucian ban is honestly just game-winning here for BRU because I don't know what option CES has left. I hope they have something prepared here. They need something aggressive for BMM, something aggressive for Genza, and like we said, playmaker for Fly. It's that simple.
I feel like it has to be that Corki, right? But then BRU just first pick it themselves. You mentioned it in the second game. It is that game changer as well.
Yeah, and even the Corki just doesn't seem to be enough. Maybe if you pair it with a playmaker from Fly, then we could see something different. You call back to game 1, the Corki package flies in. He's all alone. There's no one to back him up.
Yeah, I was thinking the same as well. Like Cerberus can consider the Corki, but Buriram United, they have the first pick. So they banned the Yumi. A lot of respect to what's the Jess. You remove this Yumi, engages AP Yumi. If BRU takes Corki first pick, okay, so they take the Varus. It's even better. Now, Cerberus has to take the threshold.
You see, that's the thing. You don't have to prio the Yumi anymore because Yumi's gone, right? So you first pick the Varus, you put the pressure off. Trash is still up, guys. You're going to pick it away from us.
You have to take the Thresh.
If you don't take it right now, we're going to 2-3 Trash, guys. They start taunting CS a bit.
And even beyond that, Buriram can still go for stuff like the Galio. You know, it could still try to synergize. You know,
not again. Not another Senna game.
Garen out for Cerberus instead. They want to try and have that come into play. You know, that was a big issue for them. Now they get an easy Baron side to play from.
Yeah, I think maybe you take the Corki here as well because the reason you pick the Garen here is because you see the Varus, right? You say you don't have the DPS to kill me. So maybe you pair that together with something like the Corki, you snatch it, the double poke away from BRU. It is a pretty good option. Let's see if CS do it.
Yeah, it's either you take the Thresh or you pick champions that work well against the poke. So the Garen is a good start. Cerberus, I do agree. I think the Corki could be a priority for them.
They have a lot of things to think about. It's so stressful. Well,
Xin Zhao is going to be the answer. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Jungle out from Cerberus early on. They don't want to have to contest for that. But now BRU get to have a lot of options to think about what Red Side does. Once the counter picks, Cerberus actually show their matchups early on.
There's no way to let the Thresh go right. Yeah, there we go.
Cuts, doesn't it? Just seeing those things gets locked in, it's like, oof.
They're forcing Cerberus into such a tight corner. Xin Zhao's second pick is something that we don't often see. Normally, you want to prioritize your core, your carry. Now they pick the Morgana. A lot of layers of safety net for Cerberus to fall back to. But the question is, it still doesn't solve a lot of problems. The Black Shield blocks their hook.
Cerberus are drafting the Morgana now, a lot of layers of safety, but the question is, what are they protecting? There's nothing to protect right now.
Honestly, the
Xin Zhao, right?
He's your carry right now.
You Black Shield Xin
Genuinely.
Zhao, jumps in, he doesn't get hooked, no, the crowd control doesn't affect him, and he gets the fight going.
So yeah, CES want to ban this Darius for sure. They want to get rid of that matchup. I think BRU, you maybe consider banning away a possible 4th pick Corki here. They need DPS, right? Like we said, what are you protecting? Corki is probably the best mid lane option here. You ban away the Rakan, that's fine. Like we said, they also recognize Fly needs to play playmakers. What's your ban here for CES? Do you think maybe a Set? Oh, Set's already banned. This is a pretty open ban spot. Maybe the Diana, but I don't think you're afraid of that. Oh, I guess they are.
Arjun has played 2 games with Diana, and he did pretty incredible in that mid lane. He's been winning lanes, he's been starting fights for his teams.
He hit big ults, but he got exhausted. So
that's
it doesn't
the only
look
thing,
as
right?
good.
So what BRU are saying right now is we are not going to let Fly play a playmaker. You are not allowed to engage. They've recognized the same win conditions as us. They've recognized the same win conditions for CES. You want to combo with Mass, you get rid of both of those combos. But Galio's still up.
It's like Galio Morgana bot, right? That is their best bet.
We're looking very likely to be a Galio Morgana, but there is the chance Galio goes mid, but it's a very small one.
But you've shifted that win condition with the BMM, and BMM still hasn't seen his pickup yet, unless they bring the Morgana mid side, which I don't think would be the most ideal for them. We want to see something else. So we've seen Akshan as a potential option. Some teams have decided to ban that away.
Yeah, you plays a lot of Akshan. Let's see though.
Like the
Well,
Morgana,
for Genza's side.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
For BMM Genza.
The Morgana does unlock a minor option for you to pick a marksman bot because the Black Shield does protect you from the thresh. But now the Shen comes out, and now you have a delivery system. Golden Feet leaps in, Shen follows up. You have the package, you have the pokes from the Varus. This is looking pretty tough.
Can I just say, you keep in mind the reasons I identified for why BRU won the last 2 games, right? The side laning.
Side lane.
Now you have a Shen. The side laning is going to be so much harder for CES to deal with. Yeah, you have a Garen now, but what's your combo? You're going to side lane together with a Garen? It makes no sense. This, though, does make a bit of sense. We say BMM needs to be the one to make plays happen. But now he has the tools to do it.
Well, it wasn't the Lucian, but it is the Akali and Assassin. Nonetheless, not quite the same. They're gonna face some difficulty sieging turrets. I do expect that to be an issue for Cerberus, but beyond that, good team fighting, good access for the Gallery with the Akali going in, good tankiness with the Garen and the Xin Zhao, and of course the Morgana to kind of round that up. But BRU have so much going for them.
A lot of weight on whoever gets the Akali. In this case, I think it's Taku, so it means that we relegated Genza back on the Morgana again. He is no longer the superstar for CES. It is down to Taku and Mess to get the job done.
Is it a mid Garen instead? And then we're going to see Taku here played as Akali.
But
so
I
we get
mean,
a double ninjas.
Akali against the Shen.
It's not too bad. You get a pretty okay matchup. You built the Divine Sundry. You scale pretty well. Double ninjas into the Baron lane.
All right, would be an interesting one to see. If you want to go lore specific, Shen is the master of Akali, technically.
Oh my god, imagine reading the lore.
Shen is also the master of Zed.
And the master of Zed. Look at that.
Shen is the master of my heart. That's what he is.
Absolutely. And this is a very important match. It's the turning point. If Cerberus are unable to win this game, then, well, that's it. That's their run done in WCS Finals.
If BRU wins this, we have 4 unique regions.
Oh, that's amazing.
In Icons.
BRU fighting trio, let's go.
All right, let's see how this one plays out. Can BRU break the curse, finally get themselves on the international stage? We'll toss it over to the casters, Contra and Riku.
Welcome back! Hindi man kami si Contra at si Rico, kami naman si Yasumiao at si Apuro. And this might be the last game between BRU and CES, or maybe CES. Baka ito na yung simula ng kanilang reverse sweep against BRU. Remember, this is a best of 5 series, kaya hindi pa masyadong, hindi natin kaya pang bumawi at bumansa dito ng CES.
Oo, kaya naman nila. Kasi nakita naman natin, di ba kanina game 2, sobrang close yun. Ito nga, CS 3-man, puta posted.
Oo, 3-man play din, men. Di ba, too close for comfort yung ginagawa nila dito? Talagang dikit-dikit sila, men, eh.
Okay, ano yan ba? Ano ba ang Cerberus? 8-headed dog. Kaya tatlo sila magkakasama doon, papunta sa bot lane. Talagang grupo sila. Living up to their name nga. Kumbaga dito sa Cerberus. May isang matinding main swap din, no? Na nangyari dito sa Buriram. Nasa top ngayon si Archie. Ang katapat niya si Taco on that Akali. Habang si Noel yung nag-limit kayo yung Shen. Hindi natin makukuha yung Ninja on Ninja Violent.
Kakaibang swap na ito, ha? Pero ito, pumasok yata si Noel dito sa may bandang midlane kay BMM. Probably gave him a little bit of taunt kay BMM. Medyo duguan to si BMM, no?
Tingnan na ngayon, pagpasok ni Shen sabi niya, tinawag mo akong Shensei! Pasok ako dito. Shensei.
Kaya, ako po si Shensei, sabi ni Noel dito, baka muna. Pero meron pa rin naman siyang kapangyarihan ng Espada, but Golden Feet, magro-rotate na na middle lane. Uy! We actually missed the first blood na nangyari sa may bottom lane. Probably sa naman ng piercing arrow, si Kuya Fly, at tuluyan na nga, pina-fly, pabalik ng base.
Oo, yun na nga, Fly, pabalik ng base. The first blood ay punta dito sa Buriram, nakuha ni VVV on that bottom lane. At usually, dapat nga safe lane yan para sa Morgana Galio, pero kakaiba talaga tong si What the Jess paggamit niya itong Tesh.
Probably nag-connected sentence and nakikita tayo ignite and nagamit din yung exhaust dito ni VVV. And meanwhile, si Fly doon, ginamit niya ng lahat para tumakbo. The flash and even yung ignite. Pero grabe naman yun. Dalawang wards. Dalawa nga naman yung mata natin, no? Dalawang wards yun nila pag doon ng BRU sa may, damo.
Okay, medyo may galit Talagang, kahit hindi man natin nakita yung replay, napipicture na natin sa utak natin kung ano nangyari. Bumasok si Fly, na-hook ni What the Jets, tapos, tatakas na sila! Hindi pa ganun dalawang ward. Naka-exhaust, hindi pa ganun dalawang ward.
Oo, kasi nagtago, di ba?
Ito tayo eh, nag-speculate na tayo, detective na ata tayo dito, hindi na tayo basta
Imagination lang
shoutcaster
ang
eh.
limit, Herb.
Oo,
Imagination lang
tama.
ang limit. And you see, aside from the first blood, wala pa naman tayong aggression na nangyayari again. The death sentence won't
Mind
connect.
games.
And si Gensa, talagang protektahan niya lang yung sarili niya with that black shield on his own, di ba? Baka naman kasi mahook niya, di ba?
Sabi naman niya kay Fly, kaya mo na yan, malaki ka na. Kaya mo na yung sarili mo. Oh, naku,
Oy,
bago
naku, dark minding pa dito kay Kuya. What a Jessen! What a play na ginawa niya dito para ma-push back. At hindi
Si
na
BMM.
makalapit pa. Itong dalawa kayong first side na CS, pero apat sila dito. Heroes Tetras will be nariningan ng nasagip dito. It's against still gonna fall down. Habang si Golden Feet, around the world muna tayo dito sa makapalang to. Pero papasok pa dito si Noel with a tuhog. But Golden Feet, low on HP, trying to run away. Pero Dimash and Jackson to end his life. Pero Mess as well will make a mess at the bottom lane. I guess there's no Shin Sao sa Sagiyo anymore para sa side na CES. 1-4-2?
Yeah, 143
143
ata nangyari din rin eh. 143 in the end kasi ang una nakakuha ng kill ay si Golden Feet against
Namatay
Genza.
nga si Genza.
Tapos tumagal yung fight and I thought pa nga kaya i-turn around doon ng CES, no? Pero sa dami ng CC, sa dami ng hooks at ng mga pick-ups dito na pwedeng gawin ng Buriram, kaya nga nilang nakakuha pa sila ng mortal for that, naka-double kill pa nga yung Shen, si Noel. So kanina sabi din ng panel, threat ito ng Buriram, kinokontrol side lanes, but si What the place? Ang ginagawa niya dito, wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman mo.
Kumakaltok lang siya dun sa may likod na ni Genza doon. Man, hinahampas-hampas niya lang nung karit niya na merong kadena. Pero ito ay ni Kuya Archie. Matapos si Archie dito alam niya na may Noel kaso wala ulti dito si Noel eh. Pero nakuha pa dito ng BRU men.
Dragon nila ko nila pero
Dragon pala. Rare tayo masyado dito pero nag-isa lang pala sila ng objective. Dito kasi tayo nakatutok. Pero bakit ka nagtitipi dyan?
Bakit?
Genza,
Bawal!
What you do there, bro?
What you doing there, bro? Bawal yan! Sabi ni What the Days, gumagawa pa yun ng What the Place. Pero medyo nabambuga tayo doon.
Oo. Dragon pala yun. Sakto kasi, pag patay ng Herald, nag-pop yung Dragon.
Medyo konting mabuzel lang. Pero okay, mabalik tayo doon sa rating nung doon nga sa 1-4-3 exchange na 20 to the favor dito ng Buriram. Slow tong fight na to actually, slow na nakarating doon yung mga back-up. Pero dahil sa stand united ni Noel, nauna siya kay BMM. Kaya nasa effective siya dito sa laban na to. Nakikita mo doon yung strength ng ultimate nito ng Shen, no, nagamit ni Noel. At sila ulit na naglalaban dito sa bot side. No? Bumalik tayo sa live. Shen versus Garen na naman ang labanan.
Yeah, Shen versus Garen na naman yung labanan dito. Pero pansinin natin yung item, Erp. Dalawang Hullbreaker natin. First item para kay Archie and yung isa naman na kay BMM as Garen. So, do we expect na si BMM dito mag-i-split push? Pero I do think that's a wise decision kasi kailangan siya sa team. Parang dito sa may top lane, nahuli nila dito itong si Golden Feet. Pero Golden Feet medyo nanlamig ang pa niya and hindi na siya nakaalis doon. And I think even with the stand united, hindi naging enough yan. Nandito sa rest back, isa kapalit ng 3 ng buhay dito ng CES ang gustong bawiin ng BRU. Pero nakaalis pa din itong si Mes, pero tako tumbling sabay split, pero hindi niya nakinaya, men. Talagang tinuruan siya ni Shensei. Ganito kasi dapat yan.
Si Shen nga ang master ni Akali, di ba? I know your tricks. I know what you want to do. Pero si What the Jess naman.
What the Jess, nailagan niya dun ng death sentence sabay flash out. Pero BMM, makakatakas pa din naman. Of course, meanwhile, at the bottom lane, one hit away si Kuya Genza na naman. Ang kalaban niya, isa itong si Archie na medyo delegates din pagdating sa HP. Hindi na din naging greedy. Itong si Kuya Archie, pero tingnan natin, hindi na mabababa itong si Kuya Golden Feet dahil merong ward doon. Kinuha niya lang talaga yung scatter.
Kaya na yung Scott, get more gold at experience pa sa sarili niya at also some vision control for himself. Pero yun na, dami dito, muntikan pa mamatay nga doon si Archie yata, no? Si Genza palapit. Pero okay, we're back in the game. Medyo chill muna sila. Wala po nang nangyayari. Pero nakikita din natin dito yung sinasabi ng panel. Still, side lanes, nakokontrol ng Buriram. At baka ito na nga ang makikita natin.
Ako
Ninja
po,
Violence.
ninja sa ninja. Shensei versus sa student dito. Pero si Taco nagtago muna sa kanyang smoke as of now. And Noel, alam niya naman yan na hindi niya muna lalabanan. Pero meanwhile doon sa may river natin sa may bandang babak, may ikot, spin it to win it coming from BMM. At nananakbo nga siya dito habang hinahabol ni Golden Feet. Pero binawi naman siya with that lantern. So I guess, hindi pa magiging greedy nga ba dito yung side ng BRU. Pero mukhang may gustong habulin. Etong si kuya nyo, Golden Feet. Meanwhile, nakapag-push naman dahil nagsosolo si Archie at the bottom lane without any contest coming from the side ng CES.
Tama. Ayun nga, may Hullbreaker siya. Useful pa rin ako. Si Mess, baka makita dito si Golden Feet. Okay, hindi na namig yung paado ni Golden Feet. Nakataka siya. Jump away. Medyo maliksi itong ating Kha'Zix dito. No? Pero going back dito sa ating laro. BRU, dalawa marksman nila, Balos at Corky. Madami silang poke potential. Kaya makikita natin dito dalas mga fights. Mangyayari dito is ipopoke out ni BBB. Pero si What the Jess, nagharap ng play.
Yep, nahuli nila with the death sentence. Kaso may black shield, merong black shield, may flay, tapos may black shield. So hindi siya na death sentence doon. Messages na live and pwede pang mag-second death sentence. Piercing arrow. Huwag ka mag-TP dyan. Bawal yan. Bawal.
Kami magde-decide kung kailan kayo uuwi. Walang kayo dito pa. Pero naku, BMM yan at tumatakbo.
BMM, walang katakot-takot. Talagang dire-diretso lang. Spin it to win it. Ikot-ikot lang. Parang Sarah G. Sabay habol. Golden Feet. Ito, Void Spike. Makulit ka, ha?
Makulit ka, ha? Papagaling ka muna namin. Pero ito, kinukontest sila. Yung Herald, dahil lumitaw na nga dito, gusto ito kunin ng Cerberus para lalapan nilang masira yung mga threats in the game. Pero actually, hindi. Nag-back away sila. Mukhang Dragon ang kanilang titignan ngayon.
Actually, nagde-decide pa sila as of now eh. May mga magre-reset sa kanila. Sabi dito, again sa wag ka uwi, meron tayo redemption dito. Chill bro. And CES, laman naman sila sa push as of now. Pero mas lamang kasi sa network yung BRU sa ngayon din. Ang konting kembot lang naman. And nagpupulitan lang talaga sila dito sa may middle lane. Nagpapababaan lang ng HP para i-force ang bawat isa na mag-reset dito. Para kung sino magre-reset, hindi sila nandun sa pwesto. Pero yun nga, na ninja move sila. Neto ni Kuya Golden Feet on that referral, pero si Fly nag-flash out to safety. The box nilapag na rin dito with the stun and the death sentence na nag-connect dito kay Mess. Nag-pop naman din siya ng kanyang ulti dito just to save himself. Another play na pinasukan siya dito ni What the Jess. Pero yun nga, hindi pa rin nila nahuli dito itong si Mess. And what a mess na nangyayari dito sa ating Dragon Feet na napatay itong si Kuya BBB. Pero hindi pa natatapos doon dahil si Taku gumagawa din ng play. Yun nga lang, naya-tarp din siya sa kamay ni Shensei. Napatay niya si Golden Feet, pero low health na lang talaga kasi talaga itong Kuya Taku.
I think medyo may pang nangyari doon eh. Nakita natin, nagkakaroon ng patayan, nagkakaroon ng bawasan. Ang tingnan ko doon, si Golden Feet. Sa tape or, di ba nagda-dragon take sila? Bigla siya nag-evolve. At ang evolve niya ay yung Void Assault, yung last ability. Hindi man yung jump, hindi yung Void Spikes. Diba usually nakita natin second evolution ng mga Kha'Zix, yung Void Spikes eh. At hindi pa natitake down yung Dragon doon. I think it might have been a misclick galing kay Golden Feet doon habang nagtitake ng Dragon. Kasi lumalaban pero nag-evolve yung ating Kha'Zix eh. Pero yun na nga, no? At the end, Dragon still went to the way of Buriram. Luckily, dahil naging 10 HP nga yun, dahil nag-evolve doon si Golden Feet. Pero, okay, going back, natatawa ko kasi nakikita ko yung mga little observations na yun eh. Si Buriram, ganda din ang pull nila ng trigger kasi nakita nila si Genza, low yung mana. Pero si Mess, baka maging Messi dito.
Huwag ka mag-TP dyan! Sabi sa inyo, huwag kayo mag-TP sa kung saan-saan eh, Mess! Even with the ultimate, hindi na siya makakasurvive doon. Nihintay ko na, umiikot yung panghook na ito ni Wata Jess eh.
Dinidila-dilaan na niya yung dulo ng hook niya. Ito natin. Lako si Golden Feet!
Naku po si Golden Feet, mukhang hindi naman nalamig yung kanyang paa dito and he's still safe as of now. Wala naman masyado pang habol dito yung side na pero dito sa ginagawa ni Taku, the box nilapag sa loob mismo. No! Smoke dito ni Taku pero Stand United para kay Wata Jess. Wata Jess is still alive. The Stacy is buying time para kay Taku dito para mag-survive. Taku is still alive so far. Napatay pa kanila dito si Wata Jess but si Taku hindi na rin talaga nag-survive dahil na-punish na naman siya ni Shensei. Siya lagi nakakapatay kay Taku. And yun nga lang, si Noel mukhang maipit ng tatlo. Dark Body won't connect dito. Of course kasi may dash out pa rin naman. Itong si Noel and seeking under the protection ng turret as of now.
Yeah, sige, under protection na tayo. Nga, si Noel, lagi niya naabot yung kanyang pupil dito. Si Shen, lagi nakikita si Akali na last hit. Medyo weird lang nangyari dun si VVV. Medyo tumalim siya, kaya siya napick up sa side lane sa fortune spaces. Pero bot lane, nila-depensan.
Yeah, bot lane. Talagang focus lang sa goal yung ginagawa dito ni BMM. Wala siyang pakialam kahit may may champion sa harap niya, which is ito ni Well, na Dark Binding kanina. Nasilence naman dito ni Well, pero with the Lantern, naku po, naisagip naman nila dito. Itong si Well, may ikipit nga lang si Gensa Buro, mukhang uuwi na dito. And the rest of the CES, mag-back away na rin. And hindi naman naging greedy yung BRU na hinabol nila yung dalawa.
Right, hindi nga sila naging greedy doon. Good play from them. At least may bawi na kahit nasira man yung threat nila, nakakuha sila ng isang kill doon. So more gold on their side. Tingnan natin no, yung items. 404 pala si Noel. No? Pero yun, bago natin makita yung mga items, balik tayo dito. Pero yun si VVV, medyo nagkabali siya ng ito eh. I think sinusubukan niyang salubungin doon si Golden Pit. Pero nakasalubong niya si BMM.
Iba pala yung nakasalubong.
Oo, mali. Nakasalubong Boots ko na naka-fully clad na armor na man itong nakasalubong niya, hindi yung insekto na hinahabol niya. Pero tara nga, back na tayo sa live. Close match pa rin between BRU at CES. Pag nanalo dito ang Buriram, siguradong sila ay makakarating na sa Icons habang CS no, naghahanap sila ng way para makabalik dito for that comeback.
Yap. Last slot na lang kasi talaga. Yung hinahanap, isang team na lang talaga yung pwedeng mag-qualify for the Icons. And yes, wala pa tayo sa Grand Finals, pero kung sino manalo sa BRU and CES, magka-qualify for the Icons, which is the Worlds ng Wild Dream. And pwede nilang makalaban yung RRQ. Kung sino mananalo dito, kakalabanan yung RRQ on the next bracket.
Oo, yung kalaban ng RRQ, lista mo na. Basta RRQ tayo all the way pag nakita natin yung laban na yan. Pero yun lang ulit. Walang kabayas-bayas na portion namin dito sa aming cast. Pero BRU, will take itong dragon.
Yes, sinisimulan na kanila dito. Third break pa lang tayo. Then, Dark Binding
Nako, Genza.
para kay Kuya Wata Jess. Pero pinasok niya agad dito si Gensa. Nasa igip niya pa yung sarili niya with the Black Shield. Meanwhile, si Mes, mahuhuli na naman. Dark Binding, sinalo dito ni Archie. But, Archie, that's enough na normal attack para mapabagsak si Gensa na very low na HP. Pero dito, si Kuya Wata Jess, hindi man siya nabagsakan ng Hero's Entrance, pero na normal attack naman siya dito ng CES. At na lang yung natitirang member ng SAG ng CES. Pwede na Black Green to initiate para kay Kuya Noel with the taunt as well. Nadamay pa nila na mapatay dito si Kuya Fly na tuluyan ng lumipad, papauwi, and they will transition right away on the turret push again for the side ng BRU. And this could be another one na inhibitor turret dahil ang bilis lang din ng damage nila. They're trying to defend para sa side ng Cerberus dito, pero hindi na nila na-defend si Taku. Medyo nagtago, pero hindi enough yung kanyang tago-tago dahil napatay din siya dito ni Golden Feet.
Yan, hindi enough yung kanyang smoke para siya ay mabuhay doon. Nakakuha ng 2 tore ang BRU at yung Dragon ay napunta din sa kanila kahit kinontes doon ng Cerberus. It looked like Cerberus was about to try to turn it around. Pero wala, isa na talagang yung fighting dito ng BRU at yung kanilang lead has really propelled them to this point, no, na talagang kaya na nilang kahit ang CS makabawi. At also, si Genza, na-pick off na naman na start. Doon niya nalapag yung mga Tormented Soul niya, hindi siya nakakuha ng additional bindings. And then, CES ngayon, on the back foot, naghahanap dito ng pick up sa Baron, pero spotted out sila ni What the Jess ng Lantern.
Talagang spotted out talaga. This is what good pa din para sa side ng CES. Medyo sila yung ego, pero ang tapang pa rin nila lumabas. Tatlo yung na-play ni Kuya What the Jess. Dark Binding will connect. Actually, yun yung ultimate pala ni BBB ng Dark Binding. Pero si Gensa na naman, yung natali, and si Gensa na naman ang unang mamamatay dito na habang si BMM, habang kanyang dinedemasyan justice yung isa, nag-pop din yung kanyang GA dito, but hindi enough yun para makapag-survive habang lakad matatagin dalawa dito sa side ng BRU at tinahabol nila dito
si Fly.
Seeking the protection under the turret, ang inhibitor turret at the bottom lane. But yun nga, nag-aabang na lang ng minions dito yung side ng BRU. And they wanted to finish this game dahil may teleportation din naman itong si Wata Jess na kabubuhay lang as of now. Pero sa Taku, naku po, naiikit na naman sila dito, dalawa sila. Si Taku na lang yung natitira. I don't think na makakapag-dep pa siya dito. And I don't think napapansinin pa siya dito na side ng BRU dahil focus lang sa gold. Taku is dead. They're gonna end this with an ace, and BRU ang susunod na team and the last team, by the way, na magka-qualify for the Icons. They secured the slot.
Right, sinecure nila yung slot. Nakita mo yung sigh of relief nila dahil kung natalo sila doon, may ikukulong doon sa ilalim ng table na yun. Na punishment kung sino ba nag-feed sa kanya. Pero hindi, walang mapapalusahan. Walang mapapalusahan ngayong araw na to sa Buriram dahil ika nga ni Yasu, sila ang makakakuha ng last slot to the Icons Global Championship natin dito sa tournament natin na ito. Congratulations sa BRU. Well deserved. Well done pa sa kanila.
well-deserved talaga yung ginawa doon ng side ng BRU. And that was a hard fought game pa din para sa side ng CES. Ginawa naman nila kung ano man yung kaya nila dito. They resorted to being malumanay sa beginning ng game natin na the first game. And then bumalik sila sa pagiging aggressive. It's just that may mas better answer yung BRU. And aral kasi sila Sabi ko nga, double edge yung ginagawa ng side ng Cerberus dito sa pagiging aggressive nila. Kaya kapag nasasagot agad yan ng team ng counter aggression, like meron silang magandang depensa dito, sunod-sunod na yung bagsak talaga ng side ng CES kasi they overstayed your welcome most of the time.
Yeah, and unfortunately din naman sa CS na-pressure na din talaga sila syempre kasi 2-0 lead na nga itong Buriram. At iba din talaga yung laruan ng Buriram na every step of the way doon, hirap ang CS. Talaga nagawa na lahat sinay na lahat ng CS doon. They were very creative sa picks nila. Nilagay nga nila si Genza sa Morgana pero sabi ng Buriram, teka lang din kami din, makakandi kami sa sarili namin adaptation. Lane swap! Imbis na Shen top, Shen na sa mid.
Shen mid, no?
Yun yung pinaka nakakaiba. Pero yun na nga, bago matapos tong araw nito, kami ay munang babalik sa panel.
Break the curse every time. They've been this close to making it to the International Championship. They faltered at the final step, getting reverse swept twice in a row in 2 separate series against 2 different opponents. Well, BRU are done with that. They finally take that win, and in 3-0 fashion, Omo.
That narrative is gone. That narrative is done. It's in the dust. This is the new BRU. Thank goodness, I agree. 3-0, they make it to... Well, they live to fight another day. I don't even know what it is anymore. What is that? Lower bracket semifinals.
Lower bracket semifinals. BRU fighting.
Yeah, BRU fighting.
BRU fighting. BRU Susu. They made it so far. We want to see how far they can go. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, I think it's very likely we see a rematch between BRU and Team Flash in the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. That's a big call, Husky.
Right, that would be a great tale to tell, right? Because next up, they will be facing RRQ next week. But I think the most important thing is that we celebrate BRU going to Icons. We also celebrate that we have 4 unique regions representing us at the world stage.
I mean, celebrating victories is an important thing. And we have 4 unique sub-regions from the WCS competing in the Icons Global Championship. Honestly, huge representation. We see teams step up to the plate. And with Cerberus' loss, that's the final Pool 2 team gone. All Pool 1 teams will continue into the top 4 spots, each one securing and clinching their spot in the Global Championship.
Yeah, I think for good reason as well. We see the Pool 1 teams, they are frankly just a cut above the rest. Team Flash is so good. Flash Rules, no comment. RRQ can be pretty good. And BRU, they're pretty sick as well. These Pool 1 teams, they are proving that they're Pool 1 for a reason. CES, I mean, congratulations to them. They made it so far, right? Them together with FENNEL University, both teams from Pool 2 got 0-3 today, but still, such a run they've had. Let's focus on BRU. Let's focus on the journey they have ahead of them.
Yeah, and BRU, the only team that has drawn blood from Team Flash, right? And it finally paid off. We trickled down here. We say that they have to face their demons again. They overcame it. When we look at the draft, I want to quickly point out what happened in that Baron lane. Taku on the Akali. We focus on how much responsibility he has. Then we look at his item build. Plated steel caps, crystalline reflector, 0 damage, can't do nothing in fights.
I just want to say, right, we started this day off, we had our predictions, right? And I said it first, so for the record, I said first,
production, who put 3-0 first? It was me, okay? It was me.
No, get the camera back on me. 3-0 BRU, who said it first? I said it first on air, so that means that means I said it first.
I'll let you have it because I have like perfect predictions, so I'll let you have it.
I don't know what happened with your scores. I feel like that's something that needs to be talked about.
Let's move on. BRU, amazing trio from them. The drafts were great. The gameplay was great. I love that they demonstrated different styles. I do have a question though. Why did CS never ban Trash?
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
We emphasized it so much, right? And their response to that was a Morgana for Genza, which actually doesn't solve any problems. You could have just clicked one button and get rid of Trash, and it would solve so much issues for Cerberus. And on top of that, they're putting so much weight on Taku. It basically tells BRU that if Taku doesn't get off to a good start, this game becomes super hard for CES.
I genuinely think that CES's drafts have been kind of weird this game. I'm not sure what's going on in scrims. I'm not sure what's going on in their team discussions, so I'm not going to comment too much on that. But if you look at it on paper, they just don't seem to have answers to BRU's draft.
I see you guys follow Otto's theory on picks and bans. If you don't want to play against it and you don't want to play it, might as well just ban it out. I think what yeah, fair enough. You know, I'm simplifying his point, you know, making it more digestible for everyone here watching. But that being said, I think that Cerberus looked at it and said that, well, there is the chance that we can still play against it, right? What Jess played incredibly well. I think that was the thing that was beyond their expectations. When you look back at the match, you could have expected Jess to do well on the Thresh, could have expected him to do well on the Yuumi, but I don't think anyone could have looked at it and said, he's going to do that well.
No, I think it's expected.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's expected. I'm not biased or anything, by the way. It's not like I'm wearing his jersey or anything. I'm not biased. I'm just saying.
You want to turn around real quick and show the jersey?
I can't. I think the angle on the camera doesn't quite work.
Well, if you can stand up and then like double bicep, show it off.
I would, but I haven't been working out. Let's not focus on that.
and there's so much more to be said about BRU here. This is their first chance at the truly international competition, you know, and it is a great look from them. And we have our player of the game, Noel, up in the top side with the Shen.
Yeah, he played a formidable Shen, right? He's not only the tank for the team, but his Stand United were perfect. There was a moment early on when we look at the replay, Cerberus, they tried to respond to they tried to go aggressive bot lane, right? Genza tried to engage with a binding, he goes down, Cerberus shows up, tries to turn that, but they forgot that there is Noel. What Omo pointed out, cross map play. Stand United shows up, gets a double taunt, wins the fight, and BRU gets an easy early game.
And I want to do away with the narrative of Noel as the shield as well. That might have been true in the past, but I think you look at him, yeah, he plays the tanks, he plays the supportive champions, he does his job. But this guy, he protect, he attack, he do it all. I don't think he's just the shield. I don't think the shield bash narrative covers it enough. I feel like this team as a whole, and I love that you draw the comparison between this team and Team Flash as well, right? Sure, they have some standout players in some roles, but the reason why they're winning games, the reason why they look so good is because they work so well as a team, as a unit. Everyone does their job, knows their roles, and it works out. This is the play you were talking about.
Yeah, this was the play where CS tried to get too overzealous, completely forgetting that Noel existed. BRU re-engages, gets a couple of kills, and at that point of time, it opens up the map.
I know why they picked Akali. They were trying to do that little trick where she would shuriken flip and follow you across the map, wasn't it?
Didn't happen, though.
There we go. Yeah,
no, I don't think that was it, right? That can't have been it, but it would have been nice to see.
Sure, but I mean, you look at BRU again, and I mean, honestly, their greatest strength is also their greatest weakness. The fact they play together as a team, the fact that they move together and make decisions together has both been a rewarding point, but also a punishing point. Well, in matches like against Team Flash, for example,
Team Flash is just too cracked.
What we saw from them was, but they brought them to the fifth game. They were this close to closing out the series and locking their spot in the Icons Global Championship early. The problem was, like we mentioned, it is both their strength and their weakness. Even in matchups, like with the Senanastas, they want to move together before those champions are online.
Yeah, and that kind of also plays into how this draft that we saw for BRU, in fact, throughout the whole series, kind of minimizes those kind of weaknesses, right? You get cross-play again. The Shen is a perfect example of that. The Galio on having what the Jess on someone like a Thresh that constantly moves around the map. Even the Yuumi, right? You just stick her onto a vessel, you get to play cross-map even more effectively. You don't have to worry about moving together as a unit because your team can always join you.
Yeah, what I would love to look forward to as well is the BRU against RRQ matchup. I think that's going to be so much fun. The way these two teams play, the stylistic differences as well. I think it's going to be a really cool matchup to watch. I think I want to see how both mid-junglers face off, mid-jungle synergy really stacks up in that matchup, and I want to see how support gameplay plays into that as well. We say, you know what, the Jazz, he's amazing, he's cracked, he can play to trash. Exo as well, he's been playing these engages. I want to see how these two guys influence the map, and I want to see how Chaz and Helios show their chops off against BRU.
And that's the thing with BRU, we've seen now they've been an incredibly strong team, but at the same time, not as stand out as RRQ, right?
Not the flashiest.
Not the flashiest. RRQ, on the other hand, are looking like a team of superstars. You have guys running in, Chaz, Helios leading the charge, gets the team in a good spot, and then they close out the game from there. Whereas what we see from BRU, more team-oriented, the focus is on winning together. If one dies, the rest tend to die. And so it's a little cheesy. It's a little cheesy, even for me here. But it is still a very nice look for BRU. I'm looking forward to see how that plays out against some stiff competition. Now we really get to see again the fight between Pool 1 teams.
Yes.
The last time we saw this happen, 5-game series, all the way, the full distance. Now again, we get to see Pool 1 teams play it out.
We said earlier it's starting to get spicy. Now it's really starting to get spicy. Our final four, Gran and Husky.
Yeah, we have Flash Wolves and Team well, Flash Rules and Team
The
Flash
double Flash
up there,
face-off,
the
yeah.
double flashes in the upper brackets, and we have RRQ and BRU. And in fact, you brought out the jungle and mid duo, right? I want to see how BRU pushes this limit because RRQ, Chaz, and Helios, they play such a fast-paced game. But today we saw a different side of RRQ: slow, composed, collected.
Yes.
BRU have shown us the slow and composed side, but they haven't shown us the fast and furious side.
Well, to their credit, Cold Feet and Archony have been playing so very well this tournament as well. If there was a duel to stop the aggression, to stop the tempo of Helios and Chaz, this could be it. It could be BRU, no bias.
I mean, both sides have shown very creative drafting as well, right?
Good drafting, yeah.
Very
good
good drafting, creative drafting. We've seen some interesting options. That being said, the look that I really did like to see was BRU playing the Rengar Yuumi today.
Sure.
The fact that they have now been able to identify this as a potential playstyle, being able to enable the Yuumi through an engaged champion in the jungle position. Golden Feet now expands his role in the team, not only playing stuff like the Kazakhs. Early in the competition, he played the Riven as well. I'm looking forward to seeing him play things like
Jax
the
was
Rengar.
perma-banned against him today.
Yeah, and Jax perma-ban against Golden Feet.
A lot of respect for the guy.
And it also allows him to get back into that Riven jungle a bit more comfortably, right? Just because of this Yuumi. Yesterday, plays Riven, but he has no one to supplement that. But now you have an enabler in the form of what the Justice Yuumi. That Riven could be a formidable force.
All right, I'm being told here we have our interview ready. We have Noel from BRU joining us to break down how they feel after that amazing win.
What's up?
Hello! All right, great to have you here joining us. I have to ask, I think starting out, right? You guys have just broken the curse, BRU finally going to the international competition. How do you guys feel?
First of all, I think we quite confident for today because yesterday we lose to Team Flash for 3-2, and in Vietnam, Flash win the CS for 4-0. You know, so we are quite confident.
Yeah, great point. Hey, Pinoy, what's up? It's me. How do you guys feel after the win? How does the team feel? How does everyone feel? What's the thoughts amongst you guys right now?
Honestly, it feels so good because remember last year we get the whole reverse beef in one day.
Forget it, bro. It's over now.
Yeah, and moving forward, Noel, again, congratulations. We have 4 unique sub-regions here to Icons. But I want to quickly fast-track this. Next up, you guys face RRQ. Any comments on that? What are you looking forward to? Because that one is going to be a spicy matchup.
For us, we think RQ playstyle is quite similar to EVO's Esports. So I think we can win them.
Oh, interesting.
The jungle, right?
I mean, we see that, right? That definitely does come through and shine through a lot. Well, I've heard that you are like the big brother of the team. How do you manage to control the personalities inside BRU?
For us, I think our team, for the Buriram, everyone is old, so...
Maturity! Maturity!
Yeah. Can I ask you guys as well, right? Because today and yesterday, you guys were doing a lot of side laning, you were doing a lot of split pushing. Who's behind the calls in the team? Who's behind the shot calling?
If we play champ like Camille, for me to split push, so I will be the main caller. But if I play like Darius or something else to go fight with the team, everyone will help each other to go.
Great.
And we see you branch out in that champion pool, right? When you guys play your first upper bracket series against Semnite, it was Darius all the way, but now you get the liberty to play Shen, to play Camille, to play Renekton and all of that. Do you enjoy that freedom, or you just think that if I can be on Darius, I'll just play Darius all the way?
I think it's about the day. I feel confident about Darius, so I play Darius.
Oh, that's a really great point, by the way. I think your drafting has been so good this tournament. Who's behind that? Is it a team effort or?
We work so hard for the draft. We watch every single game of our opponent team.
The whole split?
So, yeah, the whole split.
Oh my god.
Wow.
In one day, yeah.
In one day.
That's a lot of research.
The whole team watches that?
Yeah, we help each other, figure it out.
God, yeah.
What should we pick or ban?
Well-deserved win. I mean, honestly, your
absolutely.
drafts have been so good. And like, I I don't know. If I was on BRU, I would quit already, man. It's too much work.
I thought you were. I thought you were BRU
You own the
Omo.
jersey.
Oh yeah, I'm BRU Omo. I forgot. Next to the jersey.
Well, we've got representation here, and it's just an amazing pickup for the teams. Noel, congratulations again. We hope you guys get a good rest going forward into the competition. We'll see you guys in a few days. All the best. BRU fighting.
Hey,
Thank
have fun at
you.
Icons, bro.
สวัสดีครับผมครับ thank you
Bye bye. Woo! I love that. I love that. Whoa, you don't have to control you don't have to control your players because everyone's just mature, right?
Bunch of old man.
That's the word.
We actually get to see all guards when they go play against each other, when they play RRQ. I mean, you have Exosun
Yes.
and What the Jazz.
Yes.
Support
Oh
role.
my goodness, just
So
so
much
right.
memories.
Playing against each other since like what GPL days? Oh, my
Oh my
god.
goodness.
A decade later, they reunite on the
I
battlefield.
don't think it's been a decade, but it's been
Close
a
to
very
a
long
de-
time.
yeah,
Yeah,
It's
close.
been like it's 1 year from a decade almost.
Can you not remind me? It makes me feel so old as
Okay,
well, man.
9
Can
years.
we not-
A decade minus 1 year.
My goodness.
Doesn't make me feel better.
But when I made a Doraemon reference, you know that we are going down that road.
I'd actually never watched Doraemon. I
What?
was more of like the Danny Phantom kind of
I'm
vibe.
honestly pretty much in the same boat. Like it's
Yeah.
a thing that I saw on air like a couple of times, but for the most part, I mean, why
Okay,
would like
can you imagine, like 10-year-old me, I could watch Doraemon, or I could watch American Dragon Jake Long. Which one do you think I was gonna watch?
You have to
I
understand.
also
Ben
watch,
10.
I
I'm
also
gonna watch
watch
Ben 10.
American Dragon.
Yeah.
You have to understand, I don't watch like Danny Phantom or Ben 10.
Ah.
You know what I watch? I watch Tom and Jerry, Doraemon, Crayon Shin-chan, I watch Powerpuff Girls, I watch
To
Power
be
Rangers.
fair, those are
Tom and Jerry's
classics.
a dub, though.
Like you are watching like the classics of classics.
Tom and Jerry's
I'll
a dub,
take that,
though,
I'll
but the
take
rest
that.
are kind of L.
I feel less bad. Kind of hell.
Kind of L.
No, I'll take my wins any
I
day.
think those are like technically considered like the golden age of cartoons. Well, I'm gonna pause it there for now because we have our playoff brackets and things have gotten down to the last 4 teams, and we're looking at the lower bracket semifinals, the upper bracket finals, and then the grand finals. I mean, it's just there's so much to be done here.
Double flashes up top.
Flash Wolves and Team Flash now, that's going to be a very exciting one. I think it's a bit of a clash of styles. But like Noel said earlier, RRQ against Buriram, they feel confident. They're feeling like, you know, RRQ, maybe they're just a better version of EVOS. And we beat EVOS 4-2 in our own regional finals. We can do it again.
True, but EVOS was a scary matchup, right? 4-2, you say that, but EVOS was the one that started with the lead. They took a couple of games off them
Okay,
early.
but who won?
The guy,
BRU, that's right.
the guys of the jersey that you're wearing. That's who won.
Exactly.
But it was a scary matchup at first.
Sure.
And so I think RQ could pose that same risk.
Yeah.
And despite being qualified now for the Icons Global Championship, you want to go in as a main contestant, not through the play-ins. You want to get that secured spot from winning the WCS and having that title as the first champions of WCS.
To be fair, though, I think any C team and play-ins would just destroy the rest of their opponents. I'm just going to put that out there.
There's a lot to look forward to. But that being said, our top 4 teams locked in to the Icons Global Championship, will be playing again in day 6 of WCS Finals. We have Flash Wolves versus Team Flash to start things off, and BRU versus RRQ to wrap up the day.
BRU versus RRQ has a nice ring to it.
Exactly, right? As much as I'm looking forward to BRU against RRQ, I want to watch Flash Wolves against Team Flash because you have a bunch of Valorants who've been here for a very long time up against young and uprising superstars on the side of Team Flash.
That's also true, right? The fact that we've seen Flash Wolves come into the competition and they've been playing out long-drawn series, long-drawn matches, ultimately to win them, but I mean, things are looking scary along the way.
Yeah, like I said, a clash of styles, right? But more than anything, I want to watch the Baron Lane matchup. Ysera, who's got to be like close to 30 years old by now, playing against Shy, who I think the video earlier said he was born in 2003, 18, 19,
Is he your favorite?
something like that?
Is this your favorite player now, Ysera?
Shy? Ysera? No, no, not even.
Almost got
you. He's great, right? Because he plays the way I do. Stable, tanky tops. Play for your team. He was great on the carries against RIQ, but to be fair, not the best top lane performance from Devil J either. Now, going up against the Shy, he will truly be tested.
I'm just gonna say, don't compare yourself with Ysera here, right? Ysera is leagues above, so I'm gonna give it over to Ysera as the better player.
Yeah, no duh.
Unless you build a Cerberus on
I'm
Garen,
like
I feel like you can't.
budget Ysera, you know? Triple budget.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, all right, put yourself at that point. I'll take that much.
I'm fair.
I'm struggling to accept that fact, but I'll take it.
All right, fair enough. Well, once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors here, the guys that made all this possible, Riot Games, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. It's been an amazing day. Our next broadcast day will be on the 6th of May. The WCS Finals are on its final legs. Thank you so much for joining us for day number 5 of our playoffs, fans. We already know the teams that are going to Icons, but now it's time to find out who the first WC champions are going to be. We'll find out who will continue to choose greatness in the WCS Finals, so stay tuned for day 6 happening this coming Friday. See you guys later.
Let's go, top 4!
I can whisper to can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight.
Everyone is excited. I've been walking that walk. What I hear it's all talk, yeah. Never taking days off. Wait till I'm on top, yeah. That show me love. Oh, always play the same song. Don't forget what's right from wrong. You just got to hang on, take a chance, let it go. You can have all that you want. I can see. Fly with me. Come on, baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you. Always got something to prove. Don't know what you need to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes. Beneath the veil of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight. We'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible.
Oh yeah.